Well, how are you, Alfie? Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Well, I do have to adjust my headphones a bit because, well, they're shitty. They're earphones.
Fair enough. Well, I could just turn
Oh,
you
I
up a
can
bit.
hear
It's
in
all
both.
good.
In both earphones, so it's good.
Good.
Basically, I don't really have that big of a subject set out to talk in this Fireside chat, but I do have multiple subjects, little
Sure.
ones, if I may say so, like adding of some mechanics, some basic mechanics, some aesthetic changes in the game, and of course some vehicles. Um, well, if I'd have to start with the vehicles, I'd no. Firstly, I have to ask you, how are you? Because I forgot to do that, and it's
I'm
unpolite.
I'm doing all right. It's been I'm fully recovered from last week, so I'm feeling pretty good right now. But thank you for
I'm
asking.
I'm glad to hear that. So, starting with the vehicles, at least one of them would be an anti-aircraft for Japan, and it's ironically something I really like, a truck.
Mm.
Type 81 short range air defense missile system.
Yeah.
It, it's um it's a really fascinating vehicle, at least in the aesthetics side, because it looks really cool. It's a truck. It's a truck, and has new anti-aircraft systems. Anti-aircraft vehicles are tracks like Flygrakad or Ito 90M for France and Sweden, which both are Finnish. The vehicle, I mean, it's Finnish. I'd say it would be a good adding a good vehicle in the game.
Is it the one which requires two vehicles to run, or is it the single one?
I do believe there are like two variants. I don't know. I see type 03 Chu Sam or just Chu. I don't know. It says Chu, then SAM, but it's a line between them. So I don't know if it's part of the name or just saying it's a surface-to-air missile
Yeah.
launcher. But the Type 03 definitely requires two trucks, but I do believe the Type 81 can work off alone. And there's Type 11, which I do believe this one needs a secondary truck or radar. Oh, and I saw like Type 11 air defense systems. Wait, uh, it was like a Type 93. Okay, wait, my cat is just mewing. It's just making noise continuously, and it's annoying.
Okay.
Okay, he's out of the room. Now, I saw a Type 93, but at least some anti-aircraft system on a Toyota truck like this. And it basically required a radar system, but it was, how do I call it? Those things you attach to the vehicles and you just go with them. I forgot how they're called. Um, I
Do
don't
you
know.
do you mean like where they just add like an armament system to something? Kind of like the Florak Panzer and how those things are? Or do you
I
mean
mean,
something else?
the radar is basically a piece, but with no engine or like driver or something. It's just the radar on a, let's say, chassis with
Right.
wheels, and it's attached to the truck. And I think it would be like a cool mechanic, if I say so, to like have the radar attached to you, and you can attach and deattach it at any time. Go onto a part of the map, set it there, and you can stay like beside it or away from it, and it can pick up aircraft and you destroy them. And basically, this would be an advantage because radar, and the
Hmm.
disadvantage because if someone finds your radar and you're away from it or even close to it, because Type 93 really can't fight tanks, um, you're basically doomed, or at least your radar is doomed. So I do think this would be fun and a bit balanced. I don't know.
I remember when I looked at these vehicles, the main issue with them was like the tandem setup, but mainly that their missiles are absolutely insane
Yeah.
because they're not equivalent to the ones that we have in game. They're more like medium range missiles, so they have insane range.
Yeah, and that would require basically, I don't know, bigger maps, or it doesn't really matter if it's a bigger map. The aircraft would still have to approach the battlefield, and it would really be an insane anti-aircraft system. So yeah, the Type 81 seems promising anyway to me, because it's a truck, and also it has something. Wait, let me drink some water. I need to drink some water. My throat is getting a bit sore. Yeah, so basically, the Type 81 has those suspension kind of stabilizer things, which many other vehicles in War Thunder have. And surprisingly, at least from what I know, there's no mechanic to control them. Like Yak-10 from the Soviets, which is listed as a tank destroyer, but in real life it was a heavy anti-aircraft. The Ito-90M has those stabilizer things, like legs. And I'd find them cool if in-game there would be a mechanic to use them and stabilize your vehicle. Even if it wouldn't really help that much, it would look cool and be a cool mechanic. And
But then you wouldn't be able to move.
I guess, but they have them, so you could use them.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
you're not obligated to use them.
Well, just some planes are full
But yeah,
crops,
that's
and some are
basically a
302.
mechanic
What
I
is
would
that?
like in game to have those stabilizer legs, mobile.
What would the function of them be, do you think?
I don't know, feel more real.
Huh?
I mean, real anti-aircraft systems are stabilized on those legs, and basically for safety reasons.
Well, the
But
digging
those
mechanic
things are
has a
not a
use.
problem in War Thunder. I mean, you're not shooting with the Ito-90M and you're doing 3 backflips because of the how do you call it? Because of the recoil.
Right.
But still, it would be cool in my opinion.
Fair enough.
Also, another mechanic I forgot to say like 2 times in a Fireside chat, and I was so frustrated because I forgot. Now I'm jumping right to it. The headlights, they're not usable. And I do believe it would be more of a realistic mechanic, and if let's say there was a function for them, where would it be? I would find them in a night battle, of course, but in a more fun way, like make signals with lights. That would bring, I mean, I don't know if players would really play them like that, but at least some players would play them like a Morse code sum or thing, like Semna make signals that, I don't know, there's an enemy is approaching you or something. But I mean, you'd have to know Morse code or something, so that would be a bit difficult. And yeah, at least I mentioned it because I forgot to mention it a couple of Fireside chats, like 2 of them in a row, and it was frustrating.
Do you think you would use them in night battles?
Yeah, I would use them just for the realism.
Have you ever played the Soviet tanks with the NVDs and the torches?
With what tanks? What Soviet tanks with what?
Well, the 264s and some of the 272s, they have like an NVD light on them that you can use at night with your NVDs. Have you ever used them?
I didn't know that. I didn't know you could use those.
Oh yeah, it's kind of interesting. It basically puts a big light on your head so people know where to shoot.
I mean, it's a disadvantage, but I mean, if the vehicle was like this in real life, then why not shall it be like this in game?
It would be cool for cinematics, like yeah, true. Also I can't remember what they're called, but the thingy lights on the back of like Soviet vehicles and stuff, because they have like numbers on them. I think they're called parade lights or something like that.
Yeah,
but they would be really cool to see.
Yeah, I agree. Like lights are kind of a basic thing we don't have in game. They don't really have that much of usefulness to them, besides cinematic purposes. But it would be
lights,
it would still be cool, like in night battles or anytime.
Because you remember the one lighting system I would like to see?
What light?
Airstrip lights. So you
What light?
can airstrip lights, so you can see where you're
Oh.
landing at night in the
Oh,
airfield.
yeah. That would. Wait. Yeah, that's true. We don't have those in game. Now I'm
No.
noticing we don't have airstrip lights. That would be really cool. And on aircraft carriers too, because I mean I don't know how many times players do use the aircraft carriers to land, but that would be
Bacon, I
useful
see.
on them. I don't know if aircraft carriers really have those lights. I mean I
I'm not
didn't
sure. I don't know.
but those lights were like a necessity in real life.
Of course, yeah.
And when I remember they made like a documentary or something where they said they tested which part of a um, naval fighter pilot, which is the most terrifying part for them, and they analyzed their like heartbeat rate, their sweat and everything, and basically, and what they said, it's true with what they said. It was landing on aircraft carriers at night, and I do believe that would be really scary because all you have to guide yourself are a couple of lights, and if you don't know how to land, like if you're not that much of an expert, you might miss.
Yeah.
And that's bad. I saw this one is a bit, let's say, brutal, at least from my eyes. There was this British jet fighter, naval jet fighter, and when it landed, it went off the side of the aircraft carrier. Now, let's say, well, it got there. It's a shitty situation, but he could, I don't know, open the cockpit and get out. They might throw him, like, how do you call those? The circular things that float. I forgot their name.
The dinghies or the.
Yeah, just like to float there and pick him up or something.
Yeah.
But the part that destroyed all hope and made all the video more brutal.
Hey, gentlemen, nice to see you.
Was that the cockpit was stuck.
Oh.
He was locked in the aircraft and the aircraft was going in the sea. And basically he died.
Oh,
and that's horrible. So yeah. Anyway, another mechanic. I mean, it's not now. It came to my mind right now. It would be more of an aesthetic change than a mechanic because the mechanic itself is in the game for a long time. You know how you like attach vehicles via cables and you like, I don't know, like attach a vehicle with another. Basically, there's no aesthetic to it. It's just a line, a black line going through the tank. I mean, there's nothing really that wrong with it, but if it was to be like more realistic or at least look good, I'd enjoy if that light was that cable would be latched onto like support something to have a grip, like real life. You know, when you attach something, you don't just throw it on the wall or on the vehicle, and you just hope it passes through the vehicle and it attaches onto nothing. I would really like an aesthetic thing on this. Have more of an animation on the cable when you're pulling vehicles, or I don't know, pushing them, because I know if you try to push a vehicle, at least a dead vehicle, it's faster if you have the cable attached to them. And yeah, another aesthetic thing I mentioned the last Fireside chat I talked, which was like 2 Fireside chats ago, the afterburner of aircraft. But aside from the color, because all aircraft don't have the same color of afterburner. There's like some aircraft with blue afterburners. Like I know I saw a Russian jet bomber or Soviet jet bomber which had a blue afterburner, and God, it was gorgeous. I really loved it. But besides the color, I would like the afterburner to like interact a bit with the ground. Let's say you are in a MiG-21.
Jordan, I see you.
and you want to
We're
take
doing
off.
a Fireside
You
chat
catch
today.
speed and you like really leave the nose of the plane fast. And when you do that, the afterburner in War Thunder just goes through the ground, and it looks weird. In real life, if you take like a kitchen torch or something, and you put it against the table and you open it, you start it, the flame is spreading out on the table, and that's basically the thing I'd like to see of the afterburners on the afterburners. When I mean, it's not gonna be a mechanic that's gonna be so engaged, but sometimes I do see people taking off like really fast, and the afterburner just goes through the ground like antimatter. The afterburners just go straight to the back rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more of an aesthetic thing. Now, a big thing I was really thinking about.
Big.
It's not just a mechanic; it's a new type of vehicles in the game. Now, this would have to be really think over with, because it would bring a new play style, and it would bring risks, but also good parts to the game. I was thinking about support vehicles. Support vehicles meaning tank kits, which would bring ammunition or supplies. Let's say you're stuck on a place and you're not on a zone and you really are out of ammo. And there's like, I don't know, a player from your team, a teammate besides you, which has a support vehicle, like an IFV with ammunition and supplies, or a tank kit. It depends on the area you're playing on. And basically, he can give you ammunition. And when you start with, let's say you play that vehicle, the IFV, which brings supplies, you can select which supplies to bring. You have a limit, a space limit, and you select, I'm gonna take, I don't know, 30 Sabot shots. I'm gonna take 15 heat shells. I'm gonna take, I don't know, 21,000 HE shells. I don't know. And you just spread them out to players that need them. And I would think that would be a cool mechanic. And also, besides, of course, just an IV, that would be really weird to make a new type of vehicle in game just
Do you
for an
think
IV.
people are running out of shells when they're in battle?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it happens. And I know some players, at least know someone, a YouTuber, that plays War Thunder also. He's not really focused on War Thunder in his channel, but he's playing War Thunder, and he really said this. If War Thunder would have a support vehicle category, because sometimes maybe you don't want to
Name the
be...
YouTuber.
Wait, let me search him. I know I'm subscribed to him, of course. He's like a pilot or an ex-pilot, and has a dog profile picture. Let me find him. I really have to search for him, but
Yeah, just let me know so to make sure to never watch any of his shit in the future.
no. Oh,
So,
okay.
Because if he has ideas like that, his opinions are not worth it. A support vehicle mechanic, right, let's put it like this. A support vehicle mechanic means that, let's say, half my team are support vehicles, and then the enemy team doesn't have any. What happens?
Yeah, that would be one of the risks I was talking about.
Risks?
Yeah, I said it would bring risks to the game. Like, I don't know, your entire team is support vehicles, or the enemy team doesn't have any. And the good parts would be, I don't know, there'd be some kind of balance, but I don't know how though. I was just thinking of the idea. Of course, I wouldn't suggest it or something because it sounds a bit stupid to me too, but it would be interesting at least to say the idea itself. If I'd play the support vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd play them time to time. Sometimes I might play the tanks, the normal tanks. Sometimes I might play the support vehicles because I might want to, I don't know, support teammates, or like there would be challenges, special challenges, which wouldn't be like special in rewards, just challenges for support vehicles. So that would bring them like a spot in the game.
Could you give me examples of what these support vehicles would be? Hey, Sajil, let me see. Like real world vehicles. What are you thinking of?
I mean, I don't know how to give specific names, but I know they're IFVs, they're tankettes, they're cargo aircraft, they're uh, how can I call them? Those that take troops to heal them, ambulance
Do you mean like
tanks.
UDELs and stuff like that? Like trucks?
Not really trucks, more
Do you
like
mean BTRs? APCs? Is that what you're trying to say?
BTRs or APCs.
Right.
Those type of vehicles. As an idea, I don't know. Maybe an event would be most that would come of it, because it really tempers with the game itself and the way it works. I mean, this type of idea, it's just way too big.
It's not way too big. It just doesn't make any sense because but right. Put it like this, right? You get in your BTR, I'll go in my Abrams.
Yeah.
Or in my M60 or any other vehicle that, would normally face it.
Yeah.
Now what happens to you?
I'm basically dead.
You die, yes. And you have no way of doing anything to me. Or you could get in an IFV and be able to scout me and also use like missiles and stuff like that. That's like, we already have support vehicles in the game. They're IFVs and they're light tanks.
Yeah, true. That's true.
They just can't give ammo, which, as I said, the amount of times you run out of ammo compared to like how many times you would need extra ammo, which you can get on points anyway, is very low. At least to me.
Yeah.
Just take more ammo. Hey LVND, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today.
Yeah, basically I was just thinking about it as an idea. I don't know how they would implement it in the game, but I was just thinking about it.
Do you want to see bridge layers?
Bridge layers?
Yeah.
I mean,
he's thinking.
That would be a mechanic, but it would be, if there would be maps for them. I mean, there are maps with rivers, but maps where you can't really cross the river at all, and you're stuck on that piece of land. Then yes, but other than that, I don't know. They don't really have any armament or something to protect themselves, like the BTR.
Neither the support vehicles.
Yeah.
What about recovery vehicles? So you can get some points while recovering a vehicle.
Yeah, I was also thinking, what about mine layers, like landmine layers or landmine diffusers? I mean, those don't really have a weapon. They have machine guns, but there are not many of them in real life.
So you mean like
with mine layers, just normal mine layers? Yeah, to put mines around the map. Of course, limited amount of mines. You're not gonna mine the entire damn map and not let the enemy or even your team go anywhere.
Do you play naval?
Sometimes I do play naval sometimes.
Have you used have you used the mine layers there?
I have mine layers. I know I have with American sub chasers, mine layers. Do I have dedicated mine layers? Are those
even just things with mines, like what do you think about them? Do you like them?
Partially yes. I mean, they do have mines. It's a mechanic in the game.
Yeah, but do you use them a lot?
I don't really play naval that much, but if I'd have, let's say, a big amount of them, or I do have. Those are depth charges. No, wait, let me see something which really has mines. Still depth charges. Where do I find something with mines? I don't have really that many boats.
Oh, it's all good. I was just wondering if you'd use them or not, that's all.
I mean, if I'd have the VS8, which is a mine layer, I'd use it time to time. Not really that rare, but not that often too. Just like if I'd have to play naval, I would have it in a lineup with normal ships. It would bring a different type of playstyle to my lineup.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So
I mean,
that would
it'll be interesting to see all these ideas because at least with a Gunner Heat PC, when it launches, it's gonna have roles for all different vehicles, so IFVs, recons, MBTs, stuff like that, and it'll be interesting to see what people pick. But also at the same time, that game isn't PvP, or they're not planning on it being.
Wait,
PvP,
what game?
so.
What game?
Gunner Heat PC.
Oh. So
But they're not
it's
planning on it being PvP. They're planning on it being PvE because, well, various different reasons.
Yeah, it's understandable.
So
Well,
yeah, you can, people can maybe trial it in that instead of trying to bring it to War Thunder.
yeah, War Thunder is more like a PvP type of game.
Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything
Also,
else on your mind?
If I have any other thoughts in my mind.
Yeah.
Well, I hope I'm not wasting the time or I didn't run over my time. But I would just say, naval.
Oh, here we go.
Kind of needs. I'm not saying historical. I'm saying just balanced matchmaking, because it happened to me to go in RN turbine from Italy, like the first destroyer, the reserve one.
Yes.
And fight Le Orlas, the Irish sub chaser.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And it's not fun. It's not fun fighting those.
What,
it's like taking an M2A4 or something really low rank and fight with a mid or rank 4 vehicle, rank 4 or rank 5 vehicle. That's basically what it feels like. It's pretty annoying and hard to fight them. But I can't say I have a really bad experience in naval. I do have a really nice experience in naval time to time when I get that feeling to play it. And when new ships come to the game, I do really look forward to them.
Yeah, same.
Like one of my favorite ships. It's now let me not butcher this name. Prajiskaya Komuna from the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
This one looks really cool, and I do believe. I mean, the story behind it, it's nice. It's basically Russian Empire ship that got taken by the Soviets and modified to World War II standards, and it has some of the best anti-aircraft equipment on a battleship in the game. And also the Germans picked up picked up the, let's say, trend to have ships in the game that were let's say Scharnhorst.
Yeah.
It's it's a battle cruiser, but it's as big as a battleship, and it's not a German Empire ship. I'm not saying I have a problem with German Empire ships. It's really cool to have technically new nations in game, because German Empire is something and Nazi Germany is something else. The Third Reich, the Third Empire, I don't know, just Nazi Germany. They're different, and I really do enjoy having new battleships or like mid-rank ships, low-rank ships. I love them all. They're cool. They're big vehicles, and it's really impressive to me is the amount of detail they have on them. Like, it's just.
I agree. Yeah, they're beautiful.
They're really beautiful, and something I really like are, let's say, British modern ships. Like if you take a look at HMS Peacock or Le Orla, this design of the bridge itself, I don't know, it's something about it I really like. Having a straight line up and then go at a little bit of an angle. It's something about it that I really love. And if you look from the front of it, it looks like a T. A really wide T.
How time flies.
So yeah, I just love this design. I know one of Romania's or two of Romania's frigates are UK ships, like they're from the UK, and obviously either modified or just renamed by the Romanian government.
Yeah.
Which is really trash. I don't know. They don't put the industry of this country active. You know what I would love? I would love to see a new tank made in Romania. You know why that would help at least me? Because I'm passionate about military stuff, because I'm Romanian, and of course I'd like to see that, and because maybe that would help Romania if it happened hypothetically would be in game as a sub tree. I'm not gonna say an entire tech tree because maybe some people will have problems with Romania being an entire tech tree. I can see having material for an entire tech tree, not a really thick or a really very full tech tree, but it would have some material from what I saw models of tech trees or a model of Romanian tech tree, aircraft and army. And we have helicopters too. We had Soviet helis, we had French helis, we had a collaboration with the French, which were in NATO, and we were a communist country. So that would be like a really cool story behind an helicopter. So that's basically it. Like if Romania would be in game. And
Well,
subsectories.
hopefully Romania can rid itself of all the corruption that has plagued it for at least 60
Yeah.
years, plus actually have a decent economy. Then maybe they'll actually do something. But unfortunately, until then, that won't happen.
I hate that. I really hate that. I don't care if you're Hungarian, if you're British, if you're Russian, if you're anything. We Romanians, we all agree that our government is total trash. It's just corruption, and we hate it. Every time we get like a new.
But you never change it. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
crazy.
Basically the population is split. You have the old generation, which is, more tilted. It was better on the communist days, and the new generations of
Hey Flynn, nice to see you.
And that think more democratically or nationalistic. I'm not saying we should be Nazis Romanian. Or something. We just need a bit of self-love from our politicians, because these ones, all they do is take money and put it in their pocket.
Is a
That's all they do. They don't make industry in this country any good. They make it worse because they let it die. And Romania it's a country with such a huge potential, and it's going to trash. Now I'm not going to extend anything on the political level, because political things and War Thunder, I don't really like those things combined. War Thunder is just a game with military vehicles, which I really enjoy. I don't care if it's Israel, Soviet Union, or the USA, or Germany, or anything. I love them all. They're interesting. Good. They're fun to play. I do not want to bring any politics. I'm not going to be Israel. I don't like Israel. I'm not gonna play Israel. No, I don't care if I have a negative or positive opinion about the country. I'm gonna play the vehicle because it's fun.
Yes.
Like, why am I gonna miss out on the fun
nice
of
to
it?
See you.
If I want, I could I'm probably gonna buy this battle pass, and I'm gonna have the Turan too, and I'm gonna play it because it's an interesting vehicle. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Anything else I'd have to say is I want more subtextures in the game, like Australia one. Like I just bought yesterday or 2 days ago. I bought no, yesterday it was. I bought the boomerangs, both of them, and I had the 1v1 with a friend, a friend that I bring on War Thunder, and now he's the first one that really stuck with War Thunder, and he plays actively. He's aiming for the Tiger.
Nice.
And it's his favorite vehicle, and I'm helping him. I'm playing with him, and we're having custom battles to relieve our mind when matches just go bad. And we had 1v1s in aircraft, and Jesus, the Boomerang Mark II. I mean, both of them, they're technically the same looking.
Yes.
As the airframe. It's really mobile. This thing turns so fast. At least from what I saw. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy the amount of ammo it gets. I just, if I shot it like, I don't shoot it directly out of it in a continuous burst, and I do separate bursts of shots, then it's really good. The ammo doesn't bother me at all. It's really good. It's enough for me, even more. And it's very maneuverable. I really enjoy this aircraft. I really enjoy Australia, and I really want to have to see a sub tech tree in the UK tree, because where else would it be? And also a Canadian one. I said about the Canadian tech tree, sub tech tree, in the last Fireside chat I talked. And again, I do still support this idea of a Canadian sub tech tree, because why not? I really enjoy Canada.
Yeah.
And to see it more in game, I don't know. Maybe they have material for an entire tech tree. Really good. If they have just for the sub tech tree, still good. I just want to see Canada. I really love. I would love to see Canadian vehicles. I'm not an expert on them. I just would like to see the Canadian vehicles. That's all.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But anyway, it's always a pleasure having you on, Alfie. Thank you for coming
Thank
on
you.
today.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Hopefully to see you next time as well.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
See you later, brother. Alright, before we get going, once again, thank you for the subscription, Barine. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Now we have Forrester. So let's get Forrester on, see what he'd like to chat about today, see what is going on. How are you, Forrester? How's life?
Hello. Rather shit recently.
Oh,
How are you?
I'm doing good. You know, no real complaints. Last week was pretty boring, but this week has been a lot better, so pretty happy with this week. Hey, 996, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. What do you want to chat about today? What's going on?
There's a few things. Let's start off with proxy rounds, just doing random things.
In
I had a
regards to
round.
which ones?
The like 40 millimeter proxy rounds.
Right.
From the VEC. The VEC 40, or whatever it's pronounced.
The VEC?
The VEC 40.
Yeah. Sergeant Bjork.
It's not the York.
Yeah, I know. But
yeah.
Anyway,
it's just a Swedish. Its proxy rounds have been working against tanks, but not aircraft.
That's weird.
I killed 2 Bradleys when they were behind a hill, because I was shooting over them with proxy rounds and they were going off. But when I was shooting at an aircraft,
them?
yeah, with proxy, that shouldn't have been going off. And against the aircraft that was diving on me, shooting right through them, nothing. The proxy rounds did not do anything.
That seems a worry. They changed them pretty recently, over like the last month or so. Like they supposedly make them so they're a little bit less sensitive, which was good because basically before, what used to happen was the shell would blow up, but because it blew up too far away from the aircraft, then what ended up happening was it didn't actually do any damage, because there wasn't enough HE in it. So I'm wondering if it's having the same issues once again.
It's probably a similar issue, but with a different cause, because spaghetti code.
Sure. Is there any other issues that you've been having?
Mainly just with, like, it's games recently have been like either your team is doing so well you can't do anything, or you're getting camped and spawn within the first 2 minutes.
Right.
Which I know this game is designed to be frustrating, but come on.
Have you thought about, so if that's happening every game, have you thought about ways of trying to combat it?
Yes.
What could you do to solve that?
If they're in the spawn and able to be seen, I just pull out the band cannon and start unloading.
Right.
Generally clean them out.
What about before they're in your spawn?
Before they're in the spawn, I try picking them off with a light tank.
So you're at least trying to combat it, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to fight it. It's just, how am I expected to fight an entire team when the rest of my team are eating the loot?
I don't know. Have you tried squatting up with people?
Yep. There's still barely anything we can do.
Oh dear.
Because we're trying, like last night we're just playing some 9-7 and we're against 10-7. It was not fun.
What do you think could be done to solve this?
Maybe implement. I'm not sure exactly with the spawn camping because it's basic map design that allows it to happen, and it's the player's like will to go into the enemy spawn. Maybe because I remember like there used to be a countdown that would happen if you're in the enemy spawn that would force you out.
Yeah.
Or straight up just kill you. I think re-implementing that would be a good start.
Right.
And maybe because I know once the enemy is in your spawn, they're going to be waiting for you to come out because they're not going to be stupid enough to be out in the open. Because someone with spawn protection is going to win that fight regardless of what they're in.
That's true, yeah.
I think it comes down to community needs to commonly agree not to camp the spawns because it's just not fun.
That's not gonna happen.
I know.
Maybe people could start taking the routes that people take to go spawn camp and stop people.
Yeah, that's another solution.
Like there was always, I remember Maginot Line was a good example of this because people would always talk about how what people would do is they'd go to the top right hand corner of the map and camp the spawns. So pretty much what I do the vast majority of the time I play that map is I just go to that area and kill them before they can.
Yeah, get them before they can get you.
Pretty much. And then your team is free to spawn again and you guys have an advantage, so you're gonna win more, you know?
Yeah.
So for me, at least that's the solution, a slight change in playstyle, because it's obviously a problem, right? So they've tried to do a bunch of fixes and none of them have worked. So yeah, and even if you fix them sitting in the spawn and doing it, they'll just sit outside of the spawn and wait for you to come out. So I don't know. I mean, I always just try and counter the counter, and it seems to work for me pretty well, even without, you know, squatting up or anything like that. Because if I could hold an area against like 2 or 3 people and win, then that gives my team a ridiculous advantage, right? Whereas even if I lose that area, if I hold them up for a little bit, that gives my team a little bit of breathing space to win in other areas. So yeah, that's kind of how I see it, you know.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Because I honestly don't think there is a way that Gaijin can even fix that, apart from somehow punishing players for going near spawns, but they're not going to do that, so.
Yeah, because if you accidentally get too close, you're going to get punished instead. And people are just going to sit right outside the boundary.
Yeah, exactly. They'll just find the area. So I think modifying playstyles is probably the way to go. Or at least trying to. Is there anything else you want to chat about?
There is a few more things.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking, like, I was hearing the discussion about like the support vehicles.
No
right?
way.
If I could see like how
Fuck.
it's a bad idea because you can have an entire team just in support vehicles, like resupply and whatnot. I think instead of that, maybe for some vehicles have a researchable modification. Like, I know some of the vehicles in game could tow like support trailers, like with extra ammo, fuel, maybe even a crew member, whatnot, some
Hey, Mr.
FPE,
Blobfish, nice to see you.
right? That you could also like put it down and it kind of like resupply like a cap point, but it'd be limited.
Yeah. Yeah, they could do something like that.
Yeah, because a vehicle that has a high rate of fire but low ammo, like the band cannon, runs out. Like, because one shot's not always going to kill them. It's going to do nothing. Because I've noticed people want to make the band cannon out to be a lot more powerful than it actually is.
Right.
Yes, it does have the 155 with a 3-second reload, but that HE, if you hit any kind of armor, it's not going to go through. Even shooting under people doesn't work half the time. It's just how HE functions in the game with shrapnel and whatnot. So
yeah,
that's.
I think they could maybe do something like that. Like the one that comes to mind is the Summer Vente 1953, where it only has 8 shells, but the idea would be that at least when it comes to warfare, what you would do is you would have like a kind of like an ammo truck either attached to it or close by, so it would set up in a stationary position, and then you would basically use it as a stationary gun and be able to reload it there and then. So you could maybe do something like that.
I think that would open a way to more like some interesting play styles. And possibly,
hey Foodsie, nice to see you.
If we want, like, it's kind of like an enduring confrontation map, which I'm thinking of.
Oh no.
Where they're like big maps where you have like big teams.
Why do we always have
fighting
to say
constantly?
That
I think kind of like a mode where, okay, this map is pretty big. You have tank warfare at long range. There's some cities, so you can have brawling. And once your lineup is done, you can go back to the hangar, go other battles, but there's constant battle going until the objectives are complete, and then it restarts.
How long do you envision like that type of battle going?
It depends on how long it takes to win. It's like a multi-stage. Like there are targets to bomb. Like players are fighting on the ground and in the air. Kind of like ground RB. But like an extended long-range map with close quarters, long-range shots. I think that kind of battle would last quite a while. But also, if your vehicles are knocked out, they have like a repair time. Like if you don't have backup, they have like a timer on them, which you can get them back as well if you don't want to leave it. I think that'd be kind of interesting to see. Like just a full-on battle.
Sure, why not?
Instead of a skirmish.
Let's just check this.
I know there'd be a few people, like quite a few people against it, but also for it.
I mean, I'm sure people would enjoy it a little bit, but for me, I think most people would just get bored and they'd quit after like 20 or 30 minutes. Because I played Naval EC and that's what people did. I also played RRB EC and they did the same thing. If they started to lose the battle, they just left. Or they had other stuff to do. But that's generally the issue of having these large scale things. Like once one side realizes that they're losing, they just leave and they end up with like 1 or 2 players on that team because they can get a win bonus somewhere else. So they just go take that.
Yeah, I can see that.
How would you fix that?
To stop that from happening, probably like have like a bigger map than we have now, but not as big. as like air maps, or they're like 50 plus kilometers big. Have it like 3 times the size of the normal map. But then you
Right.
have dynamic objectives to it. For example, you could have one team attacking, the other defending. But the defenders, they can have dug in positions that they can make their own and whatnot. But the attackers have like maybe a few more players because attacking is often harder than the defending.
Yeah.
I think a mode like that would, and then once they have that objective complete, they move on to the next one, and the defenders fall back to defend their next point once their lines get broken.
Yeah,
Then you could
sounds
have,
good in theory.
yeah, in theory, it's just how it will actually play out in practice.
Right. It's basically what you've described as how every FPS has done it since the dawn of time. Like Battlefield, Enlisted, Call of Duty does a similar game mode, and all of them rely on 2 simple things: infinite respawns and mobility. And War Thunder doesn't have either. So unless like those can be found somehow, which they could, maybe, then we've got a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Have you played stuff like that, like Gold Rush or Rush in Battlefield?
Not on really the FPS games. I played a similar mode.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, so could be like that.
Yeah, I found it quite fun.
Yeah.
Because it's longer. It is going to be longer than a normal battle, but it's not going to take a few hours to complete. It's maybe going to take maybe 30 minutes at most.
Fair enough.
Because you can have a timer on the attackers. Which once they cap that point, they get an extension.
It'd be interesting to see with coordination, but how would you put in that coordination, do you think? Would you want voice activation? What do you think? Because I don't know how an attacking team would. What's the word?
Assault.
Well, yeah, because I feel like you'd need coordinated stuff there, right?
Yeah, so because War Thunder already has a Squadron voice chat. They could extend it to the when you're playing in battle, it's just your team's voice chat.
Right.
Also, you could do, for example, that could be implemented for maybe squadrons fighting other squadrons as well.
Yeah, that's fine. They could do something like that. Proximity chat would be
That's just my idea of game mode that might be interesting. It's pretty rough.
No, I mean, I've heard different versions of the idea before, and they all sound interesting. But as I said, they have some weird fundamental issues with them, and I'm wondering if they can be fixed. And the War Thunder team seems to be okay at fixing stuff. Sometimes it's a little bit not great, but most of the time it's alright, so maybe they can come up with some solutions.
Yeah.
Is there anything else going on? Are you doing the new battle pass?
Yeah, I'm doing the new battle pass. The vehicles are actually, I will say, the Terran,
yeah.
Yeah, the Terran. It's not an overpowered vehicle at all. It's fast, has a World War I field cannon, and it's just fun to use.
Right.
But it dies really easily.
So you enjoy playing it?
Yeah, it's a fun vehicle. I think I did play the because I did get that rental for the Type 64.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I should play it a bit.
I think this is gonna. The Battle Pass vehicles are quite good this year. Well, not this. This Battle Pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely interesting play styles. Have you heard about all the ruckus about the Frogfoot coming into the game?
I've heard people making up a bunch of bullshit, yeah, based on a decal.
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's proof.
No, it's a YouTuber trying to get people to watch a YouTube video. So.
It's an epic troll.
And no, it's not. It's just a way of garnering attention. Unfortunately, it's just the standard thing to do nowadays on YouTube, which is very sad to see. But c'est la vie.
That's just one of the problems with YouTube. It's just clickbait.
There's a ton of decals in the game for vehicles that we don't have. I mean, literally, if people actually used their brains for 2 seconds, they would actually have a look at the other decals that were in the Battle Pass. One of them's for a bloody recon squadron. That doesn't mean we're going to get a bloody bunch of recon planes in the game.
Because all recon planes are... What would even be the point of recon planes in the game? It's... Well, because their main purpose was to do reconnaissance on enemy positions.
Generally, yeah. Why am I doing that?
Maybe, like, I can possibly see them, like, just flying over in Air RB, just kind of looking down, spotting people. But they're not going to be able to do much else besides that.
Yeah. And the thing is, eventually stuff like the SU-25 will make it into game. Stuff like the A-10 will make it into game. Like, we all know this, but I don't know. It's just, I don't know. As I said, it's part and parcel of the YouTube stuff now, and it's unfortunately annoying. But luckily, they give that feature, so you don't have to recommend channels. So I just turn them off, so I don't have a look at them. I just listen to music nowadays. That's pretty much all I do on YouTube.
Here.
Need to do it with my button.
I do have some thoughts on the economy changes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I think the overall, like, the changes for the RP and SL gains for losses and wins will actually help out quite a lot for players that just kind of, even though they're trying their best, their team is just falling apart. Because I've seen, like, players just jaying out, like, all throughout their entire lineup, just jaying out until they can't anymore, and they just leave. And it's generally low tier vehicles that they bring up to higher tier.
Well,
I
so
think
they don't have to pay repair costs? Or because they don't like a map and they just want to go on to the next one?
I'm not sure why they do it. It's just, I find it annoying because there's one less teammate you have.
Yeah, true.
Which can make or break a battle.
I can't do it, this bloody button. Oh, fuck it.
Because even if you're losing the initial battle, a team can still bring it back.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. I think it is a good change, though, with both. And then the repair costs, I have mixed feelings about. Because it's sacrifice, like, there's some vehicles that are, like, pretty low repair cost that are good to use if you need them. Like, they're good in specific situations, right? Or you just need, like, a cheap tank to use to help you, like, get an objective.
Yeah.
And that you know you're gonna die on, regardless of what you take, so it's just better to take that one and suffer less repair cost. But making the unified repair cost, what's that gonna do for like overall, like those like unique vehicles that many people don't really play because they are
Yeah, I have tons of
statistically
jets.
not as
I'll
good
do
as
it.
any other vehicle. Right? They're kind of bottom of the barrel picks for people,
Yeah.
but they have a lower repair cost because of that.
Mm-hmm.
I still want to see that variation in battle and not just be fighting constantly the same vehicle over and over again. Because then it's not really interesting. But at the same time, like there's like France and Sweden do suffer extremely high repair costs for vehicles that don't deserve it.
Yeah,
So
pretty much.
it's a mixed bag. But I am fine with whatever happens during the repair cost change.
What if it
Because
means you get lower rewards?
lower rewards, I can deal with that.
Fair enough. It'll just equal out to what you had before. And then you'll have to buy vehicles at the same price. So you actually lose out on SL.
Yeah, over time.
Yeah, which is why the repair costs are important, but what is way more important that people need to actually look at on stuff is the SL modifiers when it comes to the vehicles. Because those are the ones which actually really, like, repair costs are important if you die every match, right? Because you're always paying them. But at the same time, the what would you call it? Not the projection of a vehicle, but like the potential of a vehicle is through its rewards, not through its repair cost. The repair cost is more of a hindrance idea. So I hope at some point that when it comes to stuff like those conversations, we can have, we can talk about like all of them, and because it seems people very much focus on the repair costs because that's the negative side of it. But the modifiers can be the even bigger negative side of it, but for some reason they're less talked about, and I don't really know why.
Because people just don't care. First.
Maybe, or it's just a smaller number and harder to understand.
Yeah.
So it's a lot less flashy. There you go.
Have you noticed any issues with the servers recently?
Yeah, not really. They've been a lot better than they used to be.
Yeah. It's recently I've been having battles where it's just like, okay, you're taking off. 50% packet loss, smack you into the ground.
Well,
Thank you for your battle. Have a nice day. For the servers.
I had some of that stuff in January, but I haven't had it since, so I'm pretty happy with that.
That's good. So it's not a widespread issue, it's just the servers sometimes just screw over other people.
It might be, but for me personally, I just haven't had any issues. Hopefully it isn't too much of a big thing. It's never nice hearing about issues like that when it comes to the game.
Yeah, because when the servers are working and the game is actually pretty fun. People joke about it being almost fun because, yeah, it's designed to be frustrating. There's just rounds where you can't do anything. But at the same time, this game has its moments.
Oh, I agree. There's a reason why I played it for many years, and it's not because I find it frustrating, it's because I find it fun. So I feel people who have the mindset, who find it frustrating and get annoyed at it every day, should probably find better things to do in their life so they can actually enjoy themselves.
Yeah. There was a match where I got to watch 2 nuclear bombers have dogfight.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they decided in chat, whoever wins this dogfight gets to drop the nuke.
It's pretty awesome.
Because they both got it at the same time. It was a fun fight to watch. that kind of shows the community. Like, it's a pretty good community. It's just there's a lot of toxicity that gets thrown around most of the time.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, at least for me, I don't see too much of it. But I don't know. Maybe I'm in a different position to most, because I don't really look for it and I don't really focus on it. Alright, I think the time's pretty much up, but it has been a pleasure having you on, as always, Forrester.
It's a pleasure being on and get to talk about some things that are frustrating.
Oh, of course. Hopefully maybe one day we can talk about the positive stuff a bit more. Might be a little bit nice. We'll have a special week every year. We'll call it the optimistic week. How about that?
That works for me. Also, I've completely forgotten to do that, but I have to write it. I know on the forum, because I know there was someone I had to talk to, like specifically that they handled the Swedish stuff, because I have a picture of the IKV-91 floating without screens.
Blockhatch.
Blockhatch?
Blochaj. He will get your shit done, because, as I said, he cares about that stuff and not really much anything else. I think he's even on the tech hub, so probably message him.
I'll see if I can find him.
Yeah. Alright, brother. I'll talk to you later.
Alright. Thank you. Have a good one.
Will do. Alright, so it is time for Sergeant Firefly. Let's see what Sergeant Firefly wants to talk about today.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Hi. How's your Friday been? Well, have a Friday anyway.
It's been pretty good actually. Had a good day at work. Had a good workout. So, I'm doing a different diet, so I'm a little bit low energy. But I mean, you probably, it's not a huge thing. How are you? How's your Friday doing?
Good, I'd suppose. Just got school done with. Had like 7 tests in one day.
Jeez.
It's annoying.
7 tests. Where's are you guys like back in school, or are you still doing like the Zoom thing?
We're actually about to finish. Actually, we're just a week away, and then we'll got our first half term, and then we're back in a week later.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. So what do you want to chat about today? What's on your mind?
So definitely the new Battle Pass that's came out, because I've seen it, and all I can say is just it's great from what I can see. The M64, I got the test drive for it. You can't say it's better than the M18, but there are some factors of the M64 that give it the advantage against the M18. Right. How it's smaller, and I think it's fast. I'm not quite sure, but from what I can see, it's equal right now. Until it starts, like, more and more people get to level 51, that's when we'll get actual status of it's good or not. And the SU-8, which was very surprising for me, it's, in my words, more of a, like, it's a TU-1, but with just a lot more firepower. It's got four 45mm with 8 7.7s, and the loadouts are just massive. You can get, I think one of them is 10 RS-132s with 3 250 VSs, which is for 4.7 a big loadout. And in the test I've seen, it's fast. It's not like the F-105. If you have a full loadout, it kind of struggles to go off the airfield. But with the SU-8, it can build up speed quickly. What I've seen right now, but it might get changed. It'll probably get boosted to 5.3 with the TU2 because its loadouts are absurd and
yeah.
massive.
I was kind of surprised when its BR came out. I thought it would be around like 5.3, but we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to really test its flight performance because I don't know if anybody has access to it yet. Like I don't think CCs have been giving test drives or anything, so we'll have to see what goes on with it.
For like the next 2 days, some YouTubers are going to start requesting test drives for it because it's just all out absurdly powerful.
Probably, yeah.
Especially in RB, because when people get the get to level 75, lobbies are going to be hell because Russian mains are going to be equipping it. Sometimes they're probably going to bring it to up tier, maybe like 5-7, I don't know, and it's just going to destroy lobbies. Like the TU1 where it came out, I've seen many lobbies just get destroyed by them.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit odd, isn't it? Like whenever a new vehicle like that comes out, it's unfortunately what happens. But then it kind of calms down. Like the MiG-23 was the big one recently, right? Where that went on. Generally, when it comes to, I think the way that they're doing it this time with Battle Pass stuff, so CCs have been given three of the ones. They've been given the all of them apart from the SU8, and then when the SU8 is available to everybody, then they're going to give us test drives. I think that's how it's going to work. But I'm not incredibly sure. I think that's how it is.
Because usually what would happen... Oh no, you finished talking.
No, go ahead.
What usually happens is what we've had for the past 5 battle passes is that the tank would be the level 75.
Yes.
And it would usually be around 7.3, but this time it's swapped roles. So what's going to happen in the future is that we're going to be getting more planes or jets, maybe even jets, we don't know, for our battle pass.
Yeah, true, it could be.
And I think Italy's...
Nice to see you.
Because Italy got given level 15.
I'm doing alright, man.
The Turan 2...
Playing a stock vehicle, which is not very fun.
It's good. I have to admit, it's good, but for 2.3, it kind of suffers because... Well, 2 point actually, it kind of suffers. Because it's going to get up to 3.0, and then as soon as it gets to 3.0, it just gets destroyed. Because there's not really a 2.0 loadout you can have. So people are going to bring it to 2.3, and then there's going to be a massive argument about BR lowering. Because they're just going to keep dying, because they get from 2.3, you can get up to 2.7, and then the M4A3 is just going to wreck. And for Operation Winter, I think we discussed this last time, AGS wasn't as promising as I hoped it would, because I grinded a lot of it. I grinded all the way there, and then it wasn't as I hoped it would be, because we were all hoping to an M900 shell like the Striker has.
Yeah.
But instead we got given C76, which is still good, but M900's much better.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And for the MiG-23 for Germany, it's good. I haven't actually used it yet, but it's basically, there's no nothing special about it at all. It's just a full-on copy-paste, loadout and everything. They could have gone, at least they could have changed a version. They could have changed it to the MiG-23 MLF, which would just give it a better radar missile.
Do you think maybe they're planning on putting that in the tree?
Probably, I'd actually... But what I do want to see is definitely definitely for Germany, is to fill in the massive gap in rank 6 and 7. Because
For aviation.
half the tree just stops at rank 5.
You mean in aviation, right?
Yeah, in aviation, not in tanks. Tanks is packed.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to see more vehicles. The genuine issue that the Germans have, though, like just kind of looking at that time period, because that, you know, we're kind of in like, was it the 60s, 70s now? Germany didn't have too much stuff. They had a lot of Soviet vehicles on the eastern side of things. On the western side of things, you know, there's not too much stuff really. So it might be a little bit hard to fill it out, you know.
Yeah. But I think in the past we have had things like fighters moving throughout the tree. What you could shorten the tree, maybe for Germany, like the aviation, not grand, but you could spread it out. Like, for example, the CL-13A Mark 5s and Mark 6, they're stacked on top of each other. They could probably get spread out behind the G91, maybe. Who knows?
Crisp, shut the fuck up. Sorry, continue.
And the I don't know. You could have probably gonna guess probably like I don't. Well, maybe some of the ME262s and ME163s could also go in that line because it's just empty, and it really needs to get. We just need more vehicles in Germany.
There's kind of an interesting one actually that they could add, and it's how would I put it? There's like an ME262 night fighter version.
Oh yeah, I've seen
with
that.
The radar
It would be good, but then if it's got radar, then it's just gonna be probably just head to head versus the F3D1s because it's an absolute beast with 4 cannons. The ME261, but if you've got another plane, it's just gonna be like, you know, back in the past we had like F4s always going against MiG-23s or Harriers versus Yak 38s. And with event vehicles, there'll be that we all know there's going to be low tier players that might grind out or even buy their way, like the Operation Winter. And no, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I feel like guiding needs to spread more skills to low tier players because if someone were to a low tier like level 10 were to buy a Harrier GR1, they're just going to lose all their lines because they don't know how to play it.
True. Do you think they should have like more lower tier vehicles, or try and get people more into like lower tiers instead of going straight for the higher tier stuff?
I should probably, I think, would be like to get like more improved test drives. Like instead of you could have like a second of bar instead of having like you could put it in realistic, but you could add like a difficulty setting for AI. Like if you go to like the what do you call it? Dynamic campaign or historical campaign or single missions, you have to go against AI, and if you put it in realistic, it's actually quite a challenge.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they could do something like that.
It would be a great thing to practice with for low tier players to get good. And because I've seen many people get annoyed just seeing level 10s and Harriers.
Yeah.
And I've seen a very, very large amount of toxic people just literally in general bullying in a sort.
It's being aggressive, basically.
Yeah. What's your opinion with the Chinese New Year event? What's going on with the T62 and the return of the Xiang F5?
Well, I thought they were gonna bring back the Shenyang F5 as a GE premium. So not surprised to see it. I'm kind of surprised that they're only doing the T62 for a limited time, though. I thought they were gonna fully bring that one back. But the decoration, I think, is cool. The decal's pretty cool. I think overall it's a pretty nice little event that they've done. You know, I have really no qualms with it. Hey, Jeremy, it's nice to see you.
In the end, they can't bring every single vehicle back.
No.
Because from what I can see, the T62 is, apart from the M64, the T62 is the only rare tank that players were not able to get in the past year or two. So, yeah, it's a good for the return, but it would be nice if it was permanent, like the Xiang F5.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You could... Because I feel like they're going to be... There's always that one player that gets, like, let's say, for example, if you were to buy the ZTZ59 with the WMA 301 with the T62 and T69, that's like $160 or whatever pounds down the drain. And China, right now, it's ZT99. I don't see what's wrong with it. Like, I see players like not grind it. Even though it's slightly good. I know it's lower plate. It's not the best, but its turret you can't go through. 700mm nearer. You're not gonna go through that unless you get a lucky shot, but...
I feel like a lot of people just shoot it in the breach, and that's the problem, right? Like those.
The breach is only 40 to 310mm, which is not the best.
People
but
just go through it.
If you're going against things like the Warrior, because many people bring that to up tier, and probably the BMD, because they run out of 80 GMs before they can really get to an actual point. Well, you might be safe, but basically any other vehicle at that BR is going to go straight through that breach.
Yeah, pretty much, and that's the problem, right? Like the cheek armor is really nice and everything, but nobody shoots there. So, unless somebody screws up a shot, which they can do, then people just shoot you in the breach. But the main issue, I think, with the ZTZ99 is there's a few issues around it, but the main one is its mobility isn't the best at top tier, and its reload isn't the best, and it doesn't really have anything that makes it that stands out for it, right? Like it's just a lot of very average stats on it, unfortunately.
Yeah. For Israel, because we are definitely expecting a ground tree, I'm puzzled with what could they actually put in the tree for the top tier.
Macavers, basically, and then missile launchers, and then they actually do have some pretty cool AAs. But yeah, it's mainly going to be Macavers. Similar to the ones you see in the other tree, the American tree.
If you had so many Macavers, there would basically be no point of grinding the tree, because it's just going to be Macaver from this. There's no, what's the word? Variety. What, can't pronounce it.
Variety. Yeah, there isn't too much. Yeah, there should be some interesting light vehicles, hopefully. But yeah, variety is not going to be Israel's strong point. One of the other issues it's probably going to have is just a lot of vehicles which are just super similar to each other. So you'll be able to form pretty decent lineups at certain BRs, but most BRs will be very, very similar. Is probably the best way of putting it. So I don't think they'll be very fun. I might be wrong though. Like maybe people enjoy it.
I've also noticed with the Warbond shop, it's that not changed. Well, as we know, the rewards and stuff have changed, but I've noticed that if you go 2 seasons back, there was a battle trophy thing which would contain rare vehicles.
Yeah.
And they don't have the crates that actually give you the rare vehicle. You have to get, like, for example, two DB7 coupons for the XF5F. But the problem is you can't get those coupons if you don't have the actual Battle Trophy chest from the Warbond shop.
Yeah.
Which they're no longer doing, so the Battle Trophy shop's basically useless now, because there are actually some, in my opinion, some good vehicles in the Battle Trophies. Like the, you could say the Lag 34, which is decently good. And the HE51B2, which is the Hydra version of the... And the LBTA ZIS, which is pretty good for having 2.3. The fact that it's got a 57mm 2.3, which is not bad. And the fact it's on an LBT, which is decent.
Yeah, I'm sad that they removed those boxes. I hope they rotate them in again at some point. And also, they have the bushes on rotation as well now, which kind of sucks. Like, I'd much prefer if they just had all of the options in at once instead of doing this rotation stuff. But it just seems to be the way that they're doing it. Like the Battle Trophy boxes, I think there's like 4 different ones now. And we haven't seen the Battle Trophy 1 box in 2, 3, 4 years, something like that. And they're crazy high expense-wise.
Last time I saw the Battle Trophy box in the Warbond shop was probably maybe even 4 months ago in September. Was the last time I saw it, and then it disappeared when Rain and Rivers started. But only time could tell when we get them back, because the next time that's happening is in 88 days, and I don't want to wait 88 days.
Yeah, it's 3 months.
Especially the fact that there are some decent vehicles in this Warbond shop right now, but most people wouldn't really want them. For example, the VS8. I know there are some people that do grind naval, and yeah, I appreciate them. That they might want it, but the majority of War Thunder does not play naval. And if you go through many, many streams, you'll see people playing either air or ground.
Yeah.
And what this would be kind of cool, is there would be like a vote. You can vote like what would be in the next Warbond shop.
Maybe a community
Which would be
vote.
probably kind of cool, because then it would give the community more of a chance to actually, let's say, like, for example, a rare decal that was one a person wanted, or about the battle box, or battle trophy, sorry, that everyone wants.
That'd be an interesting idea, actually.
And I'm not trying to get too political here, as we know, there's tensions rising in Ukraine and Russia.
Oh, yeah.
what I fear is going to happen is we're going to go back to 2014 where Russians and Ukrainians were friendly firing each other, and then it just went all out in War Thunder. People
in
would,
War Thunder? I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
But
In
it's a lot
2014
harder to do. It's a lot harder to do nowadays, isn't it? So
yeah.
I wouldn't worry too much about that. The issue even back then was a bit overblown compared to what actually happened. But yeah, it's I think if we're at that point, right, and there's more stuff going on a global scale, and there is stuff kicking off, I think our minds will be set to other things than War Thunder, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we'll see. You never know. Hey, Abby, nice to see you.
And the fun thing is, I found, just in the last week or two,
Yeah.
the funniest thing happened.
Oh, yeah?
Where ATGMs have been going through helicopters. Because, like, I've got the Marder 1. I've been trying to, bring it to 8.0. And, you know, there's AT1s that go close range. And, of course, everyone's going to be using ATGMs to get them down quick.
Yeah.
What I've been finding is that they keep going, the ATGMs go through and not actually kill the helicopter. It just says, I don't know, just target on damage or just go straight through. And there's nothing to them, as if they were invisible. And I think what I found very funny, I think it was yesterday, I brought the M22 Locust to 11.0.
Yeah.
And I bounced a T-80 shell. I don't know how,
well done.
but it happened.
Yeah.
The shell has 580 millimeters of pen versus
like 20 millimeters of armor or something.
Yeah, basically 25 millimeters. Not even that, even probably just 25 millimeters. It's surprising how the smallest and weakest of vehicles can bounce or even just donk or tank the most powerful of shells.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Like certain rounds just completely, like at certain angles, no matter what round it is, it'll just ricochet. And they always look funny when they do.
I've also found that it is easier than I thought to kill T-72s with the M22 Locust.
Or you just go around them, right? Shoot them in the side.
I found it, I was playing the other day and it was just too easy. Somehow, because their gun depression, if you get to the side of them, they don't, or even behind maybe, they don't have a chance of hitting you because you're that small.
Yeah.
Which is really an advantage, I could say, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
Just
I mean, you don't die.
Seeing an M22 at 11.0 getting a BR raise above the M1 Abrams A2.
I doubt it. But
The new
know.
US top tier, everybody.
I've seen a lot of people who like to take it upwards. I've never really understood it. Because at least for me, it's like, you know, it's like putting yourself at a disadvantage. But people seem to enjoy it quite a lot.
Yeah. The final thing I could say today is probably with, what was I about to say? Italy. Because I think, from what I see right now, they could, I'm not sure, I'll have to do my research, but I think I can get something probably above the F-84 or G91 RS, because the last time the Italy aviation was updated, I think it was with the F-104G.
Yes.
But then again, probably it's good for having AMOGs at 10.3. and being a supersonic pencil, it's good, but it's basically all it is an F-104S, but it doesn't have the gun pod as an attachment or a secondary weapon even.
Yeah, it's very similar to it. But I'm pretty sure soon Italy will get some new vehicles around those.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah.
Definitely. And with France, the Mirage 4E,
Especially
I think it's 3 or
nice
3, got put down to 10-3, which really shows that France is just suffering right now. Their top tier, the Lyric, that was a great advantage for France in the new update, which is great. Yeah. With Japan, their tank top tier, the T10, is now one of the best top tiers to get, with 600mm of pen and an autoloader with 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And I don't find many of them for some reason. You'll find 1 or 2 of them in a match, and then they're just all gone.
It's because not many people play Japan, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But they are really good.
So I'm going to head out now, and goodbye and have a great Friday.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for coming up, man. Alright, that was...
Goodbye.
See ya. Have a good time. Have a good evening. Alright. So before we get on, thank you for the subscription, Yemleo. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And a word just before we go on. There's a bunch of you who are acting like cocks right now. The fact that people are willing to come on and have the confidence to come on, no matter who they are, to be able to actually come onto the stream and chat about their ideas, no matter what they are. If you want to discuss the ideas, go ahead. But could you not fucking discuss the individuals? No matter what they sound like, no matter who they are, I'm massively fucking disappointed in a bunch of you guys. It's fucking it's disrespectful and it's disgraceful. Fucking sort yourselves out. You're better than that. Alright. Let's get Spy Jesus on. Let's see.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Well, that's good. What do you want to chat about today? What's on your mind?
So, I have multiple different topics. So, first of all is with dynamic gameplay, how different features could probably be implemented to change gameplay a bit.
Okay.
So you know how, so some tanks, like the BMP-1, how they have the rocket launcher, but they're controlled the main gun turret. I don't know how hard it'd be for those kind of implementations, but sometimes I wonder, how about the command gunner pulls up at the hatch, disables the main gun, but you could control the turret, like the gun on the missile launcher.
Alright, so explain that again. So the BMP-1, right?
So yeah. So the gunner
right.
out the hatch, and you can use the main gun. It would expose the gunner to guns like machine guns, but it would also disable the main turret. Does that make sense? Not sure about other things like the Martyr 1 or the Bradley, but yeah.
So basically, it would make it more realistic, right? To how it would be used. Okay. So you'd want to put that in the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
With other things, like I don't know if that could be also implemented with like top machine guns as well. It'd be interesting, but it also not. It'd make some people very happy. I know that.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Like, there's some other vehicles as well, like the Ontos, right? Like the M50 Ontos, where it's got the 4 or the 6 recoilless rifles on it. Like
recoilless rifles, yeah.
Yeah, technically, in order to use them, you'd have to be outside, right? Or at least reload them. So, so you'd need a guy running around them to to aim them, shoot them, and reload them.
Yeah.
Might be a bit crazy.
Another thing is, so the repair costs, I know the changes. So some of them I don't agree with, but the TU4 as a Russian main, I'm happy with that. But why not decrease the B29 as well?
Yeah, it's interesting to see, right? And are they the same rank?
No, TU4 is 8-0, and the B29 is like
6-3 or whatever. But yeah, what I meant is, are they the same rank? As in, are they both like rank 5s?
Both rank 4.
Okay, right. So that might have something to do with it, but I don't know. But yeah, it was kind of weird seeing the B29 not reduced.
Yeah.
Compared to the TU4.
I noticed one person also mentioned this, but with German cat. I mean, their tanks are loaded, but the cat is 0.
Yeah, it's not great right now. But the problem is the options they actually have realistically is also not very good. You know, and that's the problem that we knew was going to happen as we went further and further modern. But hopefully, maybe not this year, but in the next few years, they'll get a bunch of options, especially at top tier, that they'll be able to use.
They definitely still have like good options, like the 50mm 262 and like the Dorados.
Yeah.
And some of the jet fighters have bombs if you can, use those.
But I mean, as you said, there's like a few options they could get, but I wonder if that's why they gave them like some crazy AA stuff in ground, so they can be a little bit more useful like that. Maybe that was like the idea behind that. What do you like the new ranked? Going back to the repair thing.
The repair thing.
Yeah, which side of the fence do you sit on then? Do you like the vehicle stat stuff, or do you like the rank stuff?
I would probably stick with the my brain just. I would stick with the old one with the battle efficiency because I like top tier quite a bit. I don't want to have 11k repair per vehicle.
Yeah.
Depends on how they do it. I mean, it could work, but at the same time,
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think most people are kind of sat there just, like looking at the stats. I see a lot of people talking about like specific vehicles, not the overall system. I'm wondering if at some point it would be nice. It would be really nice to get like a dev on one of those Q&A things, or maybe even on like Oxy's streams that he does on Mondays, and then just like have him go through like the pros and cons and what he sees it and see all that stuff.
So I know one person with the repairs is how like a lot of top tier nations are very high, except for like Russia. But as one of my friends once said, it's not your money, it's our money.
Yeah.
Anyways, so coming like that lower, not lower rank, super underranked vehicles like the PT-76E or in games PT-7657 or the terms as well. So it being 7 free is just kind of odd, considering it's like a 2006 vehicle fighting World War II.
You think it should be high?
Yeah, my opinion on how they should handle it is just give it gen free thermals and yoink it to like 11 free or 11-0.
You put it 11-0,
but give it gen free thermals at the same time.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean, what's your opinion on how that would work?
I mean, the problem with the vehicle is because of the mechanism of how the gun works. It's going to be viable at pretty much any BR it's at.
Yeah.
It just the major thing that's going to change is a change in playstyle, not exactly a change in, usefulness of the vehicle. Obviously, the higher you put it, the worse it's going to be. but generally what you're looking at from the vehicle is one which is always going to be useful, and it's not going to find a place until it hits like 9.0 or something, because all along 8.0, if it ever gets up there, there's a lot of vehicles with not a lot of armor. So what that ends up meaning is that it's going to be a pain for people to play against.
I mean, I was using it at 9 free, and it got up tier to 10 free, and I was able to kill Abrams quite easily. Mainly because I'm able to get their barrel quite quickly, and I remember one I just able to get the turret ammo. It's kind of crippled until I was able to sneak up and kill it. But because of its gun 57, it's very iffy. Because the fuse sensitivity is super low, at the same time, lowering it could be the same as down tiering it, but a lot of people have different opinions on it.
Down tiering it?
Down tiering it because it faces more armor could also work, because I think it has a fuse delay of 1.2 meters and 9 millimeter fuse sensitivity.
Right.
So
I mean, maybe, but I don't think so.
Because they put in World War II Sim 1945, because why not?
The things that'll fix stuff like the PT is when most of the stuff it faces has stabilizers, so it can't just run around being fully stabilized and just killing things before they can shoot back. It's the same. It's the same thing that happened with the British stuff, like the Carnarvons, the Centurions, and so on, which were at 6.7. They finally found a BR where the vast majority of stuff they faced had stabilizers, so it actually made more sense to, they actually weren't just caning people by going around corners and shooting them, and people not doing anything.
Yeah. Another thing is the terms. It's Gen 2 thermals, but it's 9.7. This is very mixed, but a lot of people say it's not as overpowered as people make it out to be, apparently. I don't know how I feel about that, but yeah.
Well, the terms as Gen 2 thermals at 9.7, the Type 16 as Gen 3 thermals at 9.0.
It's whenever I fight with the AGS, it's just the ERA that messes me up, even with solid shot.
Yeah, it's the Terms is a very good vehicle, and I feel like if it was a tech tree vehicle, I think it would have gone up in BR. Just like how I think stuff like the L44 Leopard would have gone up in BR. Same with the XM1. But unfortunately, we don't live in that world. I wish we did sometimes.
Yeah, because especially with BRs on event vehicles, like the MiG-23, because of how often it's getting smacked around, it could go lower BR and somehow go 10 free, maybe.
I mean, it has happened, but I don't think so. I think they've learnt from that F4F early stuff. Or at least I hope so. Hey, Pepitol, nice to see you.
Won't.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We're probably due for another set of BR changes, actually.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what the next BR changes would be.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting the economy changes now, and normally after the economy changes, then we get the changes pretty soon. So probably in like a week or so we'll get them.
Yeah. So I know if so the next update is usually when they add BRs, right?
When they do what, sorry?
When they update the games, when they add the new BRs,
right? There's not really a structured way. Do you mean like modify BRs, or do you mean like extend like BRs?
Like when they modify it. I forget if they did or not.
Like, when was the last time they did it? Or just like in general?
So if the next... Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna stop trying to go with that.
That's
so
all
if the
good.
next... I'll just jump to...
the BR changes are normally different to major update changes. So they do them at different times.
So yeah. Okay, that's good to know. So if the next update, I'm assuming they're going to be adding 4th
I
generation.
could burp it all, but I'm not
considering
going
that
to.
form post. They're talking about 4th generation jets, I remember.
There was a forum post about 4th gen jets?
Like, talk about if they want to see them in game or not. I forget.
Oh, right.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. And yeah, as I'll bring up many times, the J7E was produced in the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on who, like, as we've talked about many times, there are very different standards of what people actually have for what a generation of jet is. So you know, it's a little bit unfortunate, really.
Mm-hmm. Like, if they were to add more jets like that, they would probably need to do... I actually like the EC maps because, you know, prevents furballing. So, like, with faster jets, or hopefully we'll see more bigger maps like that. Like, they'll probably move more EC maps over to realistic.
Oh, I'm sure we will. Like, it's just a matter of time. This seems to be the way that they're going with that stuff, so I don't see why it would change. Unfortunately, it's just gonna make the gap between haves and have-nots even worse. But it seems like nobody seems to care about that, apart from me, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, people who don't play jet tier enough probably don't exactly see it, but the small maps... I mean, for how the big maps work, they should not show up with, like, around 8-0. They should show up around, like, 10-0, 9-3.
You think? Yeah. Yeah,
because I don't want to be in a Saber and just having to fly for 10 minutes just to get missiled by, like, a Sea Vixen.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, for me, I think they should be just limited to the highest tier and nothing else.
Mm-hmm. I noticed recently they also buffed the SPAA. So I've been seeing like 6 to 5 players die around to just AI SPAA for convoys.
Yeah, they changed it recently, didn't they? In the change logs. But we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see how they are. I mean, so far today, playing the Spitfire and the P-39, I've already been clipped twice by AA, so seems like it's still quite aggressive, even if you're at altitude.
It's still funny because I thought the change log was about. I thought they were changing the BRs they work at, not for sim, but not that how they functioned. Because in sim, I've been seeing Shilkas and Gepards in World War II sim while flying the PE-8.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't actually think the convoy AA is the huge issue because that can be changed, but the one which is prevalent and has been for a very long time is just the random mid-map AA, like the 88mm and stuff that just sit around the maps. They seem to do way more damage than anything else that's going around.
Especially at like reserve BR, the AA is just like aimbot.
Yeah, exactly, and you can't get away from it either because you're not fast enough.
Yeah.
Like the AI is more deadly than the players at that point.
Yeah, it's like not a great impression if you want new players to stick around. Especially like imagine like joining War Thunder, then like for the first 5 games you just die to AA.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, there's like I only have like one more topic, but that's with cockpit placeholders.
Oh yeah.
So I like to fly bombers in sim quite a bit because it's fun, and like I think all the bombers except for like a few have cockpit placeholders. especially even with helicopters too. I've noticed.
Well, would you like them to have proper ones?
Yeah, the proper stuff would be cool. Because I noticed not all the dials even work in the placeholders.
Yeah, they said they were actually asked this a number of years ago. This was before they added cockpit placeholders to all of the planes. But basically, the general thing was, when it came to them, was for them the amount of let's call it the amount of time. Oh, well, not that. The amount of resources. There we go. To put into building a bomber cockpit compared to building like a full plane is basically the same. So for them, it wasn't seen as viable at the time because of that stuff. And what they've actually done, and recently they added a, what do you call it? They added the HE-111 cockpits, or some of them. And it was because they were made by a user. So the idea was that they would, if community people made the cockpits, then they would put them in the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so the best way to get these things done is actually, through the community stuff. So,
that kind of makes War Thunder feel like a TF2 community in sorts of a way.
Well, there's a bunch of vehicles in the game that are made by independent people for the game.
Yeah,
and then
I
there's
think the MLD is by Gentle Spy, I think how you pronounce their name.
Maybe, I don't know. I know a few's made by Nova, who made a bunch of stuff. And yeah, it's so through that program, if people actually want stuff like bomber cockpits and things in the game, like Gaijin are willing to pay for it, like they're willing to pay for the man hours and stuff. But it's the classic. Well, you build the foundation, and we'll help you on with it. It's the same idea.
I mean, I would be someone who would be willing to do that.
Well,
I would have to go figure out how to do that, but I would be willing to.
Oh, there you go. You could make some money on the side. Won't be a bad idea.
Yep.
God,
I have nothing else to talk about, so hope you have a good Friday, I guess.
I will do. Hopefully you have a good one too.
Alright. Have a good day.
See you later.
See ya.
Hey, Touch That Donkey, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing alright. Alright, let's get on Vario and have a chat and see what topics are for today. Hopefully this goes a bit better for the French stuff. Hey Vario, how you doing? How's life?
I'm doing fine.
That's
Talking about French stuff, last time you asked me if why I thought Gaijin hated France with things around the Mirage. Yeah. And with Israel, we found out they don't hate France, they just hate the Mirage.
They hated it so much they put it down in beer.
No, it's for the Israeli one. They gave it like the one that was supposed to have a ballistic computer got a normal radar instead. So the one with all the bombs can't use like they're blindly aimed dumb bombs only. So.
Oh, you mean the Mirage 5 thing?
Yeah, but the Israeli one.
Have they? Has it been bug reported?
Yes. That's the. I don't know if it's gonna be changed or if it's one of the things where they decided to do it that way.
I highly doubt it. If there's evidence of it actually having those things, I'm sure they'll put it in.
The other thing was the F-105. Like when it came out, I did a bit of like a quick search on it, and so everything I found about it said it had like a PFSDS and a laser rangefinder.
Yeah.
And night vision, but obviously none of this is in the game. However,
have you bug reported it?
No. However, the thing I should better report is that with the DF-105, I think it was planned for it to have a laser rangefinder in the game, because when you set your range with your mouse wheel and then you range find, it brings you back to 0.
That's fair.
I
mean, the ammunition stuff, like, ammunition is just a balance thing in game, as we talked about, so that bit doesn't matter. But the laser rangefinder thing, yeah, I'd bug report that one.
I'd say laser rangefinder is more important than ammunition, since there is the new like automatic range finding with laser rangefinder.
Yeah, but also, like as I said, the ammunition's a balancing mechanic that they use. Otherwise you'd have stuff like the M60 running around with M900.
Yeah. Because there's I don't know if there are other tanks that could get laser rangefinders but don't. But the thing is, if it gets a laser rangefinder or anything else, it would like go up in BR. And if it was meant to be like a 7.3 add-on.
I mean, there's stuff at lower BR than it with laser rangefinders. Do you think it would? Change its BR if it got one?
Well, especially since the hit is not particularly high velocity, that could really be devastating. Like because you have like a 5-second reload, you're very fast, so you could go on the edge of the map and just laser range find and boom, 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 and half their team is dead. I mean that wouldn't be PT76 like, because there's not a lot of post-pen effect, but that would like a single tank could really destroy an entire team. So it would have to go up in BR. Don't you think like laser rangefinder is very important?
Yeah, it is on some maps, definitely. Yeah, it's more map specific, and at least, obviously, I can only speak from my own experience. There's two things. So for me, like I know most ranges in the map now, like from one place to another. And then with the map change, and then also with the change, so they have like the distances above the cap zones, so I can kind of work out what the range is without the rangefinder. But for a lot of other people, I understand they can't. So, it's obviously important for them.
Yeah, for me, but like there are also maps like Maginot, where it's kind of just like hills and plains, and it's like I know some of the ranges, and I can help myself with the kind of triangulate myself with the cap zones.
Yeah.
But like it's still something really handy to have, because if you just click, well, I've put my rangefinder on E, but if I just click E and then click mouse 1 and it's an insta kill, it's a lot easier to say that okay, so the cap point is like 1 kilometer away from me, and I think he's like a little bit further, so I'll go with 1-2 and see if I hit. And then it's just like the bottom of the track, so you readjust. I think it's being sure to like I'd say I'm like part of the better players, but like laser rangefinder for me really is the thing where the first shot is gonna hit, whereas I can like my first shot is almost gonna be always very close, but it's not gonna be a confirmed hit every time.
Yeah.
I think there's also a lot of strength behind your first shot being something that hit, because even if it's not something important you kill, it's more it's always that much harder for them to readjust, because even if you kill just the truck or the driver, then they can't help traverse to get on you faster, and there's a little bit more panic and stuff like that.
Yeah. Thank you for the raid, Laura.
Yeah,
that's very
I think that's really important.
We're doing the Fireside chat today.
So you're also talking about new planes coming in, and we're gonna end up having the A10. But I'm here to ask the real question: when are we getting drones?
Drones? That would be weird, wouldn't it? One day though. Be interesting to see how they work. I mean, we basically kind of have drones already, right? Because humans aren't involved in the vehicles. So, well, you know.
Yeah. No more pilot snipe. Oh,
yeah, exactly.
There would be like a computer in the middle, so
yeah. Hopefully, I had a good
stream. If you hit the computer, you get a computer snipe.
I had a really good time yesterday. We should definitely do it again.
Yeah, because they have no guns whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's just bombs and rockets or AGMs. Yeah, talking of new vehicles, YouTube suggested me a video from like Tank Encyclopedia, and it was the 2CV with a 75mm recoilless gun on it.
Oh yeah.
And there was one with the MG151, and I think it would make like a fine maybe event stuff. Like a 75mm recoilless for the event, and the MG1511 for like SPAA.
We're just doing the Fireside chat, so
I think that would be like a nice today. 2 tanks.
Yeah, I think so.
But calling them tanks is it's a bit. When you have 20 horsepower per ton with a 16 horsepower engine, is it really a tank?
Not really, no.
It's yeah, it could be a bit closer to technicals, but I think that would be a fun thing. Because yeah, the one with the 75 recoilless, I'm not sure exactly how strong it is. I don't think we have it in game yet. But apparently it could fire HESH, HEAT, and HE. So I think it would be a funny low tier thing.
Yeah, I think it could work. Like, and there's a bunch of vehicles like it that could easily spread around the different nations, you know. And
it's not like it would be. I think it's not like anyone would have problem killing it, because it's like a 2-man crew with like 5mm of plastic as armor. So
yeah, exactly.
So no one will be saying it's hard to kill, or anything like that. Talking about things that are easy to kill, I got my first nuke in the little AML-90.
Oh, well done.
I didn't think it would be this tank, because anyone that looks at you can 50 cal you, so it was a surprise.
Yeah.
The thing with nukes is I have a lot of games where I'm just like past like 2,200 points, but then like, well, no, I don't find anyone for the rest of the game, or I'm at 200, I'm at 2,000 points, and I don't want it to be like a situation when there's no one left, so I push a bit too hard and I die. I have so many games that are on the edge of getting a nuke, but like the game is over by then.
Have a good
I think that's the main thing. I think I could like have gotten one earlier if games in general were lasting longer.
Yeah, probably. Especially at higher tiers. It seems like, at least for me, you know, I end up getting 4 or 5 or 6 kills and end up being around 2,000 or something. But the main issue is there's never, like, the enemy just runs out of spawns basically.
Yeah, well, my ML game, like, I wasn't like, it was 11 kills, 6 assists for me to get the number of points for it. I think the assist counts for almost nothing, so it's mainly the 11 kills that gave me the points.
Yeah. Probably. It's good you did it though. Got it done.
Yeah, I'm happy. But is there even a Steam success for it?
No, I don't think so.
Like, that's one of the hardest thing I did, and I don't get even success on achievement on Steam for that. Also, there was the economy changes,
Mm-hmm.
and at first I was thinking about it, and then I just realized I didn't care because I've got like 20 million silver iron, and that's just what it is.
Yeah.
I heard some people were talking about it being used to like help swap nation or do another nation.
Yeah.
But for me, the reason why I don't play as many other nations as what I would like is because of the task. Because if I have a task to kill stuff in an SPG, well, I can play my Japan tech tree because like right now I'm grinding at 4-7 and there are only like medium tanks. And so if I'm not gonna grind that, I might as well do it like in a lineup where I know I can do it fast. And so a lot of the things I do, I try to do it with task at the same time. And if I can't do it, and if the task says I can't play this lineup, then well, I'm not gonna play that lineup. How do you do with it? Because you're always grinding and doing task at the same time.
Normally, I get my tasks done first, if they don't line up with whatever I'm grinding, and then I go to whichever it is. So, like with the SPG one, for example, I'll just play like what is it, that lineup from Italy, or the German one at rank 3.
Germany has 4-3.
Yeah, 4-0, 4-3, that area. So I'll try and do it as efficiently as possible, and then go and then go play the thing that I want to play, right? That's just generally what I do.
Yeah. Well, I also end up doing something a bit similar, but there are also for the battle task, you end up having to do a bunch of special tasks, and they last a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them are like getting 125 critical hits. And I hate this one because sometimes you get a kill and it doesn't even count as a critical hit. Because it was a kill hit or something like that.
Seems a bit weird.
For the game has often now been over like 100k players in active players showing.
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
And I've been wondering still if we're gonna end up having a thing where, yeah, right now it's like 80,000 players. And yeah, I think if it's fine to have a like 1 BR spread when there's like 50,000 players or less, maybe once we reach like 75,000, they could try to reduce the spread to like 0.7.
If they're equally distributed, I don't see why not.
And because now I think like people would, there wouldn't be as much talk about decompression and stuff like that if there's just a tighter BR spread. And when there's like 80,000 players up, like the queue times are pretty good anyway. Like I never like the one you just had. You just click you click join and you instantly joined.
Yeah.
So I think we're at the game is often at a point where there's enough player for shorter BR spreads.
At peak hours, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it could be something that just ticks at peak hours, and then when there's not enough players, you go back at 1.0 BR spread. But if you're at peak hours, you have a shorter spread. Like, I don't think anyone would complain. And because the queues are so short anyway, because what Gaijin says is the thing against decompression is queue time. And yes, that's like...
And other things too.
Mostly queue times, no?
Well, also a variety of vehicles, they brought that up. And general balance as well of certain vehicles.
Like stuff like the mouse? I don't know.
Well, not just that, just everything. Like, if you, let's say, so 11.0 to 10.0, right?
Yeah.
So, or 11.3, sorry. So the top BR bracket's 11.3 to 10.3. If that changes to 0.7, then it's 11.3 to 10.7. And now a ton of people start playing 10.3s, and then it finds out that there's a bunch of busted vehicles at 10.3s because they're not getting up tiered into 11.3s anymore, so now you've got to move them. So if you move them up to 10.7, then maybe they'll just get shit on again because they just face 11.3s and now they're unbalanced. But there's no place where you can put them where they are balanced.
Isn't it always gonna be like kind of weird with those things or planes that are like just under the meta BR? Because
it might, that's just an example of top tier, right? But that could be at any tier that happens.
Yeah, I see it a bit like at 10.3 when I play the Mirage, where I just get destroyed if it's an 11.0 game, but if it's like a 9.3, 10.3 game, like it's pretty much a hunt for kills. So
yeah,
I think that's a part that's a bit hard to balance anyway. But for lower BRs, I don't know, I never find a BR or lineup that is really meta.
4-3 Germans, 4-3 Soviets, 1-3 Germans, 3-7 British, 4 Americans.
Are those like lineups that are just good or that get good BRs? Because
what's the difference?
Well, because when I play 4-3 Russia, I get a lot of 5-0 Germany or 5-3 Germany facing.
Yeah.
My KV1 versus a Tiger isn't really strong. And when I play, the thing is, when I play another 4-3 like Germany, where I should face Russia, I do well. And the thing is, at those BRs or at those lower tiers, I do well pretty much whatever nation I'm in.
Yeah.
So for me, it's just more that the players there are not as good. And and as long as my tank doesn't have like some huge flaws, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, maybe. But we had this discussion like a month ago.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
And you're not an average player. And you never will be. So the things that you don't find issues, other people will.
Probably.
And they'll struggle with.
Were there any news about the helicopter PvE?
No, I don't think so.
So I'm gonna describe the perfect one in my head, and when they do exactly what I said, I'm gonna say, "Ha, I called it." So the perfect one in my head is it's like an aerialistic map where there's the ground unit fighting each other, but the side the helicopter spawns on is weaker, and there are more waves of enemies.
Right.
And like there, you'd have to go from part to parts of the map, because like the assault wouldn't always come from the same place. And I think that could be something that's not like too hard to do for them. And still like offers a place to level. Because I'm looking at my next French helicopter, which is the Gazelle with the 20 millimeters and the 2 missiles.
Yeah.
And it's 390,000 research points to get it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those things are pretty rough.
And I'm like, that's the research cost of a 11.0 tank for a 9.3 helicopter that has 2 missiles. Like, I'm not really impressed with the time invested and quality of the vehicle you get. And also, it's so hard to get research in helicopter because in helicopter and during confrontation, there's just KA-50. So if you're not a KA-50, like, just give up.
Yeah.
And in ground realistic, most of the time you're gonna you have to play tank anyway to get like a loadout that can do something. And so because you spend a lot of time being in a tank, the time you spend comparatively in a helicopter is not that much. And because a lot of the research you gain is just being alive, you end up getting very little research point for helicopter.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I think it's fair to say helicopter grinding's in a really terrible place right now.
Yeah. And sometimes I see no, I don't think I ever see like a helicopter that isn't either Russian or a premium. Because
yeah, you probably won't.
Because if you have the K50, you can grind the entire Russian helicopter tech tree pretty fast, I imagine, since you can kill everything in during confrontation, and then you can just take a particular helicopter and level it up. But if you have like another tech tree, it's gonna take like forever. Since
Afternoon, Basalt. Nice to see you.
since EC is you're just gonna be cannon fodder for the K50s. So
yeah. Do you mean like what do you think they could do? Or
well, the PV I described was like if it's just a simple thing like that, I think that would be nice. But also, like a 9.3 helicopter doesn't need to be 390,000 research points.
Yeah, I think I mean that's one of the ways they could do it. Just like drop all the non-meta stuff, right? Like they could do that stuff. I mean the thing that hasn't been discussed about this glorious PvE mode is how do people know that like people aren't just gonna spawn in K50s and that and just kill everything, and you won't be able to grind anyway.
Oh, you mean if they steal all the kills?
Well, not that.
Or
yeah, they will, and not just them, but also, also Apaches and all those other really crazy high-tier stuff. They're just gonna nick everything. So how are you gonna grind anyway?
Well, if you make it in.
Make sure to get your predictions in, guys.
So the amount of players ready to play helicopter, I think, is high enough because every time, pretty much, I try to go in Heli EC, the first server I try is completely full, and I need to wait for another one to open. And maybe my PV idea could be something where there's like 5 or 6 helicopters only. And if you just have a small team like this, you could kind of get more it's like a smaller beer spread. Because like from 8.0 to 9.0 you can do the same stuff, so you'd have to get easier AI. So yeah, you'd get like 8.0 to 9.0 with the easiest, 8.0 to 9.0. No, then 9.0 to 10.0, and then 10.0 to 11. And if you split it in 3, I think you could get like a spot for everyone.
I mean, the main problem with that, right? I mean, they've already said why they don't do that is because the popularity isn't there for it. But also at the same time, you still have the same issue as you would before. It's just slightly mitigated, but it's still the same issue. So instead of K50s killing you, you just have something which is slightly weaker killing you instead.
Yeah, but I think like
yeah, it's Fancy Friday, Bassa.
Having something slightly weaker is like I think it's like saying you don't want your Jumbo to face a mouse, and then saying the mouse, getting rid of the mouse is just meaning something else is gonna kill you. Like there's such a vast gap of capabilities between the K-50 and other helicopters.
Yeah, there's a vast amount of capability between like the 11.0s and 11.3s and all the other helicopters. So you could just have an 11.0, 11.3 bracket, and then everything else bracket.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to. You don't need to split it into 3 separate areas and, you know, as I said, dilute what would be seen as the, you know.
I mean, there's also... Yeah, but there's also like a big spread between the helicopters that start to have AAMs and helicopters that just have the machine guns. That's another big spread in capabilities.
Yeah, kind of.
I think the big spread is you get the first one with some AGMs and machine guns or rockets, and then you get the one with the AAMs and better AGMs, and then you get the last part where they have the crazy missiles. So I think it mostly fits neatly in those like 3 groups. Because in helicopters, like mobility isn't really something that's factored a lot.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think I've ever had a bad opinion about the helicopters because of how it moved.
Yeah. But they're all pretty similar, right?
In mobility, yes.
Yeah.
Like some are... Like if you compare like the Alouette that starts the German tech tree and the first Russian helicopter, like they're pretty much at polar opposites. But yeah, generally helicopters move like helicopter.
Yeah, that's true.
They're kind of all limited by the same like I think helicopters blades can't really pass 200 kilometers per hour because like one has to go against the wind. And so like pretty much every plane, any helicopter, no matter how it's made, like cannot really go past that speed. So all helicopters are kind of in the same speed ballpark. Like it's not like planes.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Maybe with the addition of the PV mode, maybe that'll bring more people to helicopters, and then maybe that'll actually mean that EC gets more dragged, or EC gets more, what do you call it?
More beer spreads?
Yeah, because more people get into it. Who knows?
Yeah, I think they need to, because at some point they cut. I think they did cut.
What do you
helicopter
need help with,
in 2.
Like how do you want to help?
Or one for the higher tiers helicopter and one for the low tiers.
Yeah.
But even if it becomes popular thanks to the PvE, if people flock in and there's a KA-50 in the game, like they're gonna stop playing anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
Because like I have the like a while ago they gave the 95% coupon for anything, so I use it on the French helicopter premium, and like to kill a KA-50. Well, first of all, you have to, like, you have such a huge amount of things to do while he's just standing there shooting you.
Yeah.
And you can't use your missiles on him because he auto flares. You can't use your hot missiles because they're gonna miss. So you have to go for the gun kill. That means you have to fly full speed for 10 kilometers while dodging the missiles, and to dodge them you have to be like within 20 meters of the ground. Like that's such a... And even the thing is, even if you're within 20 meters of the ground, if the missile directly hits you, you're still dead. So you have to bob and weave at 20 meters from the ground at full speed to make it as fast as possible. So and sometimes you're gonna manage to machine gun one with your 30 millimeters, but the KA-50 also has one, so he can also kill you anyway.
Jeez. Yeah.
So I think if PV works, then they'll have to split the EC in BR ranges. And then there could be like a healthy helicopters.
Fuck.
And then ground player will start complaining because there's more helicopters in their games.
Yeah, probably.
Because the end goal of playing helicopters is to bring them against tanks anyway.
Yeah, eventually. Well, but some people will probably just enjoy playing helicopters. Or maybe, I don't
know. I'm not exactly sure, but like tanks have, or like ground is gonna at some point get some stuff like spike missiles or stuff like that. I'm not exactly sure how they work, but like maybe ground is gonna get missiles that are better able of dealing with helicopters. So maybe that's gonna give a way to fight back for tank players.
Yeah, it could be.
And oh yeah, as the last thing, during the winter event, you had like interactive elf girls, or you could click on them to make them dance.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I think it'd be cool if we had more stuff like this in the general hangar.
Oh, I agree, yeah. I'd like some more animated stuff.
For example, the tanks on the shooting range, if you click one, he fires. Or stuff like that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd be down for that.
Or, I don't know, if the one that turns around, you click on him and he honks, or... Yeah, I think that some having a hangar more that's more reactive to what you do would be fun. Yeah, that could be stuff also to put in battle pass or events.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of like how they've done the what you call it, or how you've got other things like the wing smoke and stuff. How they could put that in events and things like that. I think they could put all of the animated stuff in as well. I'd really like to see that. That's like part of the game that still needs a ton of expansion, like the customization stuff. So we're gonna have to see what they do with it.
What happened to the fancy smoke wing effect?
I don't know. They just I don't know, they're on one dev server and then they haven't been brought back. But I'm sure they will at some point.
Like, was there backlash because some of them were just for G or in loot boxes or stuff like that?
I don't think there was any backlash, no. I think there was just more interest, and you know, most people have probably forgot it happened. But I'm sure they'll add them. It's just maybe they're just waiting for them to be ready.
Because yeah, they seem to work fine.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I don't know what's going on with them.
On this mystery, I'm gonna say you have a good stream.
Oh, I will do. It's always a pleasure chatting to you, Varia. I'm glad you're doing well. Hope you had a good New Year as well.
Yeah, it was fine.
Good stuff.
Well, yeah, good stream and goodbye.
See you later, Varia. See you next time. Alright guys, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. So I will see you guys in a second, and then we will continue. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, this C-Fire feels awful. I thought it would feel a bit better, but it really does not feel good at all. Okay. Let's get the next person in. The next person on the list is Pinoy, so let's bring in Pinoy and see what Pinoy wants to chat about today. See what's on his mind. If he is here.
How about tech? I was just waiting for the prompt to show up. I don't know what's
Oh, it's
going
all
on.
good. How are you, Pinoy? How's life?
I'm doing all right. Coughing a little bit, but my flu's basically better.
Oh, that's good. What do you want to chat about today?
Well, let's talk about the obvious, which is enlisted.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when they introduced the Civil Orders update, it was a good idea, but the problem I had with it at first, and a lot of people like Quadro, thought the EXP requirement was too high. Like,
right.
25 EXP was just too much. At least they were nice enough to drop it to 15k, which is more reasonable. Let's see. What else? Well, it's nice how I scrapped all my old weapons and got a bunch of bronze orders, and upgrading weapons is just so much easier now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. I think this new system they have is really good. It's just the thing that needs to be ironed out is the cost of stuff.
I'm still trying to, it's getting close for me to, start to lean on having, friends try to come back and play the game again. The last thing I want that I'll definitely start, advertising is when they do the rate of fire nerf for automatic weapons.
You think they will?
Slightly, at least slightly.
Do you mean like the ones which can go semi-auto or auto? Like the FG42 and the AVT and stuff like that?
Yeah. Otherwise, with these changes, I think the game's pretty much looking in a good direction. Like, I'm kind of feeling more optimistic than I was in the past.
Well, that's good.
And then there's also like another thing. Like, I remember with shovels, like how people were hyped up about it like long ago. Like, oh, you can dig holes and trenches.
Yeah.
Yeah, that obviously didn't work out. But I think what they did wrong, the devs did wrong, is like it sounds like a good idea. The problem is how long it takes to like dig. Like during that time frame, especially in Tunisia, where at the time, playing the early game is a struggle unless you have someone who was level 9 and had the engineer unlocked. Even then, it was a struggle for them too because it was just like you were needed all over the place. Like, oh, I have to go to the spawn beacon. Oh, I have to, fly a dive bomber to bomb this tank that's wrecking my team.
Yeah.
Like, there's just too much going on, which I think what they should have done with the shovel was,
what the fuck?
Like do it with the construction hammer. Like it shows an X-ray of what you're trying to build, but instead of like what you're trying to build, what you're trying to dig. Like, how long do you want this trench to be? Are you digging a foxhole? And then once you like choose a spot where to start digging and what's hole to dig, you obviously have to like start digging it, and it does like fill in the circle until it's done, and poof, there you go. Obviously, for like bigger trenches, it would take longer unless you have like your AI helping you like dig it. Something like from Foxhole, where multiple people are like digging in the ground, making structures.
You'd need a lot more setup time, wouldn't you? That's the basic thing you'd need.
Yeah, more setup time, but yeah. What else? I'm actually kind of empty with them listed, surprisingly. You want to talk about Minecraft?
If you want, sure.
Well, alright. I'm like oddly one of those people that really doesn't focus on building up their base, but rather, building a road that unites the other bases, like in like community servers. Like, I don't know if you have been in like community servers or seeing any community server people like streaming community servers. Usually the road system is just made out of dirt because people are just exhausted from like building their big base, turned it into a town. I'm just like, I'm too new to this, but how can I contribute to this community server?
Yeah.
I'm just like, well, I live on the side of a mountain, and I'm just like trying to find a mine shaft to build rails. I guess I could just turn all this cobblestone into actual road building. So I started digging like into the ground a bit and placing cobblestones, and whenever I ran into a river, I'm like, okay, I need to get more and build a bridge. I don't know how many days, how many stone pickaxes I used, but I've managed to at least connect how many community bases? Probably 3, including mine.
Nice.
Yeah, I know it takes a lot of effort. Because I know the side, like sometimes when I'm digging it, like mining and like by the side of my mountain, I'm hearing all these mobs and like, I don't like this. I think I'm probably gonna get killed eventually. So I try to avoid digging, like mining over there. And I'm like, okay, this is good. Time to call it a night and start the day again, apparently. And then next thing I know, I turn around and there's an ender witch behind me. I'm like, okay, I don't know where to go. Oh, man. Scary time of my life on Minecraft. which is surprising because I mean this is actually my first time playing it. Like, how long has the game been out? Like more than 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like this is like first time experience. Surprising, right?
Not really. Like, I mean, when Minecraft was first released for me, it just completely blew over. I only ended up playing it like for the first time when I was like, I don't know, 20 or something. Like it's and it was because it was something that ran on my laptop, which was really easy to play, you know.
I get you. I mean, the alternative that I was stuck with most of my time and still am is Roblox because, yeah. I mean,
See, I've never played that.
Yeah, I get you. But okay, actually, I don't even know where to go with Roblox. Whatever.
I don't really understand how the game works. Is it a game where people build their own mini games inside and then people play them?
Make their own games, virtual worlds.
Yeah. So it's kind of like Gmod.
Yeah, basically like Gmod, except for people who have like a potato computer. Or, you know, these days a mobile device. Yeah, actually, I'm pretty kind of dry today. Oh well, it is what it is. I guess I'll move on to the next speaker.
Fair enough, Benoit. Well, it's been a pleasure having you.
Yeah, it was nice having a nice chat with you as always, Tech. I'll see you next time.
See you next time, brother. Alright, so for the bear fact, a male bear is called a boar or a he-bear. A female bear is called a sow or a she-bear. A group of bears is called a sleuth or a sloth. Alright, we'll get on Swiss now, and since Swiss is a moderator, you can't request to speak because it just fires him into the room. So if he is there, he should be able to just come on, or at least click the button. Looks like he's on his phone though. So we'll see, we'll give him 5 minutes, see what's going on. But thank you for the follow, Manos, and also thank you for the follow, Weems, and thank you for the subscription, Guns for Buns. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated.
Hey,
thank
can you hear me?
Much. I can, yes.
Is it really bad?
It could be better, but it's okay.
It's fine. You literally caught me on the drive home from work, so.
Oh, fair enough. Would you want to get home and I can have you on?
Yeah, I'll be home in like 30 minutes.
Alright, we'll do it then. I'll chat to you then. Alright, let's get Bulldog Chuck in. Let's see what Bulldog wants to chat about today. Let's see what's going on. Are you there, Bulldog? Hello?
Hello?
Ah, there we go. How are you?
School's out.
Well, that's good.
I had weights today. That was fun.
You did weights today? Sorry?
Yeah, weights is a class.
Weights? Like lifting?
Lifting weights.
That's a class for you?
Yeah.
Wow. Times have changed.
Yeah. It was a power clean.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. This program we use is all screwed up, so it made everyone's weight today really light, so that was more of a repetition day instead of a heavy day.
Fair enough. Well, I'm the physical education we did in school was like running, rugby, and then like rounders and stuff like that. Like there was no like gym sessions. Very different life, I suppose. What do you wanna chat about today? What's on your mind?
Well, as usual, I got my list.
Nice.
In the past, let's just say the past 2 days, I've had at least 10 people ask to give me a topic to be salty about in games. I'm like, okay, let's put the one that I'm most salty about. KA50. and it's just boom. And then I did some looking into why I cannot kill it for some reason. Looked to its missiles and I realized that's why. They're beam riding, and I thought that they were just laser guided. They're beam riding.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
And it made me click like, that's why. I should have just looked a little harder at the stat card.
Yeah, they're fantastic missiles, and they're really.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a vehicle that's been a pain since it's been introduced.
Yeah.
I don't really know what they can do about it though.
Other than completely neutering its maneuverability, I don't see much.
Well, they could reduce its. They could reduce the amount of munitions it can carry. Like they could half it or something.
Yeah. But at least it's already like this instead of where on the Apache, for instance, you can take 16 Hellfires.
Yeah, that's true. Have you used those?
I have the Apache.
Yeah. How do you feel? How do you think it stands up against the K50?
Not really. The gun on the Apache is not as high velocity as it is in real life. It has too much of an arc.
Hmm.
And it's not as accurate as the real life gun. I've seen videos of Apache pilots locking on to a human target and firing like 5 shots, and 3 of the 5 will land on that person. It's a little graphic, but it gets the job done.
Oh yeah, true.
And then the Ka-50, which is with its high velocity 30mm, which is equivalent to that of I would say maybe Panzer II's 20mm in terms of how accurate it is.
Yeah. So they could make it. So they could change the gun on it. Do you think that's really the main factor, though? That is different for both of them. Hey, Damien, nice to see you.
The gun on the Apache needs to be more accurate in general. That's just the Ka-50. It's realistic. That's. I can't argue against it. But I can't argue for it because I don't like it so much.
That's fair. Have you what do you think about someone was bringing it up before the heli PV mode stuff? Then, do you think you're gonna play it when it comes out?
I'll give it a shot, but I'm trying to grind out the YAH-64, and I can't do it. I take off 3, 2, 1, boom. I lost 500,000 silver lions in a week trying to grind it out.
Oh my god.
And I didn't even get a single mod.
Jesus, that bad?
Yes.
Are you spawning at the start of games, or like in the mid game?
I've tried everywhere. Start, end, middle. It all is the same. Spawn, 3, 2, 1, boom.
Jesus. That's really rough.
Yeah. Down to 200,000 silver lions.
Do you think they're gonna... I'm guessing you're just getting hit by missiles, right? From AAs?
Yeah. Hit by missiles from K-50s.
Oh.
It's either K-50 or Ka-52. What's one of them two? I never get killed by a British helicopter. Never get killed by a Japanese helicopter. It's always a Ka-50. And the Apaches that I always see are YAH-64s trying to be ground out.
So those are the one you mean in heli EC, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were talking about ground up for some reason. I got super confused. But yeah, that experience is the one that I've heard pretty much from everybody. And it sounds horrific, which is why I'm not touching it.
Smart man.
Like there's enough fun parts of War Thunder to not do that,
Yeah. I agree with you there.
I think yeah, so hopefully it gives people a buffer to be able to what's the word I'm looking for? To actually grind out at least some of the useful modifications, and they can kind of go from there, you know? Like I think that's the way I see the PV stuff. Because you can kind of do that in tanks and planes right now. Like the same kind of idea.
Yeah, I see that. Moving away from K50s before I lose my mind about them. How about the M50, the Ontos? How come if you shoot one barrel, they all break? I mean, surely if you shoot one barrel, that barrel should be able to just go zap. And if you fire, it should misfire instead of blow your tank up, and you switch to the next barrel instantly.
Yeah, I think they should add that in, actually. Because it's not like with the mouse you have the 2 barrels, right? And if one gets blown up, you can still use the other one. So
yeah, same thing with the M6.
Yeah, so yeah, why can't you do something like that? I'd be fine with that. Like it's never really made a lot of sense to me the way that works, and there's a few of the vehicles that are like that too. But I'm hoping, yeah, I'm hoping in the future like little things like that are sorted out. But that Ontos is really fun to play. Like I really enjoy that one.
I took it out a few weeks ago. Used it as a mobile artillery piece, basically. I didn't even get close. I just like, oh, tank, that's roughly 100 meters. Doink, 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 doink. Oh, adios, amigo.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Yeah, I think they could. I mean, I wonder how it's modeled in game. Like, are they able? I wonder if they're able to have like all of the different ones independently modeled from each other. They must be able to, because they can do it with a bunch of other vehicles as well. So it shouldn't be an issue.
Well, if you go to it and select one barrel, all the barrels get selected in the X-ray view.
Yeah.
All of them instantly. Unlike on something like a M16 with 4 50 cals, you select one, and it's just that individual gun. Wow, they put that. Holy crap! I'm just now looking at the detail of that. Holy. Just the ejection port. I'm looking at the X-ray ejection port, charging handle, port vents. Holy crap! They put a lot of detail into the X-ray mode.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Yeah.
It astonishes me how much detail you actually is in this game when you stop to take a look for a second.
Oh, it's crazy the amount of stuff that's in. And yeah, it all whenever they add something new, or whenever they update a model, like the B-17s recently, it really shows
Those are gorgeous.
you. Yeah, they are, and it really shows you the massive difference between like older models and newer models, and how much more I don't know if effort's the right word, but it's more just like
care.
Yeah, care might be, or just money or something. Like whatever it is, it's like it's way nicer to look at now than it was before.
Okay. Now, moving on, before we go into a deep rant about how Great War Thunder is. There's this little bug in the hangar where if I switch countries, vehicles that the country I had previously selected are in that country, such as right now, I'm on Germany, and I have a Comet just sitting where my Panther should be, and it's still sitting there. Still, finally switched back to the Panther. It's been doing that for a while. I don't know if that's just like some server lag or a bug.
If you queue up for a game, do you get those vehicles, or are they just kind of
No, It'll put me at the country, but if I get back from that queue, I'll still have that vehicle from the country that's previously selected until about another minute. I don't know if it's a bug or server something. I don't know.
I've heard of that happening before, but yeah, it's obviously a bug. But it might be worth reporting that one to try and get it fixed.
Sorry.
Go ahead. It might be worth reporting it, like bug reporting it, to try and get it fixed. I wonder what causes it, because it doesn't happen to me, but I have heard it happen to a bunch of different people. I think your internet might be cutting out.
Nah. Yes and no. I was just quiet listening.
Yeah, I know, but your voice is like like that. So.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think of these new the new economy changes things then? What are you gonna vote for?
I haven't exactly gone through them. I haven't watched a video of it yet. I was like, let's hope and pray and go from there. But from what I have seen about it, I'm thinking, why not just combine the current system with the new system that I want to implement?
Combine it?
Yes, like based on performance and also of where the vehicle itself is located.
Yeah, so like where it's located gives you like a basis and then go from there. I wonder if that's kind of what they do already. Well, I'm not entirely
I think
sure.
it is, but not as extreme as some people say it is, or say it's not.
Yeah. It seems a bit weird. Like I need to see this new set of stuff in action and how it's gonna be used to really fully understand what's going on. Because when I look at it, like I think for the vast majority of people, the positives outweigh the negatives. But for me personally, the negatives massively outweigh the positives. We haven't finished the Halo campaign, but we will do soon.
Okay.
But that's just because of what I like to play in the game. Like, it's doubling the repair cost of stuff like the Sturm
Saber,
for example.
The Saber's going up to like 12,000.
Oh, is it?
The A5 Saber's going up to like 12,000.
Jesus. There we go.
That's from just what I have seen.
No, that's kind of nuts.
I got like 3 more things on my list.
We have 2, 3 ODST, and 4, yeah.
Recently, I have found it extremely difficult to get a kill assist. 2 games ago, I sheared half a tail off of a P-47 and its rudder. He somehow recovered and shot me down. I was just flat out pressed because I'm like, okay, yeah, like you earned that. You earned that.
Yeah.
And then a friendly 109 shoots him down, and I'm like, where's my kill assist? Didn't get one.
I remember when they implemented that thing and they said if you crit a vehicle, then you will get an assist on it. And then after that, I don't know what happened, but they must have added like a timed thing in as well. And it basically meant that it was way harder to get assists. Hey Crusader Boy, nice to see you. But do you go for those like types of dailies, or are you just...
If I see a daily where it's like get 3 assists or place in the top rank of the team, I'm like, oh, I'll just go for play Britain, get the kill assist. Gives me an opportunity to play Britain, and I don't have to sweat so much.
Yeah, that's fair.
Play Britain because the guns aren't as reliable.
Well, that's true. They don't kill in one shot most of the time.
Yeah, it allows me to be bit more precise of where I want to shoot, and not make a plane implode on itself.
Are you doing the Battle Pass stuff this time then?
Yeah, I've always done it.
Yeah.
That's one of the best things that I think they've done as a console player, because it is really easy and really nice to finally get a chance to get an event vehicle and not have to stay up till midnight day before test and grind stuff. I can passively grind this. I can have fun with the game. It's like, hey, at the end of it, I get 3 or 4 vehicles.
No, I'm good, Crusader boy.
Don't have to try that hard.
Yeah, you can just relax and do it.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the dailies aren't too bad. Some of the special tasks are kind of annoying, but most of the time they're okay.
Those are special tasks for a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
I also heard a lot of people in game chat talking about World War mode. I never really liked it, but I didn't really enjoy it. Like that crap. I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it. Like, oh, it's cool. What do you think about it?
World War mode had fundamental issues, which were never solved in the 3 seasons that was about. They already said that it's going to come back, so it just depends when. The last season of World War mode was trash. I don't know how else to put it. It was bad from a Squadron point of view, it was bad from a gameplay point of view, and it was bad from an enjoyment point of view. Everything was just awful in it. Like the mismatch of the vehicles, the balancing of the whole thing, the new mechanics they added, the helicopter stuff, which just fundamentally broke the whole thing. And yeah, just by the end of it, at least in TECs, a lot of people were just very much just like, why the fuck are we doing this? And I don't blame them, because I was exactly the same way. So going forward, like, I'm looking forward to the World War mode stuff, but they really need to add some things in. Like, they need to add a practice mode, or they need to add like a non-ranked mode is probably the best way of putting it. They need to add like, if they're going to do changes to like missions, they have to do them like more than, like, I don't know, a few hours before they actually come out, because that happened a bunch of times and that wasn't very fun. And also at the same time, they just need to, I don't know, the competitive, the idea of it being a competitive mode, I think does a disservice to the game mode when it could be so much more. I really don't like the idea that it caters towards the more competitive aspect of stuff, because then you start seeing people doing some very heinous shit to win, which is what we've seen in the last 3 times. So it's just how it is, unfortunately. The core idea is very good. It just needs a lot of additions to make it better.
When the first 2 World War modes came out, I was unable to play it. I was at rank 2 still. And the third one came out, I only got to play the last few hours of it, because I just gotten the M18. Like, just got it. I'm like, hey, finally, let's see what I can do. I'm like, crap, this ain't fun.
Yeah, when you come up against coordinated teams, it can be really, really rough.
Yeah, true. The last thing on my list for me is, I want you, or like you, I should say, to question me, console and relatively young player, about things about War Thunder or just in general. Just flip roles real quick.
Sure, why not? So what is something that PC players have that console players don't, that you would like?
quick reaction time. For us, we have to drag a joystick that takes the timed it 30 seconds to rotate all the way around a tank. Marketplace, ability to import custom sites, custom skins, and just things that us console users have asked for since we were able to play the game.
Do you think War Thunder on console is in a better position now than it was when you started?
Oh yes, there's a lot of things that we have gained, but one thing that we lost that people talk about, like, I don't even understand how they explain this. But the biggest thing that we have gained is that we were given aimbot. We can select a target without a radar lock, hold down the left trigger, and it'll track it. Not aerialistic, but as a tanker. We can select a plane without a radar, and it'll just track it for us. That is the biggest advantage we have gained.
Yeah, I agree, and it was hilarious to me how long it took people to actually realize that that existed. Like, and I mean, like, from a PC
talk about it. It's like, oh, this is probably a bug.
No, it was in one of the changelogs, but nobody reads them. So, like, it was just a bunch of. It was just funny, like, seeing a bunch of PC players go, "What? They have that? Why? That's not fair." It's like, well, you don't know the limitations of the controller.
You should have seen some of the faces of some people whenever I, as a console player, shut down 8 fighters. And they were like, how in the hell is he doing this? We're PC master races, he's a console user. And I'm like, I just have fun.
Oh, which console do you have, actually? That would be another question.
Yes. PlayStation 4 Pro from 2017, which is on the verge of dying because it's crashing 3 times per day.
Are you going to upgrade? Or are you just going to... I suppose they're probably quite expensive, aren't they? Like the PS5s.
I've never seen one. In my area of where I live, I have never seen one.
Oh, are you guys having the same issues as we're having with video cards? They're just not available.
They're just not existent. I mean, the nearest one I saw on sale on eBay, no less, was one in Los Angeles. And I'm in Missouri.
Fair enough. I saw Shaq gave away like 1,000 of them though at Christmas. Should have asked Shaq.
Sure. I live in bumfuck Missouri. Who the hell gives a shit about us? We get hit by tornadoes. We freeze our ass off half the year. The other half of the year, we're worried our house will disappear in a second.
Got that. Hey TK Harris, nice to see you. Yeah, we did Friday God earlier. What else? Go ahead, sorry.
With this one bit of information, you can find out exactly where I live. My hometown was hit by the most destructive tornado in United States history in terms of financial damage.
Jesus, that's not good.
Don't worry, I lived.
Well, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, I just sat there on my couch filming it.
God, that's so crazy to me. I've never experienced anything like that, personally. I've done earthquakes, I've done floods, and, I've done...
Earthquakes, okay.
Yeah.
Explain what an earthquake's like, because we're starting to get some around here.
Well, everything just shakes. That's about it. And it's weird, because everything that is normally stationary is no longer stationary. It's like all your walls shake, and think the big thing for me was when we had one more recently, one of my bookcases fell over, which was annoying. But yeah, it's a very odd experience, because at least for me, you kind of know it's coming, like maybe, I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds before it happens, because there's like a first shunt basically, and then after that, like the real thing comes, and it's just, I don't know, it's a really weird, surreal 5 to 10 seconds. Yorkshire gets earthquakes. It has in the past.
Tornadoes, you can see them coming, but you can't outrun them. Tornado can outrun a NASCAR race car.
So you just got to get underground. That's what you guys do, right? You have like basements and stuff.
We don't.
So
And my house is on. Or you put your head between your legs and you kiss your ass goodbye.
Fair enough. Yeah, I feel I watched there was a movie ages ago called Twister. It was about
that's the ritual around here. We watch it at the beginning of the year and flip a quarter at it and say, "Thought you'd do it this year, bitch."
I would love to kind of do that for like a few months, just like follow them around, but probably not the best idea. Because it's one of those things as I said, I've just never experienced.
Yeah. We also got one recently around here in 2019, before COVID.
Right. Alright. Well, I think we're basically at the end of time, but it was a really nice chat. Oh, don't apologize. Like, it was a wonderful chat. Had a great time.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming on. It's always a pleasure, and hopefully I'll see you next time.
Yeah, next time. When is next time, anyways?
Fortnight on Wednesday. I don't know.
But today's Friday.
Yeah, I know. I was supposed to do it on Wednesday, but got busy. So yeah, it'll be on Wednesday. See you later, Bulldog Chuck. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Alright. So now let's get Leo on. See what Leo wants to talk about today.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm okay. I'll try to make this quick because I have COVID and my brain is hurting. So.
Oh, what are your symptoms, by the way? How hard's it hit you?
Got a really bad headache. My joints feel like they're stiff as fuck. And all hurt. It's just, and also I can't like taste anything, which is cool.
Oh shit! So it's hit you like a brick then. That's rough.
Yeah. But honestly, the only thing I really wanted to talk about today was updating vehicle stat cards.
Oh yeah.
Because they've only changed it 3 times in the entire fucking history of this game. I think the first time was in 2014 or something when they changed like the ranking system, and then they changed like top tier vehicles to being colored, I guess, in their picture.
Yeah.
And they added what event you've gotten this vehicle from.
Yeah.
And those are the only things they've really ever changed. But it would be really nice to have some of the things that are on like the wiki on like the stat card, because the more information that's available to like easier people, like just the more information in game without having to go to an external site is, better in my opinion.
Of course it is, yeah.
Well, like the main one that I really hate that isn't on a stat card that I feel like should be is for aircraft. Their takeoff weight isn't on their stat card, and it's really weird to me. Also,
what is takeoff weight specifically?
It's basically the weight that your plane can, like the maximum amount of weight that your plane can take off with.
Right.
Or like the amount of weight that is currently loaded on your plane while you take off, and then there's a landing weight. like how the landing weight is only really a thing for like large commercial planes, so that it doesn't really have to do much with the game. It would be really nice to also have like limits on the stat card, like your rip speed, instead of like I think that would be pretty nice to have. Telling you if you have like an arrestor hook, a brake, like an air brake or a drag chute, just in like a corner or something.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Because a lot of players, when they get something, like if you play a lot, like if you've just got the game and you're pushing into like jets for the first time, I don't know. To me, at least when I first started, it was really like I didn't really know I had an air brake like until 15 Battlefield. I accidentally pressed H.
Yeah, they could definitely put that stuff on the X-ray. I feel like that would be a good idea.
Oh yeah, the X-ray too. Yeah, I don't know, because you could add a lot more to the X-ray instead of just the like the stat card.
Yeah, true.
And for tanks and stuff, it would be nice if like in the X-ray, they told you like the amount of ammo that like each ammo rack holds, like how much you will need to take out to get rid of certain ammo racks, like ammo rack 1, 2, 3, and 4, like it does on the wiki and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Also having a fire rate under the reload would be kind of nice. I don't know, but that's all I really wanted to talk about. My fucking throat is dying. So.
Oh well, make sure to look after yourself, man.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'll be fine. It's just updating like the stat cards would be kind of nice.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, like all that information, even what modifications do as well and stuff like that on the modification things. Just more of that stuff is always good. And more information is power. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna be in quarantine for 2 weeks. Is enlisted fun?
I enjoy it a lot. Like 2 weeks? Is that how long it is for you? Jesus.
Yeah, Alberta moment.
Yeah, good luck. But no, I think it's pretty fun. You know, I mean, you've seen me play it and stuff. Might be a little bit rough to start with the bolt actions and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But once you get past that, like get to like level 5 or 6, it's, you know, everything works pretty well.
Nice.
I'll probably be playing some tonight, actually.
I'm gonna let the other person hop on.
Well, thanks for coming on, man. As always, look after yourself.
Have a good day. I'll do my best.
I will do, you too. Alright, so now, since Swiss is back home, let's get him on next. Let's see what he wants to chat about.
Yo, what's up?
There we go. I'm doing alright, man. Like, I'm feeling pretty good today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically just the economy stuff.
Your mic is like fuzzy as fuck.
Give me a second. That better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unplug and replug.
It's slowly dying, and I'm just not willing to accept it and look for a new headset.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I even
So
tried to
like...
hot glue my old one together, and it just didn't work. I just broke it even more.
I'm gingerly nursing it along, keeping it going for as long as I can.
But anyway, go ahead. What do you want to chat about today?
I mean, personally for me, SL just doesn't really matter that much. You know, I'm in the same boat as you, basically.
Yeah.
Where I have a huge cushion, and so I'm not really struggling that much. The big thing for me is just it's gonna make spading a lot of these non-meta vehicles that much harder. You know, not hugely so, because again, the SL just isn't that much of an issue for me. But I think that the thing they need to do with them is, if they're going to keep the system the same for all vehicles, just increase the SL modifiers for them.
Yeah.
You know, make them high risk, high reward vehicles.
Yeah, that's what I would have done.
or they could even do it with RP. Because I mean, and that's the big thing for me is looking at these changes. The RP earnings don't really change that much.
No.
Which is, the thing that I'm really concerned about. Because, RP earnings means I'm able to grind out new vehicles faster, build new lineups faster. But,
that's the problem that we're stuck in, right? Like, we played the game for many years now.
Yeah.
And basically the SL stuff doesn't really matter. So it's, at least for me, it's kind of hard to get a bearing on what is good and what is bad, or what should be done or what shouldn't be done.
I mean, because I can look at a vehicle that has like a 26K SL repair cost, and unless I'm going to be playing that vehicle for 400, 500 matches, like a top tier vehicle, I don't really care that much. I know that I'll have it spaded far before I really feel any effects for SL, and then I'm going to go spade something at 5.0 and make a ton of SL because they're super easy.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, while I'm playing the Seafire, the Seafire repair cost is it's only $8,000.
Yeah.
But it's I'm making a bunch of SL in it, even though it's not very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the same idea.
Yeah. Well, and honestly, what surprised me more was some of the air RB SL changes.
Yeah.
Like I noticed the Sea Venom was going just through the roof, which has me just a little bit questioning that. Because I've never played it. I'm on the cusp of researching it.
It's trash.
Yeah, looking at its characteristics at 8.7, I'm just kind of okay. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the normal Venom. The Sea Venom's 7.3, I think now or something.
Oh, I don't remember which Venom it was. I think it was the 8.7 one. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both in very rough places.
The other one that really caught me off guard was the Javelin, which I saw was doubling in repair cost, and I'm like. Now that the Javelin's 8.3, it's probably okay, but I don't think it's that good, guys. Come on now.
Did it have a crazy low repair cost before
though? No, it was 6K. It was pretty. I mean, it's not high, but it's not low. But it's going to 12K, which is, for a Javelin is surprising.
Yeah. Man, every time I look at the new system, I just think about all the vehicles that are going to get screwed over with it. I don't even think about, because the vehicles that benefit from this, people already play it a lot.
Yeah, they're already super meta.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just think that you'll end up with the thing that I want to see is if this is really going to affect IFV play. The infantry, because a lot of those ship boxes, that's what a lot of those IFVs are preying on, right?
Yep.
So I'm wondering if the switch to this new system is going to really affect how many of those are being played, because once you're going up against medium tanks and heavy tanks, right, now that they're more I guess affordable, are you just going to see IFVs drop off the face of the earth unless they have ATGMs?
Yeah, it might actually be the case.
Yeah. In which case, you're driving already a small pool of now more meta vehicles, even smaller.
But also at the same time, I saw that at least the Type 89 got put up in repair costs as well.
Yeah, well, but the Type 89 is the best IFV in the game, so.
Yeah, true.
I mean, you're with Type 89. I'm not really too concerned, because I know that even with its main gun, I can still pen a lot of medium tanks from the front.
Yeah.
But some of the lighter ones with the 25s and the 20s for the Russians and the Americans, I think you might start to see those dip off a little bit.
Yeah, probably. We're gonna have to see what people bring.
Yeah.
But the big song and dance that I'm seeing a lot of people talk about with this thing is, well, this is good because people will play more nations. and it's something that I thought about, and then I realized that if you look at the article itself, they even talked about like the first, I think it's the rank 1 and rank 2 already have this system.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if people were interested in other nations,
yeah,
they could already do that stuff.
And that takes getting through rank 1 and 2, which for some nations is fine, like Sweden. But for some nations like France or Japan, it's like,
yeah, rough.
You just want to die. But the other thing that I don't think it's going to help is it's the eternal conflict of minor nations is lineups.
Yeah.
For something like USA or Germany, they can just absorb this change easily because people are just going to switch to playing lineups. But for a nation like Japan or Italy in particular, honestly, Italy has like no lineups for their they have like one lineup at the mid tier and then like no lineups until you get to top tier.
Yeah, Japan's actually got a lot better recently, which is nice.
Yeah, with the additions of all the different variants and things like that, they've really rounded Japan out pretty well. But yeah, Italy is really rough right now. Honestly, out of the minor nations, I think really only Italy is really bad. China and Sweden. Well, I mean, Sweden. I'm just stuck on the STRV, the cheese wedge, because it is completely antithetical to the way I play the game, and it just annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It annoyed the shit out of me too.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'll go with it. Sure. This whole new economy change, but I have my reservation.
Yeah, same.
Especially since most of the lineups that I'm currently, at in most tech trees are based around shitboxes.
Yeah, and also at the same time, I think the idea of this is so in the future they have to do less economy changes, like repair cost changes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So once like each rank is set, then it's good. But the thing is, if they start bringing in weird vehicles at certain ranks, then it's going to heavily affect them. Like the H6K4 or whatever it is. It's like the one at rank 1 for
the one that's like 3-3.
Yeah,
at
exactly.
Rank, I've never understood why that thing is so low. It really should be like a rank 3 vehicle.
Like, what if they have another like EBR situation where they just massively undervalue a vehicle and then it just shoots up in BR? Like, because then its repair costs will stay the same.
Yeah, but I mean that's the French event vehicle meta though.
True.
Massively undervalue it. It gets abused like crazy.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, like, I mean, you can't like raise the raise the repair costs. So like, what do you do? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And then again, of course, with the new battle pass, they've once again condemned Russian casts to premiums and event vehicles only.
Yep.
All of their best casts. It's either an event or a premium.
I don't even understand why they do it. Because there's so many good options.
Yeah, I know. But they do.
There we go. But yeah, the poor... I mean, what do you think about this SU8 then? Do you think it's going to be good? Do you think it's going to be bad?
I mean, I was going to buy the T1 when it went on sale anyway, so I just see this as a T1 equivalent.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a lot lower in BR though.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to probably... it's going to be the vehicle that people take out who don't have the Tisma.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be it. Because the Tisma is kind of the... Oh, whoops. I completely fucked that up. I think the Tisma is basically the perfect vehicle for CAS for Russia. You know, it's slightly maneuverable. It carries bombs and guns. There really isn't a better option. And the bombs drop independently, so you have 2 bomb drops. The TU-1, the current pack vehicle, is like it, but it's a lot less maneuverable. But it does get better bombs, so I think that the SU-8 will probably strike a balancing spot between the two, and will just again be the default cast for people who play the game.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, that was basically it. Just wanted to raise my concerns about the new economy changes. Oh, Neto messaged me something. The issues of lack.
I'm wondering how long they're gonna do this vote anyway, because the other vote was like what, like 2-3 months.
Yeah,
like something like that. So might be waiting a long time before they introduce this stuff. Yeah.
Oh, Neto actually brought up a good point. I mean, one of the other issues with the minor nations is often a overabundance of a single vehicle type, like light tanks or tank destroyers at specific ranks. You know, like Japan's like, what is it, 7.0 tank destroyers.
Yeah.
You know, and the issue there is mostly just as you play them, you know, your repair cost for a specific vehicle type doubles, right? Once you die in one.
Yeah, that's true.
And it really locks you into a specific playstyle. Oh, that's one I didn't even think about, the fucking Type 75 SPH.
Yeah. And they've just started adding in more of those shits.
Yeah. Good luck.
Oh yeah. The bank cannon wasn't that bad.
Oh yeah, the bank cannon also has an autoloader.
The 2SC3 though, trash.
Yeah, it really. I've been playing it. It's rough.
Yeah.
Especially because Russia at that BR has so many other good tank, even just tank destroyers.
Yeah, like why would you bother?
Yeah.
Like, it's thank God, man. And you know for a fact we're gonna get like the American one. We're gonna get the British one.
Oh yeah.
Whatever Chinese thing they use. Like they're all coming in now. The doors
Oh
are
yeah.
open.
No, absolutely. I mean, originally they were just trying to see, you know, is this a way we can differentiate those smaller nations? But now that they have realized they can shove these into major trees and nobody really bats an eye, they're coming.
Oh, yeah,
Oh boy, I can't wait for my was it the Panzer Raubita 2000 or whatever?
The Panzer
fucking
Haubitz.
Yeah, the fucking thing that's like a
2000.
like a full-on bus. How long it is?
Yeah.
At least that thing I think gets an APFSDS.
Oh, I don't know. I know it gets an AP round of some description.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I have to check though.
Watch, it'll be like SAP or something like that.
Yeah.
Or like armor piercing like base fuse or some shit.
It'd just be a vehicle to annoy medium tanks in.
Honestly, I just wish that there was some way where I could actually just angle the gun and do fucking indirect fire with that types is this not 74, the Japanese SPG 75? Yeah, 75.
Yeah.
I just that's all I want to do in it. Is just indirect fire. Just angle the gun all the way up and just start pummeling some random point on the map.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I've thought about it, and then I've realized most of the vehicles don't even have the elevation to be able to do that.
Oh yeah, no. It you know, again, it raises a bunch of questions about balance when you start adding stuff like that, and also you know, mechanics. You know, how much time are you going to invest in a mechanic that is not really going to be used by the majority of people?
Yeah, true.
But yeah, It's just purely something I want to do because I just want to stick gun in the air and fire shell.
Fair enough.
Not because it's a good idea. All right, I'm gonna let the next speaker come on.
All right, brother. Well, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah,
it's always a pleasure.
It's fun.
All right, let's wait. I have to win this dogfight first. Thank you for the subscription, Habosen. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And happy anniversary. Hope you've had a wonderful day. Hope you've had a wonderful time. Just give me a sec while I try and turn this piece of shit. Why is my rudder not working? Oh my god, this plane just hurts, man. I feel so underpowered right now. Look at this. I'm getting outturned by J2M2. Lunar event done finally. Well done, Iron Cross. I haven't started mine yet. Look at this. Look at this. I'm a Spitfire. I'm supposed to be able to... Oh, well, GG. Like, this thing's supposed to be good at turning, and I struggle against the J2M2. Right, it's crazy. Alright, let's get 996 on. Let's see what 996 wants to chat about. Hello, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Ah, yeah, I can. How are you? Hello?
I had your volume turned down, sorry.
Oh, it's all good. How are you?
I'm pretty sure Crazy Hog was in front of me.
Was he? Oh, well. At least in the list that you were next.
So, should I be on now or he
Yeah,
first?
yeah.
I
Go
wanted
ahead.
the asshole that is in front of him.
Oh, it's all good. Just go ahead.
I only have really one topic, or two topics. So I've been playing a lot of naval recently, and pretty close to the top tier ships with Germany, the battleships of World War One. But Northern Knight has brought up one point to me that Gaijin seems to be moving on from World War One more into the World War Two era, and
yes,
I really don't like that because it seems that I don't know what influenced that decision. Maybe the Americans, that they don't really care about World War One naval compared to us Europeans. Do you think they will still add World War One ships or just move on because the majority don't care?
Its engine itself is not powerful enough to push it around. I think, well, they've still got a ton of First World War stuff to add, right? So they're gonna add them in. It was kind of weird to see the Scharnhorst, if I'm honest with you, when it came to it. But I think what will end up happening is they'll continue to add World War One stuff, and then we'll get the World War One stuff, which was then refit during the interwar years, and then we'll get some of the interwar stuff, which, to be honest, we already have, and then we'll get the Second World War stuff. I honestly think that proper World War II battleships, which were built, late 30s, or even in the war, such as like the Iowas of the world, or even some of the other machines like the Japanese ones, I think they're miles off, like years off at this point. Because there's so much stuff to add, and if they decide to add those things in now, then they just, like what would be the point in ever playing them, right? They've got to power creep it slowly.
Well, I hope they're far off in the future, because just like you, I really don't like the addition of the Scharnhorst into the game. It's much too modern compared to the other ships. And if they really would have implemented the capabilities the ship should have, with the integrated fire control radar, it would wipe the floor with pretty much everything that we have in game. So kind of happy they didn't really implement the full capabilities of the ship. But
I just hope before we get more cruisers, that we get. I think they should more focus on the British side than American or German. Because I really want to see the Renown and Repulse and maybe even the Hood.
Yeah, I'd like to see them too. And I mean, the main thing I would like to see is other nations' navies, like the French stuff and things like that. So we can actually start having, different nations' tech trees instead of just not more of the same ideas, but just lumping more stuff onto the same tech tree. The one thing I would really like to see from the British point of view is that I always forget the class name. It's the dumb ships. It's the one which have like the huge, massive guns on the front of them, and like nothing else. The Monitor class.
Yeah, the monitors. Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Those aren't really made for high seas, you know that, right?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
They would capsize pretty fast.
Yeah, I know. But it would still be funny, at least to see them. But yeah, there's even way more stuff like even from like the 1900s they could add, like from areas like that. So I really hope they don't. I tell you what would be interesting, and I think has kind of happened, is like with the what would you call it? With the coastal stuff, they seem to be going more modern as they go, and then with the blue water stuff, I think they still have a ton to relax in and just stick around the World War I interwar period and then push forward, like in a few years' time. They don't have to rush it at all.
My concern is that naval just doesn't make enough money for Gaijin.
Yeah, it could be that.
And that they will, not really drop the game mode, but not focus on it.
Yeah, they might do that. I mean, at least from my point of view, like when it comes to content creation and stuff, there's a significant drop off whenever naval stuff's talked about. But for me that doesn't really mean too much, but to others it definitely does. And it also shows a general pattern, right? Like there's obviously parts of the game that some people are really interested in, and there are other parts of the game which people aren't too interested in. And naval is just one of those where, I mean, I wouldn't say most people, but there's a decent amount of people who just disregard it even existing. So yeah, I don't know. I think the problem is I don't have any facts or figures to back up how many people play it, apart from just like the queue time stuff. But I'm really hoping that they do continue to develop it as much of the other game modes, because I would say like over the last like 3 or 4 years it's got the most development out of the three major ones, like air and ground. I'll tell you what they could do, which is something I haven't even thought about. Like they should just do more like during like what do you call them, during sales events and stuff. They should do more like pack stuff, so packing together a ship and a plane, because you don't really see that too much.
There's only one ship that you can get in a pack, and that's the Prince Eugen.
Yeah, exactly. They've removed all the rest.
I think one way that could maybe boost the interest in naval, especially for Europeans.
Yeah.
I don't want to bash the Americans, but since we're not really reached the World War II period, and American ships are the World War II American ships are more famous than everything they had before, is maybe make more interesting premium ships. The Prince Eugen it's famous, but when we look at the British side, the British Blue Water Fleet, they have the Belfast, which is an extremely important and famous ship. But maybe add something like, I don't know, the HMS Repulse as a premium. And for Germany, the Derflinger class, the ship itself, that could be because a lot of British people are, of course, obviously proud about the naval achievements of their country, and they rightfully should be. So that could be a way to boost interest in naval.
Yeah, I think they could
introduce
do that,
famous ships that people care about, because nobody cares about the Karlsruhe or the German cruisers. They're just, who cares?
Yeah, they could do that, and they could also do more events around them, like how they're doing like the Memorial Date stuff. They could do them for naval things, because so far all of them have been either air or ground stuff so far.
So they haven't done the anniversary of Jutland.
No. Well, the memorial stuff has only really started recently, but even in like those other events, they haven't really done many naval ones in the past. They should do though. It would be nice to do them.
Yeah, I mean, especially since Jutland it's a big deal if you're interested in naval.
Yeah.
Naval technology or ships in general. So my other topic, mines, naval mines.
Hmm.
Do you think mines could actually be viable, or is it just a gimmick, not a feature?
Right now it's a gimmick, really. It doesn't really mean enough. I think if you use them correctly now, you could actually make them have a use by just blocking off certain areas of the map so people can't go that way. Can you change the depth of mines still, or did they remove that?
It's a good question, Tech. You're the content creator. You should know that.
Yeah, I can't remember if you can or not, because one of the problems with mines right now is if you see them, which you always do because they have that big marker on them, and you have the guy screaming in your ear, then you just shoot them and they blow up, right? So it doesn't really matter. So the thing for me is, what I would do with them is I'd make it so you can, if you can't, then be able to set the depth properly, and then after that, make it so like they last longer, so people can truly block off certain areas of the map. Because if you've got the advantage to the point where you're using the mines, then you should be able to take advantage of that. Where mines right now, I feel like don't. So, or they could just add it. They could just find ships to add, which would actually be meta or kind of useful, and then add mines to them.
The problem that I see with mine laying is more that the maps are just too small.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
And let's say you play top tier 6-3 or 6-7 for most nations.
Yeah.
Everything they can lay mines is coastal and like at 3.0, 3.3 around there. So nobody's gonna take them into 6-3 blue water matches.
No.
Which could change if you make the maps bigger. And where we could actually mine the approaches of enemy battleships or battle cruisers. It could be. But I don't think people want bigger naval maps, because naval matches are too long as they are for most people.
Maybe that's where they'll be useful though, in EC maps. So if they ever bring that game mode back, because then you have at least a little bit of time to set up stuff and then, sort it out. Do you reckon they could add the N3 G3
Well, it's
ship
pretty much
designs?
everything I
don't
want
know.
to talk about. The SL talisman that you brought up a couple weeks ago. Do you think they might do that, or is it just something people would like to see, but Gaijin is like, eh?
Well, I've never actually seen them actually talk about it at all. Like I don't know whether it's even like a thought in their head or anything. But well, I'm sure it is. But I might actually have to ask somebody about that. Like, see what the official stance on the idea is.
Is that something someone like me could ask, Mike and Oxy about on the official stream, or
yeah, why not?
Do they have any influence about something like that, or are they really just representing the game?
Well, I'm sure they're. I mean, they are representing the game, but they're also technically community managers, so they will pass feedback, right? So, and even if they don't pass the feedback, then they can at least get an answer for you, and like ask, I'll tell you what's going on. So I think generally it's worth asking. Like, it's as simple as that. I mean, what's the worst that they can say, right? Sorry, don't know. Well, shit.
Well, that's pretty much the default answer you get on the official streams anyway. So
is it? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's another thing. I really don't know why they make the official streams the way they are doing them. When I compare the official streams of War Thunder to, let's say, World of Warships. In the World of Warship streams, they tell you the news and what's coming to the game during the stream. And then in War Thunder stream, it's the exact opposite. They never talk about anything new. They always say, "Oh, wait until it's on the website," which is like.
Well, they sometimes do the sneak peeks, right? But you mean do you mean they just tease you all the time? Like, is that what you mean?
On the War Thunder streams?
Yeah.
No, they just always say, "Oh, we can't tell you anything about what's coming.
Fair.
Wait for the article on the official website." And the World of Warship streams is they present it on the stream and then on the website.
I see.
And the community managers and the people at it's Wargaming, right? At Wargaming, they show you the stuff in game and talk about them from their perspective and what's the company's perspective on it.
Yeah.
I know they have gotten a lot of shit recently, but I think that's one thing they do much better is the community engagement.
Yeah, that's fair.
On the streams, because the War Thunder streams is more like people ask the same repetitive questions and the same stuff every time, like here on Fireside. Pretty much the same. And
now imagine doing that for years, and then why some of us have gone insane.
Yeah, and I mean the streams are fun to watch. I like Mike and Oxy. They're both educated and funny and provide entertainment, just like you. But they could do much more, and I think Oxy recently talked that they're gonna do much more with the official streams, and
well, I'm sure they will. I mean, there's 3 of them now, so 3 heads are better than 2, and I don't know what the limitation is. Whether the limitation is them, which I highly doubt, or if it's what Gaijin wants to show, kind of thing.
It's probably Gaijin.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. So we'll have to see what goes on, but we'll see what they do. Who knows? They have a lot of resources, so they can kind of do what they feel.
That's pretty much everything I wanted to bother you with and the people listening. Thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure talking to you, Saint Techie.
And it is a pleasure talking to you, 996.
Goodbye,
you're always
Techie.
welcome. See you later, brother. Have a good time, man. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to finish this match, and then we'll take a short 5-minute break so I can go get my dinner, because my head started hurting and I need food. So we're at that point again, unfortunately. So if you guys have any question in the chat itself, this would probably be a good time. Mike and Oxy are really picky about questions they read. If you have a really good question, that makes sense. Doesn't let Gaijin stand out. Jesus Christ. Stand out to be good. Like, they just ignore the question at all? Well, of course they're going to. They're employees. like, that's the thing at the end of the day. Should you buy the American Zero for $375? I'd go for it, yeah, it's pretty fun. I do know people who develop the game Fluffy, yeah. Or Fluffles, sorry. Alright, there we go. What do I think about the new changes? Which ones? Well, I think he means on like the official stream, not the Oxy one. Oxy's obviously way more open, because that's the whole point of the stream. Why did they make jet planes so loud? They made me spooked. I don't know, Abby. They hurt my ears. And also, good luck in the M41D. Alright. Do you mean like the economy changes, Iron Cross? I think overall they're alright. You know, I don't have too many issues with them in general, so I'm generally fine with them. But I'll be back in 5 minutes, and then we'll continue. Thank you for joining me so far. See you soon. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Now, I put on my hoodie because I don't want to get any of the food on my shirt, because I actually really like this shirt, so simple as that, really. Talk about the changes based on ranked vehicle versus performance vehicle. Fair enough, Iron Cross. I made a video on it on the YouTube channel. So, that would be, oh yeah, the Insta story. Let's see. Werthers? What did you do? Oh, Jesus. Why? Why? Why have you done that? So what Daddle is done is he's, for some reason, put half of a Werther's Originals packet in a bottle and another half in another one. And he's put vodka in one and whiskey in the other. Are you infusing Werther's Originals? Do you know that Werther's Originals are things that, like, grannies give their, like, grandchildren? You better not tell fucking Granny that you've spiked the Werthers. Jesus. She's not going to be happy, you know. Tell me how it tastes, though. I'm interested. You got a new Razer gaming chair? Wow. That's pretty cool. Alright, so we're back. Let's get Mario Bose on. See what they want to chat about today. See what is going on. Thank you for the follow unknown. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the gifted sub 9969791. Thank you for continuing to support the channel.
Can you hear?
It's very much, yes I can. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Club Iron Cross. Enjoy the emotes. How are you? How are you doing?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Very, very well.
Oh, good.
But the rest was...
What's on your mind today? What do you want to chat about?
I want to talk about like a small modification that I don't know what happened, but was a small change to one vehicle that like greatly increased the effectiveness of said vehicle. Do you know the premium MiG-15, the ISH? Normally,
yes,
its rockets normally go downward, so it's very hard to aim. Instead of like straightforward in other aircraft. But apparently they added a ballistic computer to the aircraft, so it totally changed everything.
So it made it a lot easier to use.
Yes. You can easily now get 8 kills with it.
Oh really? That effective?
Yes. Just like eight big rockets, and with a little bit of training and a basic computer, you can easily get 8 kills. But
that's crazy. Do you think they'll up its BR then, or what do you think they'll do with it?
I don't know, but I think with this change they should increase its BR. And you are also in a MiG-15, so when you use all the rockets, you can also be an effective fighter as well.
Yeah, and I don't think you can buy that one anymore, can you?
I don't remember. I bought it when it was launched. But I think you can buy it in a pack along with the T55AM as well. I think.
Oh yeah, you might be able to actually, you're right. Well, it's kind of interesting to think about how, you know, they've made it so much more effective. and obviously people are enjoying it more. I just wish that, as I said, it was more available to people. Maybe if it was a GE vehicle.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you run it mainly in ground then?
Yes, in Grand Attack, Grand RB, yes.
What do you run with it? Like, what's your preferred lineup?
So I use it like 8.7 with Russian light tanks. Works extremely well.
Yeah, that's
because
not a bad one, actually.
With light tanks, when you spot an enemy and then a friendly kills that enemy, air vehicles get cheaper, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that the airstrike modification, whatever it is.
Yes, most of them have it.
Well, that's fair. Like, I think the SU-7s have a similar ability as well, but obviously a slightly higher BR. Like, they have the ballistic computer, so you'll probably really enjoy those too.
Yes, my shoes.
Are you doing the battle pass this time?
Yes, I just got off from school this week, so I am free for the next like month or so. That should help grind a lot.
What, do you have like summer holidays or something?
Yes, I just finished some school exam, and now I have 1 month holidays.
Nice. Well, that's pretty good. You get to relax and obviously play some games. So it's a good idea. What do you think about the SU-8 then?
Yes, I have. Yes, so it carries like 45 millimeters, right?
Yep.
I mean, depending on how accurate they are, they might be very effective. What BR is it? It's like 4.7, I think.
4.7, yes.
So yeah, it should be effective. And just can carry bombs, you know. Might be in more a similar position to the TU2, you know, the TU2S. Except I think it carries a bit less bombs, but you have the guns to compensate.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Like, I thought it was going to be higher BR, personally.
I mean, they might have increased the same BR as the TU2s. You just trade some bombs for the guns, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Are you looking forward to any of the other vehicles?
Yeah, the other premiums of the Battle Pass, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What are they? There's the Turan 2, I think. And then there's some British boat as well.
Yeah, and then the M64. Which is a half Hellcat, half Duster. Oh, God.
All vehicles are interesting.
Well, that's good to hear. What are you grinding right now?
I'm playing at 7 Russia, so I'm grinding Russian ground vehicles.
Yeah, that's fair.
Since I already have all the planes for Russia. Pretty much. They
Did you
haven't bought,
grind them
but
out with the MiG-15, or did you just play a bunch of different ones?
I think mostly in the MiG-15, but the MiG-15 can only grind to rank 6, so all the other rank 7 I use the other planes. especially the Yak 28. It's a very fun bomber to use.
The Yak 28, really?
I mean, simply because it's very fast. At 9.3, like there are not many planes that can catch up to you, and he also has countermeasures. So if an enemy launches a missile, you can use the countermeasures and evade, and then just run away, get another bomb, and go back again.
I always struggled with its bomb sight because I felt like it didn't actually drop the bomb where the sight was.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
But it definitely was a simple vehicle to use. I'll definitely say that. Like, just go to the base, bomb, go back to the airfield, repeat. It was pretty simple. Oh, hey, John, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Wait, is there anything else you want to chat about?
Well, that's about it because I have to go now.
Oh, fair enough. Well, thanks for coming on, man. It's been a pleasure.
Well, goodbye.
See you later, Mario Buzz. Thank you. Alright. Now, let's get on the Mad McLeod. Let's see what's going on in their life right now. What they want to chat about. You're struggling with the BF1 and 9F4, really? That kind of sucks. Hello? How are you?
You can hear me?
I can. You're very loud for some reason. I'll turn you down. Alright.
Great.
There we go.
Yeah, but then like weeks ago, my dad got hit with COVID. My mom flew in the same week.
I think your internet might be dying. Try that sentence again.
Talk about how my dad got hit with COVID and my mom got the flu like 2 weeks ago.
I think I heard flu in that.
Hold on.
Oh.
I'm going to do that on my phone because my laptop's slow.
You, yeah, it's like, it's skipping, so it's as if you're like downloading something. No, I don't think he's putting it on, and if he is, he's very bloody good at it. He's speaking the language of the gods, it might be. Might have to do the testing. By the way, I have no idea what to do with this vehicle, the LA11, so I'm gonna try some weird things. See what's going on. You're flying high, that's why it's breaking up? Oh, true, yeah. Yeah, it could be that. I should go closer to the ground. Flying high, 'cause we're holding on. I'm gonna be your number one. Number one. Oh, number one. Number one. I can tell you what to tell about feeling. It's a great song, by the way. I can't remember who sings it. It's probably some boy band from the early 2000s. Are you there? Oh, looks like we just lost him. Play some tunes? I mean, I could put on some elevator music, but it'll get copyright hit on YouTube, so I'd rather not. That's the problem. Yeah, I can put on some sound in the game while we have some technical difficulties. Nah, it basically plays the same as the predecessors, it's just a bit fatter, so that's the only real difference.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy.
Like, it's probably the most similar to the LA9. Has a, like, one less gun though, which is a bit rough. Well, not a huge deal. Testing. Let's go give this guy a bit of a what for. Ah! The web kicked in. Always good.
No!
Yes.
Attack the D point.
Alright, we'll give Mad like 2 or 3 minutes, and then if it isn't solved, we'll bring the next person in, and then he'll be able to play. He'll be able to come on later on. But yeah. Well, I tore his rudder off.
Engaging the enemy. Launching an attack.
Two guys just... the squad just ran straight for the airfield once they were engaged, so... Bit annoying, not gonna lie. Hey Unknown, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing alright. Hopefully everything's good.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win. Take him down!
Oh, I can't do this. Not with a busted wing. God damn it. That was so dumb. Right. God, I'm annoyed at myself. That was bad. Alright, well, looks like Mad McLeod has unfortunately left us. So it's time for the Mad Baron Sands. No, this isn't the rare one. This is the Chinese one they just added. It's the copy of the rare one, basically. That's all it is. I need to get the decals and the decorations done. Let's see if Mad Baron Sands is there.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm currently in a game myself.
That's all good. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Well, that's good.
Just shooting the bad guys and having me a spot of tea.
Fair enough. What do you want to chat about today?
A couple of things actually. There was a couple of things that got passed around and in the forums that made me raise an eyebrow slightly.
Right.
Majorly, I want to voice my inherent concerns for the new economy changes, but I also want to bat an eye in the face of people who are like me, who just meme about.
Right.
So, I think the whole issue with the rank-based system, just by itself, raises, stagnation.
Okay.
But it also introduces something pretty awesome, I would say. Because I'm the kind of guy that likes to go on ahead and grab the mouse and run in a little bit over my BR rating for the mouse and then just bonk some heads together.
Sorry, say that again.
I usually play meme vehicles a lot. Like, stupid vehicles and stupid BR brackets.
Yeah.
Like, the mouse at 9.0, for example.
Okay.
For somebody like me, this means that a lot of the vehicles I do enjoy playing at these top BRs are going to become a lot more easier to acquire.
Yeah.
But for a lot of nations and a lot of people who have a lot of money, this doesn't bode well. That I can agree with.
No, it doesn't. Thank you for the subscription, Pyman. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And also, happy anniversary. Hopefully you had a good day.
Slight win.
Say that again, sorry?
I see the changes as like a win. A small win. Because I never can keep silver lions in my wallet to save my life. But then again, I also just really do dumb shit. So that's part of the reason why I lose SL.
Yeah. It's not the game's fault, it's your fault, basically.
Yeah, and I wholeheartedly accept that. And you want to know what? I'll keep doing the dumb stuff because it's funny.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the game's about. Doing what you enjoy.
Yeah. What else? Another thing is that there was a couple of items that had me intrigued about what got past the developers that I really do want to see in the game. But there's one thing, however, I don't want to see. So the Type 87 RCV, as it's been a relatively hot topic, actually has a modification that has been done to it to help keep it modern and up to spec that I don't think will make it overperform.
Okay.
On top of its turret, it has a mounting bracket that allows it to equip a ground radar.
Oh, that's cool.
So think of it in the same aspect as what the Kurtzentima has.
Yeah.
You know, the top-of-the-line missile carrier for Russia.
Yeah.
It could lock onto ground targets, and it can also lock onto air targets. That I don't see boding well.
No, probably not.
And its range is a little bit longer than that of the Kurtzentima, which is not very good. Because its gun can't reach the range of the radar.
Chrysanthema, happy.
Anywho, another thing that got brought to my attention is, I'm going to use their World of Tanks names here, so bear with me here. The Cruiser Mark 1 and the Cruiser Mark 2 have been passed to the developers to be added into the game. So the Cruiser Mark 2 has a breech-loaded mortar.
Yeah.
The Cruiser Mark 1 is basically that, but equipped with a 2-pounder gun.
Oh, it's all good, Abby. I think we should know it as the Cozantina.
If the breech-loaded mortar comes into the game, we'll basically have a low-tier AVRE. Which...
That would be pretty fun.
It would be fun, but it would be... kinda bad.
Well, yeah. Well, we have a bunch of derp launchers at low tiers anyway, you know?
Yeah. I'm looking over at you, Japan.
Yeah, and then also that Swedish thing, this
trumpet gun.
Yeah, and then the Sternpanzer, obviously. That's about as well. And there's definitely a few that could come in and have a bit of fun with.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that the ground radar doesn't get accepted for development, because that will honestly make the Type 87 RCV broken again. And I already enjoy that thing at 8.0. I don't want it going up any higher.
What if they put in another version, which just the only difference is it has that radar, so then they could change its BR accordingly?
The thing is that they wouldn't be able to do that because all the Type 87 RCVs in current service have that modification installed.
But we do have stuff like the T-72B and then the T-72B object version, like 1979 or whatever it is.
The 1989. Yeah, I can honestly...
So they could do something like that.
But the upgrade package was, I think, introduced in the same year, though.
Oh, well, just call it V1 and V2 then.
I guess. Another thing is, another ME-262 might be coming for Japan.
A what, sorry?
The Messerschmitt Me-262, or in this case, a new jet interceptor to fill in like the
Wait,
big.
which past developers are you talking about?
The most recent one.
The December one?
Yeah. The new Nakajima interceptor that they proposed. The
Oh,
Nakajima KI-201.
I can't even remember that. But yeah, go ahead. So it's
So-
similar to the 262. What the
in a-
fuck hit me?
In a way, yeah. But it doesn't have 430 millimeters. It carries a pair of 30s and a pair of 20s.
That could be quite useful, actually.
And it also carries the same bomb load as what the Kika could carry. So a Kika V2.
With more guns.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds pretty fun. Did they ever actually build it?
They built a model of it, yes.
Did it fly?
Sadly, I don't believe so.
Sad.
Hello there.
But if it did fly, I think its flight performance wouldn't be comparable to the Kika. I think it would be a lot better.
Okay.
Like the rocket-assisted Me-262s.
Hello there.
It'd be nice to see it though. When it would bolster that little bit, that little area. Sorry for Japan. They don't have a ton of stuff there.
Yeah, they really don't. Especially for jets. What else? What else? Because I've kind of been all over the place. I actually just got off of work and I was listening in on the stream, so.
Oh, that's all good. Don't worry about it.
So let's see. That's what I wanted to say. Now I forgot it.
That's all
Mine's
good.
screwing with me. So on top of all that, honestly, mine's relatively short. I don't have anything else to talk about, to be honest.
Have you taken a peek at you talked about like the rank stuff and everything like that? What do you think about the other economy stuff? So the RP modifiers and SL modifiers that they're doing, like the changes to them with the win-loss stuff.
With what they're changing with the SL and RP gain per second for a losing team versus a winning team, I think it's a step in the right direction.
Okay.
For a casual player, trying to try hard is next to impossible. Let's be honest. It's not going to happen.
No.
I think going on ahead and backing off of that try-harding and then allowing more casual players to get to a comfortable position so that when they have the time to become a try-hard, they can go on ahead and do the try-hard things like SRB or stuff like that. I think cutting back on that try-harding in a random battle experience, may it be ground arcade, realistic, or sim, is something that is much needed.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Now, the rank-based economy stuff, they kind of screwed up on. I think they're going a bit too far-reaching with the rank-based. I think not just rank 1 and rank 2 should be put in a stagnant place. I think rank 3 and rank 4 should be. And rank 5 here and there. But otherwise, I feel like more rank 6, rank 7 should remain as what they were doing.
So expand it, but not as far as what they're doing.
Yeah, because there's a lot of vehicles that can be added in from rank 1 to rank 4 at this current point in time that could be as ground shaking as what, say, the Type 87 RCV and vehicles like that being introduced would have done.
Yeah. Interesting.
But if they went on ahead and say like we were having issues with like rank 5 to rank 7, rank 5 for the most part, I don't see why they need to do individual stuff anymore in rank 5, so they could like stop there and do just rank based. But there's a lot of vehicles in rank 6 and rank 7 that can cause quite the uproar.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. Especially since a lot of them, a lot of them are just in kind of weird places in like metas and stuff. So if you try and paint them all with the same brush, like it's not really going to work, which is kind of what they're doing right now.
Like, if they want to be more BR specific and they want BRs like that, I could just say anywhere between like 8.3 to 11.3 is an area where they need to focus a little bit more on in terms of micromanaging, and not so much before that.
Right.
If they went with that approach, I could see the economy changes and the whole rank-based economy system working from that point backwards. But they're adding in all of these modern tanks like the M1A2. They're going to do the Panzer Habits 2000 probably. Let's see here. Maybe another installation of the T-72. Maybe they might do the B2, or maybe the BVU modification of the T-80. Vehicles like that deserve a lot more attention on having to micromanage and keep in balance compared to everything else that they could have added in. Like that, that one AAA that they added in at 2.3, the Panzerwagen 301, that thing. They don't need to worry about. It's the Swedish one. I remember you did a video about it, didn't you? Or a stream?
Oh, the APC thing, the PBV, yeah, that horrific
if
thing.
they had stuff like that, they don't need to worry about managing it as much as like vehicles that are going to be making you go, wait a minute, like the SU-8 they just added into the battle pass.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, that is fair.
Like there are definite upsides to the rank-based economy. Don't get me wrong. Like there's a lot of vehicles I enjoy playing that are, well, let's be honest, crap, shit. You're better off feeding them to dung beetles than to going on ahead and using them for anything.
Yeah.
That will obviously benefit from this, even though some of them might be a lot more expensive, but potato tomato kind of thing.
Yeah, I hope they do benefit from it, and I hope people, I hope people in general do try and experiment with other nations and stuff with this. Like even if it doesn't really change the much of the repair costs and stuff for lower tiers, because it won't. It would be really nice to at least get that idea into people's heads that maybe it is supposed to, and then they can have a bit of fun with it. Hey Freeman, how you doing, man?
If they go through with this changes, like the Mono 3 actually benefits quite well from this. T95 does as well.
I actually really enjoyed playing.
Like those are fun vehicles to come across at like 7.0, 7.7, and you can just have a happy time just going and trading blows.
Yeah, true.
Because that's what I like to enjoy playing. If I'm not out there, going on ahead and holding somebody with one arm and slapping them with the 120 at the Type 10, I'm usually down at like 6-7 playing the FE4005 and playing the Tortoise, for God's sake. Like, this, I believe, benefits vehicles more like them a lot more than, say, I know the FE4202 is going to be coming back into the meta. It always has been a meta vehicle. At least at 7.0 and where SRB is concerned. But this has made me go on ahead and switch gears because I was initially going to try and start grinding for Russia. Well, I suck at Russia, so no. I learned that the hard way, as I can't play the terms to save my life. But now I'm swapping gears and I'm going on ahead and playing Britain again. Which I'm about to crest into rank 6 with Britain. See, now that you got me all figured out, now I'm just ready to keep ranting, but I know I'm going to be taking up like at least 2 other people's time, so I'm going to cut this short. Let's see here.
It wasn't Yelling
Actually,
Simulator.
I got through with everything, so I'm good to go.
Oh, fair enough. Well, thanks for coming on, man. I can.
No problem.
We'll have to see how the economy stuff happens. I feel like it probably won't be implemented for a very long time, though, or at least like a few months.
I think they're gonna try and maybe do it 1 or 2 ranks at a time.
Yeah, probably.
Which I hope they do, because it would make top tier a lot more enjoyable. No more having to hear the bitching of my friends who are both French and Sweden mains gripe about repair costs.
Well, their repair costs have reduced significantly over the last few years.
Yeah.
We're no longer in the 20k era anymore.
Nope. Well, I'm just gonna go on ahead and dip back down.
Alright, thanks for coming on, man. It was a pleasure chatting.
It was a pleasure chatting with you too. And remember, kids, play what you want. The meta's useless.
Very true. Alright. So let's try Mad McLeod again, see if his issues are fixed. Let's see what is going on. There we go. How are you? Is everything good? The response is deafening. I can't hear you at all now. This is quite a trick.
What now?
Oh, heard something.
Hey.
There we go.
Right.
Well done.
Oh, thank God. First my laptop bricks, then my phone bricks. I'm stuck using my mother's PC. It's like, oh great.
Sounds like you're having a rough day.
I need to replace my phone. My laptop is starting to show its age on its sleeve.
Oh, fair enough. How are you overall then?
I'm okay now. I originally tried to open with my dad like 2 weeks ago got hit with COVID, and at the same time, me and my mother got hit with the flu.
Yeah.
Which sucked. My sister got out okay though. She got out unscathed, so that's fine.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. The
Have
problem
you all
with
recovered
me,
now?
well, we're doing fine. I'm still kind of getting back to normal. For me, my immune system's all sorts of whack. I'm not immunocompromised. For me, it's either I get like a light fever, but it's like lasts for like a week or two, or I'm sick for like 3 or 4 days only, but it's like I might as well be dying, and then after that, I spend like 2 weeks just recovering.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
So yeah, no, these last few weeks I've just felt nothing but insomnia and lethargic at the same time. So it's like, yep, that's what happens when I get slapped in the absolutely punched in the crotch with the thing that is the flu.
Oh, well, that's not fun. Yeah, normally I don't get affected too much by that stuff, so I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, normally I don't get sick throughout the year, though it's around when winter hits. It's like, okay, time to brace and not go outside.
Fair enough. What did you want to chat about today?
Well, I guess first off is the economy.
Mm-hmm.
I get why they want to do it, because, one of the big things is grind, and, you can almost gain very little to nothing, or sometimes even a net loss when you lose.
Yeah.
So I get why they want to do it, but at the same time, at the cost of this is the gains that you get from winning.
Yes.
Which, a part of me, I get why they're doing it, but at the same time, I don't agree with it entirely. Because now your lows are not as low, but your highs will nowhere be as high.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which I still think is kind of disappointing in the end. And I get maybe if they had applied economy changes like this to maybe say arcade. But again, realistic is supposed to be, training wheels off, get good kind of spiel.
Yeah, I get you. Would you have
And
preferred, because some people were putting out the idea of having it so you increase the loss bonus, but also keep the win bonus where it was.
yeah, I would have been fine with that.
Yeah.
I do feel like lowering the win gains are going to upset people. More so in the long run in the end. I was talking with a friend, and at one point someone was like, it kind of feels like guys are trying to pander to a more casual audience.
Yeah, probably.
And I get why they'd want to do that, but at the same time, there's also aspects that are problematic for a more casual or newer audience that come in because, like players see the advertisements on YouTube and whatnot. They see Abrams, Leopards, they see Phantoms, and then they get into the game and congratulations, you're starting with 1930 in the 1930s. Make your way up.
Hey,
Get ready to
Dark Blade,
grind
it's
for
nice
about a
to
year.
see you.
So I guess maybe they're trying to lessen the blow that you get from that, but at the same time, the rest of us were, starting to get to that point of like, oh, fuck.
I think they've I think they've also done way more tournaments, haven't they, recently? Or at least it feels like they have.
I think they
Over,
are
the last year.
I feel like tournaments are a good thing in the end. I've always said the tournaments are good. It's good. It's good. It's competitive. It puts players in a more isolated, player versus player area, and they're really good rewards.
Yeah.
And I kind of wish that maybe we had even more tournaments and that they were more open, and maybe maybe even smaller, lower tier tournaments. It's less about the vehicles and more about your reaction time.
Yeah.
Can you react? Do you have the vision to are you able to see those few pixels that are poking out of the bush?
Yeah.
Of course, the rewards won't be as high, but I guess, if they become, it allows, even earlier players to be competitive. But then I guess you can also make the argument that, more experienced players could easily club new players. And at the same time, you kind of have to be stupid to allow that to happen. And not, have some sort of means of, making sure that, a level 100 ain't going up against a level 8. Because if you're letting that happen, you screwed something up. Especially if it's in a tournament. But I do feel like we do need more tournaments in the end.
I feel like when I look at the, what do you call it? When I look at the esports portal or whatever thing for War Thunder, like there seems to be a ton of, what do you even call it? There seems to be a ton of tournaments, like every week, like 20 or so that go on. But they're split so far across like all the game modes. It can be it doesn't seem like there's a lot of them.
The only other thing that I think needs to be said about the economy is fixed naval economy. It's still castrating yourself with a rusty scalpel is probably more productive than trying to grind naval.
Fair enough.
It's like, yeah, I want to be able to, experience, the Shan horse, and I hope we later get some of the more notorious ships, like maybe the Congo. But it's like, oh God, will I have the time, patience, commitment, and just maybe even the insanity to just do that? I want to play a game, not work a second job.
Yeah, I've seen that too, Joda. When it comes to tournaments, it sucks.
I think that's a good way to sum up how you should play War Thunder. Play it for the fun, not for the grind, because you're going to feel like you're working a second job.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The game's
And I think
designed for fun.
Yeah, but at the same time, considering how the grind has been set up, you're going to get to that point where it's like, oh God, I don't want to do this anymore. And then I think that's the big reason why some players will ultimately step away from the game, even if it's just for a short time.
Yeah, probably. I know.
Other than that, I am excited to see World War possibly come back this year. That's definitely something I'm hoping for. Last World War was, it was a bit of a shitstorm.
Yeah, I think that's true.
but I'm hoping it's a bit better. I've also been thinking about it a bit more. Like, what if you were able to create smaller kind of World War, like a spin-off where it's more like a squadron versus squadron kind of deal, but it's more isolated. Like a squadron, two squadrons can talk and put together a sort of a squadron v squadron kind of mini version. Let the squadrons actually interact with one another instead of just pitting them against one another
the LA-11
every so often.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. Some kind of challenger mode or something where you challenge another squadron.
I know some people are going to hate me for saying this, but kind of like the clan battles from like Clash of Clans or some shit.
Yeah, probably.
The idea that and a friend of mine mentioned that maybe a similar idea, but it's contained within the squad. So you have half of the squadron on one side and half on the other. Good for like a little bit of an internal game mode. Like let's all get together and let's throw hands, Fight Club, fuck it. So it's again, Gaijin has the tendency to commit to one thing for an extended period of time. And sometimes when it comes to with these things, we don't hear about it until it's either out or like a few months later when it's either already out or been dropped. I mean, like there's been game modes that instead of maybe improving or developing have been dropped, like the old Battle and what was that game mode? It was kind of like a Rush for Battlefield where two teams were basically racing to capture a set of points. I missed that game mode.
It's called Break.
Break, that's what it was. I missed that game mode. I remember playing that a lot. That was fun. I'm definitely hoping that we see that new ground PvE mode this year.
Ground PvE?
Yeah, the one where the team was attacking or defending. There was like even like anti-tank guns that were AI controlled and all that.
No, I don't know that one actually.
Yeah, they were testing that a while ago, not too long ago.
Oh, do you mean like the campaign mission things?
No. They were testing it. It was in the same place that you'd find like the enduring conflicts for like helicopter.
Yeah, in the events tab. Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of them was Russians or like Germans attacking. They take like say the Poland map, and it's like okay, you got to go from point A to point B to point C, and then at point C you have to hold it, and you go through their tanks and AT guns.
Yeah, I remember them. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope we can like actually see that. I think a big thing that I actually hope we see improved is the assault game modes. Because right now it's basically just for ground, it's sit in the spot and keep them away. For air, it's the same thing, just on a bigger map. It's same old thing. Really, I feel like the only reason I ever play it is because I want to grind out helicopters without going into EC and basically being raped by K-50s just every 45 seconds.
Yeah. Oh no.
And you just, it's like we have these things and they've remained static for a few years. And I think that's one of the problems with Gaijin. They make something and then they leave it. And then they it's like we've seen times where they invest so much time into one thing that you question whether it's necessary. Like the MiG-21, the event one, the PMF, I think.
Yeah,
I mean, that was just a wild ride of watching it go up and down, and it's like, oh god, why is so much time being put into this one thing?
Yeah, I can definitely understand when people talk about they feel like the resources are sometimes mismanaged.
Yeah. Other than that, I do hope we get some cool stuff this year. I know some people are like, "Oh, we got that one thing that's related to the SV-25."
What a decal!
Yeah, the decal, and everyone's like, "So are we getting the SV-25?" And I wouldn't be surprised. The SV-25, the Frogfoot does have some history. It's an interesting vehicle. There's a few interesting variants. In fact, there's a certain variant that if I had to make a prediction, I'd say that there's a certain variant that we can see as an event vehicle, that being the SU-25T. which
Oh,
was
I'm
a
sure, yeah. Like,
yeah, that was one of the prototype variants that never really entered mass production. I could see that being an event vehicle easily.
Yeah, I mean, the SU-25s will eventually come. The only question is when. But using a decal as a reason why something is coming is stupid.
True.
Because I don't even know if I have to explain this shit, but if you want to use that logic, there's like thousands of decals in the game, which would indicate, certain vehicles being yeah, exactly, over periods of time. Like as I was saying earlier, the American decal that's there, like it's literally for a recon unit. Like, does that mean we're gonna get a bunch of recon planes like the RF-4E or the RF-84? I highly doubt it.
Might as well give us the old Grasshopper.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know.
Maybe the Grasshopper with the M8 strapped under the wings would be just absolutely fun to just fuck around with.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah. I can see why they wouldn't add that, but I got a feeling like someone would ultimately make that as one of the custom mission mods that you can play around with.
Oh yeah, definitely. They could do some. I mean, it could always be an event vehicle, right?
Yeah, true. Good for low tier.
Yeah, just a bit of fun.
Other than that, the battle pass this time is secret. Again, please give it. Can we eventually get a break in between, please, guys?
Would have been.
Burnout is a thing. We've been burning us out for years.
I technically had like a week between, but yeah, it would have been nice to have a bit more.
2 or 3 weeks would have been fine.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think the vehicles are pretty good this time around. The tank ain't half bad. The SU is definitely interesting. I mean, 445s. You had a bomber, it's gone. You're gonna chew through quite a few tanks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad alternative to say the Tisma.
What are you
Individual
playing
bomb
today,
drops. It's gonna be pretty damn scary in ground RB.
Oh, I agree
and I
with
wouldn't
you,
be
yeah.
surprised if some of our beloved few people in the YouTube sphere start taking this thing out and trying to snipe bombers with it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they will.
Yeah. For the Chinese tank that we're getting, it's good to see. Though again, another American PT boat. Again.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's all we ever get. There's just more American premium PT boats.
Well, they made a lot of them, unfortunately.
Yeah. Other than that, I feel like the year is going to be good, but I do feel like we've already had a bit of a bumpy start, generally speaking, in the first month of the year.
You think?
I mean, there was
Do you
already
remember
the
what happened
whole...
last January?
Oh, God.
You remember the big story?
I don't even recall the details. I just remember that something happened. I mean, I remember reading up on it, but again, it's like it's just empty. It's like there's just been so much turbulence.
I'm pretty sure January last year was the year, or the month last year, when that publication came out and said that Gaijin funded terrorists.
Oh yeah, that.
Which
that
is
was
funny.
That was an acid trip and a half.
Yeah, definitely interesting.
The only real thing that I can see really bogging us
Hey,
down
Ali
is,
Count, nice to see you.
again,
Hopefully doing
Gaijin's
well.
decisions when it comes to what to develop and what to add and when, and kind of the amount of time and resources they put into certain things.
Yeah.
I still feel like there's a lot of things that have been left untouched for a little too long. I mean, I do remember. Aren't we getting finally? Aren't they finally separating helicopter EC into ranks now?
Are they?
I thought I read that. I might be wrong. I thought I remember reading something alluding to it, and immediately I was just there like, yes, please.
I have no idea. I mean, I haven't
If they
seen
do,
it anyway.
finally, it's about damn time. You're a few years late, but if not, I guess we'll keep praying.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Other than that, I feel like I'm probably gonna stick to low tier for a while. Take a break from my grinds to go to higher tiers. Grind out rank 1, rank 2 with some of these factions I haven't touched yet. Italy, Error for France. Hell, maybe you'll finally touch China. I haven't, because it's literally just mostly Russian and American vehicles with the occasional unique one. Other than that, I do have high hopes. Maybe I'm probably gonna also play a bit more enlisted.
Yeah.
But I feel like I needed to, I need to like temper the amount of time I've spent with War Thunder, just generally, because I played. I can't remember. I think I'm like at between 1900 hours. Like I got a feeling like when I hit that 2,000 hour mark, I'm gonna have an existential crisis.
Oh, you don't even want to know what I'm at.
If I had to bet, I'd probably say somewhere. God, might as well everyone might as well take bets at this point. I'd probably wager 6,000-7,000 hours.
Hello there.
Oh God, I'm nowhere near. Finds out I'm nowhere near that. It's like,
So,
you only hit.
On Steam, and I played 2 years before off Steam, I have 11,000 hours.
Oh God.
Thank you for the follow, Aiden Poland. That's very kind of you.
Reminds me of that fucking meme I posted of the Omni-Man. It's like, player with 200 hours. So when do I get, so when does it get good for fun? Player with like 6,000 hours? That's the neat part. Don't. I'm probably gonna I'm just gonna try to like step back, do other things I wanted to do. I just finished getting the rest of the Witcher books, so gonna wrap up Witcher, play through the Witcher games, read the books, maybe finally watch the Netflix stuff, the series on Netflix. There's things that I've been meaning to do that I put off for so long that it's about time I put down things like War Thunder. Do something like take a meaningful break. Don't just not play it for a day or two and call that a break. Like take maybe a week or two, read a few books, watch a few movies, an actual break.
Yeah, you should do. I mean, the way that I do it is I work out and watch stuff on my tablet, and then I read just before bed. So that's how I fit everything in.
Yeah, my mom does something similar. When she's cleaning, she watches movies on her tablet. She's got one of those phone stands, so she's doing something in the kitchen. She literally stands that up on the counter, watches, and reads before bed. I need to start doing the same.
You should get her some wireless headphones. They're really good for that.
I actually did just get a pair of wireless earbuds for Christmas.
Oh, there you go.
I guess maybe it's time for a few audiobooks.
Yeah, reads books.
Other than that, there's a lot of things. Actually, my dad was wondering whether he should pre-order or wait for Dying Light 2 to come out. He did pre-order the new Horizon.
비프프크이나 더 누구?
What do I think of Dying Light 2?
Oh no, I said that my dad.
Your dad pre-ordered it.
Yeah, he's like, should I? I mean, it's like, you can get one or two of the DLCs, but when do they come out? He did pre-order the sequel to Horizon Zero Dawn, which pretty much most people in my family played and enjoyed. Because
I played through Steam so I can track certain stats, like total hours played. That's about it.
February is going to be a good game, a good month for gaming. Normally it's around the holidays, like November. It's good that we got the break from norm. I'll have some options that aren't, War Thunder and War Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be playing Warhammer, Metro Exodus, and probably Dying Light 2 as well.
I do recommend. Yeah, Metro Exodus is pretty good. Which of the Warhammer games are you planning on playing?
Total War Warhammer 3 when it comes out.
Oh, nice.
So I really like Warhammer 2 and 1. So
well, I've always been a big
Warhammer. You have a desert
fan.
until August.
Warhammer game I played was Dawn of War when I was like 12.
Oh, Dawn of War was great.
First one was good. I think they actually stopped developing the
Zombie Hunter
mod, and I think a big chunk of the community is now working on a new version of it called Unification. Who doesn't want the greatest mod for Dawn of War to ever be made? I know I do. Other than that, there's a lot of good surprises. Space Marine 2, hell yeah. If only Games Workshop would stop being, basically the world's worst law firm and an actual company that makes stuff, then, Warhammer and all their IPs would finally be back on the up and up. Other than that, a part of me is already burnt out. It's like, yeah, I want to take more. It's like I've been taking more naps. I've been trying to read more. I'm worried that, it's like, oh God, February is the last month of winter. It's going to follow up with spring. We're going to have another event.
Abby suggests all of the Final Fantasies. That'll keep you busy.
Oh God, don't even get me started. If I can get my old DS work, like I got my old Nintendo DS, if I get that working, I'm gonna go back and play Final Fantasy IV.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I got Final Fantasy 3 and 4 on the DS. I think I got one of the spin-offs for Final Fantasy 12. My dad's been waiting. He's planning on picking up the full Final Fantasy 7 remake, which I'm excited for.
Yeah, that should be good.
Yeah. Friend of mine was like, "Oh, if you wanted to, it's like, oh yeah, you can play through the entire Final Fantasy games, but you can just play the entirety of like all 3 Final Fantasy 13 games." I'm like, "I'm good, Chief." Which reminds me, yeah, no, I'm probably gonna take a break from everything I have been playing and just play that massive backlog of games that I bought and haven't played, or games I haven't played in years.
I think a lot of people are in the same position as you are. I know I am, so I've dedicated a day a week of playing different stuff.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Honestly, I've thought about just streaming a lot of the older games that I haven't played.
Yeah.
Either some of the old, like I actually have the old Rainbow Six scans on Xbox.
Oh yeah.
So I thought about my old, I never upgraded my Xbox. I still got the OG Xbox One and all the games that from that time period. So it's like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna plug that thing and play all the older PS4 games I got. I would go even further and plug in my old GameCube and PS2, but I'm missing a part or two. I think I'm missing the power unit for my PlayStation and my GameCube. So
right.
The weekend of nostalgia will have to wait.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anywho, my sister actually took the PC into her. I got 3 PCs in the house, my mom, my dad's, and then the shared one between me and my sister.
Yeah.
She got to abduct it for last night and tonight, and over the weekend I'm gonna have it. So just for me and me alone, which is gonna be nice.
Oh, that'll be good.
I think also Daemon X Machina is free on Epic. That's a game of denying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Who doesn't want to mix giant fuck off customizable robots with hack and slash and a bullet hell? That's just waiting for my thumb to make my thumbs bleed.
That stuff's always fun.
I miss the days of having the old gaming thumb. Your thumb is sore. It's like I've been playing for too many hours. I miss those days. Those were the good days. and then back when I was 12, 13, here I am 20. Just around the corner getting my high school diploma and have to get a job, and it's like I miss those days.
Oh yeah, and they never come back.
Nope. Well, I'm probably gonna start doing that now. Actually, I've actually also started a new start in Skyrim.
Oh, you never played Skyrim before?
Oh no, I haven't.
Oh,
I've played it so many times, but I never played it all the way through the very end.
Oh, you should definitely do that.
That's what I'm gonna do, and I'm look. There's a few really good mods that continue the story. Like I think I can't remember the name, or one where the idea is the Dragonborn becomes the Emperor. Like there's like this whole separate area, like in the Oblivion region. It's like, let's go to Cyrodiil as the Dragonborn. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, why not? Sounds
excited
pretty fun.
for Elder Scrolls 6. Anywho, I got a feeling it looks like there's a few more folks that want to talk, and both tired yet not tired because insomnia is a bitch. I'm probably gonna work. I've actually been, practicing my writing, and I'm probably gonna start attempting to. I used to do a lot of drawing back then, which I picked up from my mom. Probably gonna start doing that, and maybe see if I can maybe turn this into any form of opportunity for me in the future.
I'm sure you can, but the one thing you definitely have to do, after listening for like the last 10 or 20 minutes, you need to write down things in a plan, because you have way too much stuff that you're focusing on at one time. So funny enough, when I was your age, I was very similar to the way you're talking right now. Where
what I need to do is I need to get a big ass whiteboard.
Or just a notebook.
No. Somewhere in storage, I have a big ass wall mount whiteboard that I can mount on my wall. I might see if I can go dig that out of storage.
Whatever you have, you can do great things, but my God, please plan. Otherwise, you're gonna go nuts. Because trust me, I did for many years.
That's the plan. I'm probably going to start doing that now. I've actually been practicing my writing because I've wanted to write a short novel for some time. So maybe I'll start planning what I want to do for that first.
Yeah, or just, plan your days. That might be a good start.
Definitely. Start doing not just other things, but, taking care of myself a bit more. I haven't been exercising recently. Got to do that.
No, just be like, okay, today I'm going to do this. Today, and then tomorrow I'm going to do this. And then the day after I'm going to do this.
One step at a time.
Kind of, but more just like set yourself like one thing to do every day. Okay, I'm going to play this today. Tomorrow I'm going to do this. Next day I'm going to do that.
That's the plan.
Alright, man. Well, it was lovely chatting to you.
Oh, absolutely, man. Glad. Yeah, I was like, oh, it's on Wednesday. It's been delayed.
It's all good.
But hey, as long as it happens, all's good.
And it will do.
All right. I hope to speak with you in a fortnight.
I'm sure you will. I'll see you then.
Later, man.
Bye. He needs a planner. We crowdfund a planner. He's got all the ideas whizzing around his head. Just needs to focus on some. And he'll do it. Because I did. Alright, let's get KV2 on. Let's see what's going on. Imagine your ideas, Freeman. I don't need to imagine. You tell me them every day. It's very much very good or very bad. No in between. Oh yeah, Nito, if you request to speak, then it just pumps you back. It pumps you in, so if you want to come on, you're going to have to DM me. KV2, where are you? We got some work to do now.
I has found the button.
Oh, there we go.
I believe.
How are you?
Doing good, and I hope you are too. Today, I'd like to thank you for having what we call a brain and have a crack at triggering you by calling you Anthony. And as always, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time.
Well, there we go. God damn it. See you next time, KV2. Bloody Southerners, every time. Alright, let's get ISIG on. I'm gonna have to ask if it's ISIG or ESIG. I've heard of people getting screwed over by mid-AA. Have you run into any of them? Yeah.
Alright, so a question for you.
But hello, first of all.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm actually really nervous. I've never talked to military streamers.
Well, fair enough. There's no reason to be nervous. I'm just an old, slow man. So, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. How do you say your name, by the way? Is it ESIG or ISIG?
ISIG.
ISIG, okay.
It's German for icy.
Oh, that's cool. Anyway,
And I'm Canadian too, so from a Canadian to another Canadian.
Nice. So, what do you want to chat about today?
So they're reducing their repair costs for the TU4, which has 3,000 kilogram bombs.
Mm-hmm.
What is your opinion on that?
I mean, you know, it's when I spaded the TU4, I spaded the Chinese one, and I didn't use a repair cost, because if you play it in a certain way, or you know, you play it how you're kind of supposed to, then you end up you know, with 3 repairs left basically. So in that side of things, it doesn't really matter, but in ground, like in ground realistic, yeah, I suppose it means that maybe people will bring it in more now. I think it would just get sniped out of the sky though.
I feel like it'd be too overpowered though, because if their paragraphs are lower, people are gonna be wanting to use that more.
You think so?
Yeah, because what was the original paragraphs like? What 29,000? Like that? Or
well, at
something
one
like-
point it was at like 60,000, but right now it's at 30,000.
Yeah, and they're gonna do that to what, like 16,000? So I don't know. And the second question before I go here, what tank would you like? Which tank or plane would you like to see added?
I'd really like to see the Centaur, which is it's very similar to the Cromwell tank that we have in the British tech tree. There's basically like 3 tanks. There was the Cromwell, the Centaur, and the Cavalier, and the major difference between them was like the engines. But the Centaur, one of the big uses of it, or what generally was used with it, was it had they mounted the 95mm howitzer on it. So generally we could see something like that. I think that would be cool. Plane wise, probably like the Bolton Paul Defiant, which is it's a British aircraft which doesn't have any forward offensive armaments, but it has a quad turret which looks behind it. And it was kind of designed for, you know, a different style of combat in World War II. And it was really effective for about a month, and then the Germans figured out what it was and tore it apart. So it didn't really work too well. How about you? What do you like to see?
Honestly, I'd probably want something like the M48 with a 120mm cannon. It was a prototype that they had for like I think a year or two. They quickly scrapped that because it was too expensive, so they replaced it for the 105mm cannon.
Oh, that would be pretty cool actually. I didn't know that existed.
It was a really early prototype. There's not much you can really find on it, but
right.
And then for the plane, probably I'm not even sure to be honest. Probably something around the I think it's the F117 Nighthawk.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about that one. That and the F111 have been the 2 that always get brought up.
Yeah, what did they or the I think it's the B-52 stealth bomber. So one with like the really large wings, and they have to have the breakaway wheels on the wings.
Yep.
That'd be also pretty cool, but I feel like the repair cost on that would have to be like over 100,000.
Yeah, maybe. That would be kind of crazy.
Anyways, I'm gonna let people talk now. It was really nice talking with you.
Yeah, it was a pleasure, and you know, hopefully you come on next time, man. Thanks
I
for
will.
thanks for the chat.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
See ya, brother.
See you.
All right. So next on, since he was here before and does want to come on, is Nito, but I can't. Basically, Nito has to let himself on because he's a mod. I think I can actually invite him to speak. There you go. Well, that should work. And then we will go from there. I finally got that daily test done. Jesus. There we go. How are you?
Oh. What?
Are you there? You are there.
I can't hear you through Discord.
Uh-oh.
Interesting.
Well, that's a problem.
I'll be right back.
How often do you do these? I do them every fortnight. Normally they happen on Wednesdays, but this Wednesday I was busy, so yeah, we do them every fortnight on Wednesday. If we did them every week, it would mean that I won't get, you know, any stuff done on Wednesdays generally. But you've never gotten invited to a Fireside chat? Freeman, you can anybody's invited, man. Like anyone can come on. Like, that's how it goes. Who's Anthony? So my first name is Anthony. And all of my life, like even some official documents that was sorted out. Like when I came to Canada, they wrote my name as Anthony, so I had to bloody go to like the government shit and sort it all out. And yeah, it's just a pain. Wherever I've gone, it's been like a plague or a blight. But you know, I like my name, so fuck that. Hello.
Yeah, it does.
Ah,
Awesome.
there you go. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well.
Oh, that's alright. Why have you got like a Burning Man or something as your profile picture now?
I liked it.
I mean, that's fair enough.
I mean, what my previous one was the Sparky M113.
Yeah, true.
The infamous.
Anyway, what do you want to chat about today?
Yeah, so Swiss ended up bringing up
Sweet
the thing I
dreams,
was
Iron
going to
Cross.
bring up with him after he talked, but now I feel the need to actually talk about it. Let's go back to a time when Japan really sucked. Basically, that time when the Type 75 SPH, the STB, and the ATM were the three vehicles that existed in Rank 5.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason I kind of brought that up as more as a problem, or being a different problem, is because I think there's maybe a bit of this misconception that lineups in terms of BR are the bigger issue that go on when you
Right.
come to like having a very small amount of vehicles, but it's rather the fact, especially with the Japanese in that scenario, that having a very limited amount of options within a specific rank to grind up the rest of the tree is a bigger issue. So say if they were to even do something at the time, right?
Yeah.
Where they put maybe, what was it, the STA2 I think was the highest, or was it the it's whichever one. It's very similar to a Walker Bulldog, but not quite. Type 61, that's the one
Yeah.
I'm thinking of. If they were to even say put something like that in rank 5, right, that would have probably solved that problem pretty easily. I mean, you have quite a few examples that go on right now where I can't tell whether or not they've done it intentionally, where certain vehicles are either moved up a rank or moved down a rank to fit in the rest of the trees. For example, the Privateer in the French tree is a rank 4, whereas it's a rank 3 in the other trees
Yeah.
it's present in.
And the
So,
Chaffies as well, right? That was the
just the
big
Japanese
one.
one,
Yeah.
I believe is up, yeah. I mean, because of that, I can grind out something like the Vautour with a Privateer.
Yeah. And that
Right,
means
what
they'll
else?
have different repair costs, even though they're functionally kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
The next big update is probably
very-
in March. Early
very
March.
small difference, I suppose, but they're gonna have different repair costs being different trees anyways,
Yeah, true, yeah.
just because of how balanced they are with those individual nations. Like, a certain amount of people disagree with me, but I believe the Chinese Privateer is probably the best out of all of them, or at least it was with how the matchmaker worked, because you could end up against the Japanese in a lot of those land-based maps. So you had a lot of bombing targets, and you had 50 cals at a BR where the Japanese didn't really have a whole lot of good armament to counter it with.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel well, first of all, do you think it'll pass the new economy system that they're trying to put in? Do you think people will vote for it?
I'm not fully aware as to how the new economy system works, because I've stepped away from the game pretty good. Is it like a large change, like fundamentally, of how the whole system works?
So generally, they're voting on it now, so it isn't implemented. But what they want to do is right now we have the vehicle, like let's call it vehicle repair system, where based on the efficiency of specific vehicle, that's what its repair cost is going to be, and its rewards on top of it, right? Like how well it does. Now they're proposing an idea of a ranked based system, where it will actually be more in favor of what your rank is of that vehicle and what tech tree it is in, compared to how efficient that specific vehicle is. So the idea is they'll be more equal across the board in different nations. So instead of having ridiculous repair costs for, let's say,
A B29.
Yeah, the B29 or the T4 or whatever MBT at top tier is performing really well at that moment, then it will mean that it's a little bit more, equal between them, even if one is massively outperforming the other.
I don't think it really matters, honestly. Most of the people that outperform in those vehicles are going to outperform anyways.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
The SL-based balancing only really has the, I don't know, caveat of making people vary what they play a bit. It doesn't really change whether or not that vehicle itself is going to be played, right? It's just I'm going to play it less often because of the SL cost. It's not really nerfing it or really affecting its performance or usability in any way. And then aside from that, you're going to have the issue of anybody who's reasonably more skilled in the vehicle or understands how to use it is just going to keep playing it, and that repair cost is never going to see its light of day with them. So
yeah, the thing that they put forward, one of the reasons for this thing is that it will encourage people to get more into the higher tiers of other tech trees instead of just being stuck on one of them, which I think it might do. But at the same time, when I need to find out how many people stop playing a nation because of repair costs, because I haven't met one of them yet. So I'm just wondering where these people are, that the repair costs get so much that they just stop playing a nation.
I mean, you hear legends of them, you see the screenshots, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then you see them playing the next day.
I mean, what the big complaint with the game, at least at the time I joined, was France. And then French repair costs going up and up, but I didn't even notice. And that was the nation I started with, so.
Well, that's like the 122. Like when I remember the Leclerc used to be like 20k and the 122 used to be 20k. And for me, I don't know, I spaded it and I still went positive SL, which is why stuff like that means nothing to me. Like the repair cost stuff, right? So
Well,
as you said, for me,
I gotta wonder, right?
Yeah.
With that, if that, is it you're positive because you've gone to spading it and then you've pretty much stopped?
Yeah.
Imagine if I played the same vehicle over and over again, day in, day out. Right, I don't even have the free repairs to affect the how much that's really going to cost me in the end, right? Because at least those 10 or 20 free repairs at the start are going to affect, say, the 20k or whatever I'm paying per time quite significantly. I don't think you have to play vehicles enough that it's really going to outpace that too much.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. I think for me, the more positive change that they're doing is they're making it so in a loss you get more RP and SL, and in a win you're getting slightly less. So it just makes it easier on you if you lose. Once again, a change that negatively affects me, but I think overall is a good change for people.
Makes the game a bit more casual.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which,
and I'm kind of fine with that.
Really, probably the better direction for them to go, because, man, they're already in a pretty niche field as far as games go. Not that it seems to be working against them. War Thunder's doing pretty well, all in all.
Yeah, it's doing insanely well. It's in the top 20 games on Steam this year, which is pretty good. It's much better than a lot of other games which are not in a niche market. But we'll have to see what they do. I feel like with the competitive stuff, they have so many tournaments and stuff if people want to actually get involved in them now. Making the general gameplay a little bit easier for people, I think is fine.
Yeah, they've kind of separated into a sort of ranked versus casual
Yeah,
in
exactly.
an unofficial sense, at least, or in a roundabout way.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm kind of curious. Why do you think that the SU8 is a little undertiered for what it is?
Because so its engines are the same engines you find on the M185, which are pretty powerful. And I think the gun armament doesn't really matter that much, but when it comes to the bombs, if they drop independently and you do what you basically do in stuff like the TISMA or the TU2, where if you spawning a light tank and then get into it really quickly, you can easily rack up 4 to 5 to 6 kills really quickly. So it's just more of it's like full potential.
보단 더 아이싱크 데이터넬 언드 호프 데이 키프 이덤 러브 더 비더스의 메이트.
When I look at its full potential, and I compare it to something like the TISMA or even like the TU1, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of smack dab in between the two of those, and honestly, looking at it, I don't see where it goes too far either way. I mean, what do you think it'd be more than like a 0.3 up BR or what?
Yeah, I think 5 or 5.3, because I wouldn't take it over the TU2, because the TU2 has those three really nice bomb drops, but I think I would put it at 5.0. Or even, sorry, I would put it at 5.3, and then if it doesn't do too well, drop it to 5.0. Because 5.3 it actually has a lineup, 5.0 it doesn't. Hey Red Arrow, nice to see you.
And then you have what, a CAS option for any of the tanks that are just short of that 5.3 lineup, and then you can still take it in 5.3 just fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would do with it. What do you mean, what happened?
I mean, when I think of the guns, right, you get a lot more burst mass than the two I'd compare it to, but between the TU1 and the TISMA, you're getting about the same amount of volleys put down range. And if I'm ground striking air, I'm not really too worried about having that additional burst mass.
Yeah, that's fair. Some people were talking about using it as a bomber hunter, but that's not going to happen.
That's a very interesting decision.
Well, the engines don't do well at high altitude, and you're gonna kill ME264s. I mean, nothing else can kill them already. So.
I mean, I liked my.
It was a Japanese Red Arrow. It was voted on by the community.
A bit. You kind of have to wait for the situation to fit them, but they're fun when it does exactly that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like what? I'm in a Lubotchka 9 or whatever else, right? It's like, okay, 4,500 meters is really the ceiling to where I'm working with. That means I'd have to wait until the later game when people are low and slow. And even if they're not slow at those low altitudes, I at least have to wait for them to be below all the altitudes they're starting at.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't maneuver, so. Well, we'll have to see if it can actually, but I don't think it will. I really think that's why it's so low. Yeah, I think it's going to handle like a brick. That's the only reason why I can think they put it that low, or they're trying to get people to play it.
I mean, I don't even think it's a premium, is it? It's just like an event vehicle?
No, it's a premium.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay, it's got that going for it. Oh, right, they haven't done any event vehicle types with the Battle Pass.
Yeah, the decal's really nice.
Or have they? I can't remember.
Have they done any what, sorry?
Like event vehicle types with the Battle Pass?
Only one. It was a cruiser for the Soviets.
Oh, okay.
Everything else has been premiums, which has been quite nice, actually.
Yeah, it's good. I don't have to actually play that PT-76 to have it.
Is there anything else you wanted to chat about?
No, I think that's about it, actually. So I'll let you get to anybody else.
Oh, that's fair enough. Well, it's nice chatting, man.
Yeah. You have a good one.
You too, brother. Alright. Thank you for the subscription, Red Arrow. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And also thank you for the subscription, Daddle. Thank
Hello
you
there.
for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated as well. Thank you very much. And also, thank you for the follow, Godzilla. It's very kind of you. Right, let's get CK on. See what CK wants to chat about today. And let's continue. And see what is happening. There we go. Those damn weebs voted the Bismarck for president. Got the lantern, but damn a Chinese team's cheeks at the moment. Well, you know they're gonna be.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, not too bad yourself.
I'm doing alright. Feeling pretty good. What do you wanna chat about today?
Well, as I'm going through my list here, I'm guessing you've been talked your ears off on most of these, but I guess I was kind of wondering what you think of like. So when I say like a large scale game mode, maybe something like a little different from like kind of take what they were doing with the World War mode and kind of apply it to a different like a respawn more driven game mode instead of like the current system where it's I thought team deathmatch or like a single thing, but you get what I mean. Is the matches are relatively pretty quickly over with because of the single spawn limits on most things.
Yeah.
Barring backups and whatnot. So like, what if like you had like a system where like you would queue into the server like you would like back in the day for like a Battlefield game, you'd maybe have like a few servers or you just join a game mid progress or if you're lucky at the start of it. But like you have like quote classes to choose from, and those classes are tanks that you would select from the ones you've unlocked, and the game would revolve around say like rank instead of BR. And I know that seems a bit iffy at first, but if you did it by rank, then you could have it like so like your first vehicle obviously would be like like say you get to like rank 4, it's the first I think Shermans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then like as you unlock the other ones, you could then like swap that Sherman out for other. So like say like the classes would be like heavy tank / medium tank because not everybody has heavy tanks or later on down the line with main battle tanks. And then you'd have that slot which is a multi-slot. You'd have a medium tank slot, a light tank slot, like an AA or something.
Yeah.
And then for your aircraft, you could have, I don't know if it'd be like maybe one aircraft and one helicopter, or if depending if they add more classes for like scout helicopters, or if they differentiate attackers and bombers, etc. So like the idea would be kind of like a Battlefield system, but maybe more like you still have like a spawn point system. So obviously you can't just have everybody spawn in a jet, and or maybe you could have a system that could find a way of like, okay, there's like say there's like 16 players and 12 of them are main battle tanks. Maybe there's a way to like, try to incentivize the next two of like, hey, if you spawn into a light vehicle, like it's either super reduced price or the price of the main battle tank goes up a little bit depending upon what's already on the field. And that you could and like I know people are gonna be like, well, I want to play my vehicle, etc., but at the same time, if you think about it, there's been many games in the past that have done this just fine. You go to Battlefield, right?
Yeah.
You have the initial spawn at base, and I'm going to the helicopter. I'm grabbing the tank. I'm grabbing this, and you're hopefully, if you're lucky, you can get in a jeep and not be left at base having to hoof it. But obviously, that's not too big of an issue with this game. But you get the idea of like maybe like an actual slotted system for this, and then it's based on like a similar kind of like spawn point system, or not spawn points, like a resource counter kind of thing. Whereas either I'd probably do it as you kill the vehicle, you gain the resources, because if you did it by respawn, then people are gonna kind of be a bit like if somebody respawns in, the game's over kind of thing.
Yeah, I get you.
So if you did it by like, okay, I spawned in this vehicle and it cost me 200 points. If I die in said vehicle, now it's 200 points off the board. And that way too, it can maybe make it so like maybe certain higher like a top rank 4 vehicle maybe is worth more than the lower rank ones. So you can't just have that thing. It also maybe makes you think like as you're making your quote deck, maybe you want a small like resource version versus the higher one that is still competitive enough in that environment.
Yeah, I get you.
So, and then I don't know, like I would say keep it simple at first. Don't add anything crazy, like don't add like, oh, if you get this capture point at Bravo, maybe it like reduces respawn cost for this or something. But maybe what it could do is have like as you capture each area, it allows a new avenue for a respawn point though. So if you can, or at least like like I hate to use like Red Dragon or like the new Borno game, but like maybe some of the different spawn points or not spawn points, different capture points offer a unique spawn point that you can come into the map at.
Yeah.
So that yeah, it kind of benefits the ones that have taken the most ground, but at the same time, it actually gives you something, or maybe like that certain spawn point is restricted to certain vehicle types, so you can't just like bring in an AA right away, say, or something like right up front. Maybe you, like AA are considered a support vehicle at the back of the map, whereas like the Ford ones, maybe it's only a scout vehicle at the very like say there's like like a 3-tier system. You have yours, you have the middle ground, and you have the other side of the map that what should be the enemy's theirs. But say you get to that point, maybe that forward point you can only spawn light vehicles at.
Yeah.
Maybe the midpoint you can only spawn in up to light tanks and medium tanks, and maybe the back point is your heavy tanks and stuff like that kind of deal.
Yeah. So there's a reason to actually spawn certain vehicles over others.
Yeah, and I get it. There's some broken light tanks and stuff like that, but at least in theory, there's a better chance of you being able to
balance it.
Yeah, balance it. Yes. So I don't know. Like it's a different game mode, and I get it. It's kind of the whole splitting the population thing, and it may require to get said game mode to have enough people online at once to play it. But maybe you could even do something with it that like when you spawn in, maybe you can have like certain I'm not gonna say kill streaks, but maybe you can like if you have say you've earned enough points in your first vehicle, maybe you can spawn in like say it's like a top tier and you want to bring in like a T80U.
Yeah.
And say like you have like double the points of it, maybe you can bring in an AI T80U that like follows you around similar to how Enlisted kind of has a squad system. And obviously that may require some AI work so that it's not completely just brain dead to the the system, but just an idea that like that way too you get more targets in the area, and that way it kind of maybe makes it feel a bit more, I don't know, broad, like a Battlefront kind of feel to it.
Yeah, I think so. I've always liked the thing they did in Blazing Angels, where you had a squad of 3 behind you, and then the idea of the squad of 3 would be you could set them on like defensive or aggressive or protect or whatever, and then it was a super simple system, but I thought it seemed to work pretty well in the game.
Yeah, and I think that's like if you went with a system like this, you'd have to have just basic command kind of thing with that. And yeah, like you said, keep it simple, keep it so that because like the more complex, you don't really need DCS here with full complex, or maybe about DCS like okay Arma or something, where you have to understand a lot of different metrics, and a player just can't jump in.
No.
And maybe this, like I said, maybe this would be more of like a rank 4 or 5, like rank 4 or 5 and up kind of thing. Like right away, it might not be something available to players at low tier, but maybe it's like it's something, and then that way too, you could have like quote, a reserve tier. So like, say you did unlock a rank 4, maybe it would like automatically put in the bottom tier rank 4 vehicles you could have. They wouldn't be spaded. They would just be generic, but at least it's like you're not totally lost. And it's like, oh, I only get one thing to spawn into all game. But I don't know. It's just something to think about, I guess, because some players, like they just, like Battlefield, you try to find like the one server, and maybe it'd be better for grinding in some cases. Like, hey, I go spend 1 hour in a game of constant action, and obviously the economy couldn't be 1-to-1 for the current one, but it's like Enduring Confrontation right now, right? You can make some really good money in Enduring Confrontation if you play it right.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. That was just kind of my thoughts, and if you have any counterpoints, I'd be welcome to hear them.
I mean, the counterpoints is obviously it would be kind of cool to see it as an event. It sounds really complicated, like to set up, and obviously the issue is going to be if you're not there at the start of the game, or if you're there like later on in the game, like let's say join in progress or something, like people are going to be ahead of you, right? So it's going to be really hard to catch up unless there's a bunch of like objectives which aren't just about PvPing basically, which there could be.
Yeah, I could get that. Like maybe have like certain things like an AI convoy or something.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
and I'm just trying to like kind of think here based off other games too. Like if you ever play like World in Conflict or any of those, like I like the idea of like that or maybe like a support point system or something
Yeah.
where you can earn it, and maybe there's or maybe there's a way to transfer those points to other players because that was a thing. Did you ever play World in Conflict back in the day?
I did, yeah. I have it on Uplay, I think.
Yeah, so like if you played the multiplayer, like you could like donate points to a friend. So say like you had a buddy that's like, dude, I got this many, support points. How many you got? You're like, oh, I got this. Like, well, if we combine them, we can get a tactical nuke.
Yeah.
So you have like, not that I'm saying like, hey, let's all combine our spawn points and get, the nuke, but if you had like some way of like, and that way I think that'd be a good way, like especially balance like aircraft and stuff, because that way too, like, I would be worried about like, oh, you get some people that spawn in and there's like all of a sudden, like 3 or 4 way overpowered aircraft up in the air that are just, getting 8 kills before they're even somewhat spotted out of the sky.
Yeah.
And I mean, Battlefield had that too. We all, I think, have PTSD still from encountering the 1 or 2 helicopter jet players that just like somehow just like would rack up like 30 points and you couldn't ever kill them.
What would you ever do about like the costs of it then? Like, would you just do it a certain SL cost per spawn, or would you just get rid of repair costs for this bit? Because obviously they don't really fit in it.
If you did a repair cost gone, then yeah, that would be an issue. So I guess maybe I'm trying to think here. Like that was something to bring up. Of like maybe like they have an average. Like okay, somebody's expected to die say 3 times in this game, so maybe you take the repair cost, divide it by 3 or something for that vehicle or something like to try to. Otherwise, yeah, the economy gets weird at times because it's. I get that point because like if I play MechWarrior Online and there is no repair cost in that game as far as I remember, but sometimes it can seem like it take forever to climb up the hill to get something, and I'm not sure if you ever played the game, but it's interesting in the fact that like it'd be like if you bought the tank, but like so it's a fully customizable tank though, but you have to save up for the refit and everything on it.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
and some of them, obviously the meta ones are sometimes good by themselves, and you don't have to change much on it. And some of them are just buying the new vehicle is like a tenth of the cost because you're just gonna gut the entire thing anyway for it to be good.
Yeah.
So, but no, I get it. I'm just as far as like the economy though, I was saying like that game sometimes felt like it could take a while to climb up the ranks to get something because there was no repair cost. So. And they have a similar, I think, calculation as far as like activity / you get a bunch of stuff like they have like kills most damage. So like say like you didn't get the kill itself, but say you pretty much all but killed it and somebody just sneezed on it and finished it off, you'd still get most of the points for that kill though.
Yeah.
So, and I know that War Thunder kind of has a damage calculator. I don't know how it fully works when it comes to like ground RB and stuff, but
well, they have it in naval. But they could always just bring it over.
Yeah, and that's I guess maybe something that is if you did remove it, it's at least a way of having a metric of like have it based off damage. I don't know. It is a hard thing to do, and maybe the best thing is there's just an entry. Maybe you pay an entry level to get into the match.
Yeah.
I mean it sounds a bit upfront. Like that could suck, or maybe there's a timer. I don't know. That kind of gets into like you said though. If you join mid match and say it costs you 10,000 SL to join, what happens if the match ends in 5 minutes? Like there's no way for you to get your money back. So, or maybe there's a ticket on there that's like for so many, like for every minute you play, it costs this much it takes this much SL out of the score or something. Call it a fuel or something charge or some kind of just throwing just some way they could put the RP into or the the reason for it.
Yeah, I get you.
It's like or maybe not fuel, but like a resources and logistics cost, and maybe that's something to think about too. Certain vehicles maybe have higher cost to run per minute.
Yeah,
so
they could do that.
So like if you think about it, an Abrams, something with a gas turbine, it's gonna be sucking fuel and whatnot for so long, and something like a Bradley or a BMP is pretty dirt cheap to run. Just in theory, I guess you could say on that.
Have you played any of that new game? The one on... Yeah.
Yep, I bought it. I like it. I mean, soundtrack's pretty dope. I know Bryce doesn't technically like it because that was kind of a... But anyway, no, it's pretty good. No, it has some tweaking obviously to do. Like the A10 is just freaking stupid broken. It's hilarious. Like I've seen it eat like 3 Iglis to the face and just nothing. And Apache did the same thing. It's just like, oh, your Iglis squad that tried to save the day, yeah, it tried in vain. It's like shooting a grizzly bear with a 22 is what it was like.
Oh, that's funny.
Because it just bared down and just wiped out everything. But so no, there's some tweaks they got to do. Like the cluster damage isn't very good, which is weird. But like the HE damage is like stupid broken through the roof, and then just it's a lot to take in on certain things because they're kind of going back. I would say like what early war game was, where you had a lot more metrics to keep track of, as far as like unit morale and stuff like that, where like they actually will route and like there's the smart commands. I really like the smart commands because once you get a hang of those, I think it's gonna help a lot with like because you know how like war game you can kind of be micromanaging at times.
Yeah.
So the smart commands definitely seem to be pretty good at like once you get used to using them, it'll make your job a lot easier to like you just know when you send this units to go do this mission that they at least have like somewhat of like an AI brain driving them to succeed instead of just like like I'm sure we all played war game where you like sent something and you got distracted like oh crap other side of the map I'm getting attacked over here, so you go there and then you come back and the units you said to just move get wiped out because you forgot to have them like go on like a more like alert status kind of thing. So,
yeah, I understand.
So there's like there's like obviously your old commands of like fast move and reverse, but they've added more things like hunt mode and stuff like that. So like your units actually have like a reason to, like I said, cautiously approach an objective. And then I like that they've added stuff like smoke grenades to tanks now. So if you get your tanks out in the open, you can kind of have a chance of survival now. Versus like missiles and stuff. So
yeah, it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I think it has potential. I mean, is it $30 worth it? I really don't know. Like I like these games, so I just invested in it.
Do they have the campaign mode still? Have they kept that? Or?
They are planning it, and I think they're even planning some kind of like quote historical campaigns. So I don't know if it's gonna be like based off like what. I don't know. It's kind of one of those funny things. Like, so is it going to be like an exercise thing where I'm like actually giving like against like, say like I'm a Germans facing a U.S. Army, like on an exercise in West Germany in like 1988 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does seem like there's going to be multiple game modes and different things. There's actually looks like it's gonna have heavy mod support because there's actually like even in the like opening UI of like the main menu, there's a place called mods. So I wonder if there's gonna be a lot of like ability to play around with stuff and do like maybe like mission editor or something.
Oh, I'm sure there will be. Like it would be a shame if they didn't.
Yeah, well that was kind of I was gonna say that was kind of the frustrating thing with like war game was like there was no mission editors, so you couldn't like set up some really cool scenarios. And I mean, I honestly don't have epic voice acting skills, but you can at least have like the written stories out and have to do something pretty fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, games' lifespan is based on their thingy. Well, the community around it. And,
yep.
Yeah.
Well,
all customization is good.
Yeah, well, I mean, even look at like you said, like the war game series that's been
Yeah.
added to and it's still going strong. I mean, it's a smaller community, but there's still a lot. I mean, I get on there every once in a while and play. It's still a fun thing to do. And so some people are like, well, it's just reskinned war game. It's like I mean, if you want it to be that, sure, like you can play somewhat similar. You don't have to use the smart orders to do anything, but it's just one of those quality of life updates.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but yeah, are any other games you're looking forward to here in the next year?
Yeah, there's Total War Warhammer 3 and Dying Light 2. Those are basically the two, because I really enjoyed Dying Light 1. I thought it was really fun. And Warhammer 3 is shaping up to look... Oh, it already looks really, really fun, so that's going to be like my purchase next month when that comes out.
Nice. Yeah, it's. I mean, I know some people like paying full price, but it's kind of nice once in a while when you get a game. You're just like,
We're
you know
talking
what?
about War
I
Game
didn't mind
Hawk.
spending this like full price for it. It was worth it. Not a feeling you get very often anymore, but.
Oh, true. Yeah, like I bought a few games at full price this year actually. Like last year, sorry. Like Resident Evil, I bought full price. That was the first purchase in a long time of a full price thing.
Yeah, it's like I still haven't convinced myself. Like I mean, back in the day, it was like you do Battlefield, the Call of Duties, and maybe it's just age because I would have been early 20s versus, almost 30 now kind of feeling. But it's just, I don't know. But yeah, just different things and different friend groups too. Like you don't have your whole high school groups like, hey, did you get the new Call of Duty? We're gonna be on all night. It's
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah.
Shit, peer pressure.
Like Crusader Boy. Yeah, it's completely different nowadays, or at least it is for me.
Yeah, same. It's like you have a few friends. Like I still play WoW and stuff with some old friends. Just when we're bored, pay the $15 a month to get on there and screw around. But
yeah,
we're not burning the 3 a.m. oil so easily anymore.
True. Yeah.
It's like 10, 11 o'clock hits for us, and we're like, oh yeah, we got jobs in the morning. Oops.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the same. It's exactly the same for me.
Yep. That's I think the biggest thing is adulting is when you can't sleep in on weekends anymore, just because your body just doesn't let you sleep past 8 o'clock very easy.
Yeah, my body clock's set to ridiculously early times now. But c'est la vie.
Yep. It sucks, but you just get over it, and I don't know. I find it's a lot better. It sounds dumb. It sounds like something my dad would say, but I think there's some truth to it, though. You get up at, even 8 o'clock on Saturdays, and you actually feel like your whole day's ahead of you. Instead of like,
yeah.
oh, I slept till noon, and I'm not going to do anything today, it seems like.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's really important to get up like early in the morning. Like it's much better to be up early in the morning than late night, in my opinion.
Yep.
When it comes to that stuff.
Yep, I know some people have different body chemistry for it, and props to them if you can run on a few hours
I
of
don't
sleep
think
too.
they will,
but
Geordie.
I was
No.
just never one of those people.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
It's 8 hours of sleep is going somewhere, whether it's 8 to noon or not 8 to noon. If it's like 3 to noon or if it's 10 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
Oops.
no, it's good talk today. Like I said, I know you probably know I'm excited to see what this year brings with War Thunder and everything else too. So.
Oh, same. I think this is going to be a good year. Last year I thought it was going to be a good year, and at least for me personally it was. I'm hoping that this year is more of the same, really.
Oh yeah, no, I was kind of pleasantly surprised because I was like, oh, they definitely could like go too fast into the next jet. It's like, hey, let's jump from the F4E right to the F15 and have this like massive power jump. And now I'm like, okay, there's a few, like they've done some good steps, I would say, so you don't have that near like powered jump that you're gonna be like, oh, I can't do anything to him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think they've done it pretty well so far.
So I'm sure there'll probably be a few more, and I'm sure people will be frustrated, like, well, why are we doing this? It's just like, yeah, it's stepping stones. You have to have them, otherwise you can't go right from an M60 A1 AOS right to an M1 A2.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but no, like I said, I think there's a few other people here that want to talk. So I'll let you go. Good chat.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, CK. I'm glad you're doing well, man. I'm glad you've recovered. You sound, obviously you said you were struggling a bit. It sounds like you're doing better now.
Yeah, no, well, it did help. I took a nap after work today, but no, it was it was a long day. I went to see the girlfriend 2 hours away last night because she was heading out of town today. So I went down there, hung out with her for the night, drove her to the airport, and then drove back to work 2 hours. So
Fair enough.
it was a round trip.
I'm sure it was. All right, I'll see you later, brother.
Yep.
Thanks
Have
for
a
the
good
chat.
one. Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna just take a quick 5-minute break, and then I will be back, and we will continue. So, just give me 2 seconds, guys. See you in a sec. back. Do I have any SL methods? Type in the chat !SL, !repair, or !grind, or all of them. As a guy who said I couldn't play Russia, I've been enlightened. Thank you. It is time to be enlightened. But it is nice to see you once again. And a lovely chat as well. Alright, let's get Juan on. Let's see what Juan wants to talk about today. Are you there, Juan?
Yeah, I had to turn my mic on, sorry.
That's all good. How are you?
Doing fine, procrastinating on some stuff, but it's just not too minor, not too major.
Oh, that's good. What did you want to chat about today?
Just a few things. One, you know how everyone's it's been kind of going around like stuff to add for leveling, like the prestige, because everyone's been stuck on level 100 for the longest time for people that have been playing the game for a while.
Yeah.
And it's just like people have been saying in chat that have rewards for prestiging. I don't know if anyone's particularly exactly said it like this, but have you ever heard of other people talking about like a prestige shop? Kind of like Modern Warfare 3 had it, where each prestige, every time you prestige, you get like a token, and you could save. You know, you could spend a single token, you could get you something, but if you save 5 of them, you could get something, you know, more extravagant.
Oh, that could be interesting. I never thought
So
of that.
if you spend the time to prestige, say 10 times, you could maybe redeem them to get a rare vehicle, rare premium, low tier premium vehicle, like the old event vehicles that you can no longer get from like 2016.
That would be interesting. Yeah, I've never actually thought of it like that. I thought that would be a really interesting thing to do.
Did you ever play Modern Warfare 3?
No,
but
I started Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, that was the first and last time they introduced it. But I think that would do well with this, in War Thunder, since the time you spend in game is a lot more than a COD, because there's no yearly release cycle for a new game.
Right. Yeah, I think... Now, would you attach it to whenever they get to level 100? Because that takes quite a long time. Or would you like, reduce it? Like maybe
How long,
do so
how
many
long
levels?
does it take to get to 100? I don't remember how long it took. I never paid attention to the levels after they stopped relying on vehicles for that.
Well, I'm guessing someone's done a calculation somewhere. I could probably have a look.
I guess depending on how long it takes, then they would either lower the level cap or just make it so you rank through the levels easier.
Yeah. Well, whichever way, I kind of like that idea. Like, I've never actually thought of it like that, because then it puts like the onus on the player to, you know,
yeah. So you could get some really good goodies. You just got to put the time in and save, and not just spend as soon as you get it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it would also be a good way, I think, to bring back the old event vehicles, like the ones that go for thousands of Gaijin coin. And you can just make it so they're not tradable in the market, so it doesn't ruin the market for the one person that buys it for that price.
True, yeah. What other things would you want to see when it comes to the shop then? Like, what would you put in it apart from vehicles, or would you just put vehicles in?
You could do vehicles for the higher tier stuff, maybe for like a single token premium time or golden eagles. Maybe like the 6, depending on how much time it takes to get you could put like the $6 amount. Actually, how much is the $6? Like 500 or 1,000 for, you know, one prestige token, which I think is a decent reward for the amount of time that would take to get to that.
Yeah, they could do that, or maybe they could add, you know, decal. Well, they could add all the other stuff they normally add,
or high tier boosters like the 500%. 500% one, so you're guaranteed that booster, and you're still not guaranteed to make the most out of it, since it really does. Even though it's not true, it really feels whenever you activate those boosters, you get up tiered.
True. But yeah, you basically could just make a, I suppose it's a more enhanced Warbond shop.
Yeah, like higher tier stuff.
Yeah.
But it requires a lot more grind for the levels. Yeah, it would really depend on how long it takes to get to level 100. Because I don't remember how long ago that was.
Well, yeah, but as I said, like, you can always modify it. Like, it doesn't have to be, if it takes too long for that, you could be like, okay, every 30 levels, or every, you know.
Yeah, every 50 or
yeah,
every 100.
exactly. Well, that isn't too much of an issue. The idea itself sounds really cool, though. The only question is, how would they monetize it? Would you have to pay GE to maybe Prestige?
I don't think you should, but then again, there should be some sort of... Because, I mean, the levels really do mean nothing, so it's not like you're losing out on anything. Because, like, the whole thing with, COD was prestiging is you start back from rank 1, which that cannot happen in this game. You sacrifice the tech tree.
Oh no, Italian coastal is once again gone. What a shame.
No, you're right. I guess there would have to be some sort of sacrifice for doing it, not just time-based. I wouldn't know for that part. I don't know how you would monetize it. It would just be a reward for the people that are dedicated, I guess.
Yeah, true. Like, I mean, they have so many different ways of monetizing anyway. They don't really need, an extra level, but
they're like you said, they're already in like top 5 or top 10.
Yeah, exactly. But you know that they're gonna have like,
and this would just be a way for player retention, even though player retention is already pretty good. It'd just be another way to keep more people.
Yeah,
it's like people that just joined, they see the cool vehicles from the past. Like the one I really wish I ground
no,
for,
it isn't
because I
Umbrella.
was on and off for a couple years. Was it's the one of the Puma variants. Because I think the Puma variants are pretty cool.
2344 or whatever, the one with the 75.
Yeah, the one with the 75 that's not a turret. It's just facing forward. It's like they put the pack gun.
Yeah. I know which one you mean.
I thought that one was pretty cool, but that was from like the first summer event, the one with the IS-7, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was around there.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool to get, and it would be those low tier stuff that I think would be good in that shop. The higher tier ones it'd kind of suck for the people that ground, and then a couple years later, people can get it easier. But I guess you could argue that couple years gap was what you paid for in the grinding time.
This fucking heat, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
well,
just think the premium shop would be a good way to utilize the levels, since I don't think there's much use to them. Do you get anything for leveling up, or is it just kind of a bragging rights type stat?
You get given stuff like SL and things like that. Every so often, like level 100, you get 1 million SL. You obviously have the titles as well. But you don't. It's nothing too crazy, It's not an insane amount of stuff. It's mainly just stuff to help you progress through tech trees. Like you might get some free RP or something in certain areas.
But yeah, that was just one of the main things I think would be pretty cool to be added. I think I could see actually being added, not just something that's like cool to have.
Yeah, I would agree.
Kind of like the Battle Pass, how when War Thunder was first, when like Battle Pass first started, I don't think a lot of people thought it would come to War Thunder, but now it's here. It seems to integrate pretty well. It doesn't feel like it's off.
Yeah, it's in the core of the game. At least it feels it. Like it's weird trying to think of a time where the Battle Pass didn't exist. So it was like 2 or 3 years ago?
The battle wasn't it just a year? Or Battle Passes in general, or the?
No, just War Thunders, because we're on the 6th one, right? So
wasn't it last year that started?
No, I think it was the year before.
I'm already losing track of time.
I don't know what
But
happened to
yeah,
Operation.
I
have no idea.
think that'd be pretty cool. It'd be really nice to have for ways to other ways to get GE, where you sacrifice time instead of money.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's always that app. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, the free
GE one. Yeah. God. They actually sent me a bunch of emails like
Trying to
ages
get
ago.
advertise it.
Yeah, they're gonna give me a cut of the every person that signed up. Like yeah.
I never downloaded it. I'm pretty sure it works the same way like the Google ad thing works, or Google's thing works, whereas you watch a bunch of ads and stuff, and then you fill out a survey, and then they'll give you like $5 gift cards.
Yep, pretty much.
So
It's the
sell
same
your
idea.
information. But yeah. Another thing would be like additions to EC, since EC just got moved down to regular realistic matches. You mentioned that you think they're gonna add the Shrikes or anti-radiation missiles at some point, right?
Yeah. I mean, they will do. Like, it's just a matter of time.
So I think a good thing to add alongside them would be in the EC matches. You could add SAM sites, like the like the long range like SA2 stuff. You know, where they have the telephone pole missiles.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And you know, that could be one of the missions is you take out the anti-radiation missiles and you basically do wild weasel missions.
That would be pretty fun, actually. I
Yeah,
think
then,
people use them a lot in ground as well.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the main use, is just in ground battles. But if you want to take them out, and you could just do that in EC if you want to role play as, especially in like Vietnam, you could take it on the 105. And then like other stuff for EC was add like I say historical recon planes, like the bird dogs for the Vietnam. I don't know if they're exactly Cessnas, but they're like single engine prop stuff like that, where they would just fly around on the enemy side, spawn on the enemy side, because they're going to be super slow, and the enemies just have to take it down, just to add a little bit more history or historical. I don't even know how to say it.
Authenticity.
Yeah, authenticity.
Yeah.
Instead of just having like an IL, whatever the Russian, whatever jet. I think they used IL-28 for the recon for one of the sides, and you seeing that in Vietnam, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, they can definitely add to that stuff. Like I do think they'll expand upon that now. Like I don't know, you know, what you've been reading, but mostly, at least for me, when it comes to EC stuff, so I've seen people be generally quite positive about it, especially in the RB things. So maybe that, if that's true, maybe they'll put more time into it and invest a bunch more resources.
Yeah, I really like it. I get why some people don't like it, because the matches do carry out. But I think the positive of that is at the end of that match, you get a crap ton of RP, NSL. Like if I have a good EC match, I'll come out with like 22 to 25,000 RP. But you know, you just have to survive.
Yeah, I don't mind them. They're long and dull. Like there's not enough stuff that happens in them. I need more stuff to happen in them.
Yeah, and then like one last thing I was thinking for the EC stuff is instead of just ground battle or the ground battles that pop up, you could have the base defense. So it's like a forward operating base or a fire base, friendly fire base that's getting attacked, and you have to defend them instead of just tanks versus anti-tank guns. It's an actual base that's being attacked, and if the AI, if the RNG says the enemy AI took out the base, then you do lose some points.
Yeah, they could do that.
Yeah, just more objectives to add for the EC to make it more interesting, I think.
I wonder if they'll ever really go for this big, large scale thing.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. It's like it seems like they want to, but they don't want to push it too hard because they know not a lot of people want to spend up to 20 minutes in a single match, or up to 30 minutes in a single match.
Are you doing this battle pass then this time?
Yeah, basically for free because I
got to 125 on the other one. Or?
I got to like 122, so I was like, I'll just buy the levels out because that's actually cheaper than buying the next battle pass. Buying the battle pass. So yeah, I'll do it. I'm not too excited for the aircraft or for the vehicles, but it's fun doing the battle pass to get the stuff. And it'll be nice to collect the vehicles. Because I don't plan on doing British naval. I don't really plan on doing China until the very end. I'm sorry. I don't like China.
You're not a Chinese aficionado?
No. When I force you to look at my service record, you'll see 0 China vehicles. You will cry.
No claps.
Yeah, you'll have a tear run down your face. And then because right now I am grinding Russian aviation and ground, but I'm past the point where I would use the what is it called? Which one is it for the battle pass? I always forget. The
SU8.
SU8, yeah. So I just use it for fun instead of for grinding. But that's just me. A lot of people say they're excited, which is good.
Yeah, for me, I mean, when I think about how many of the battle pass vehicles I've actually used, like over the time, it's a very small amount compared to the amount that are there. But I think at least in this battle pass there is one I will use, which is the M64. So, like, I'm happy about that at least. But I'm kind of in the same boat as you with the Soviet thing. It's like, well, I've already ground past that, and I've got other stuff to focus on. So, like, what do I do? You know?
And it's just it's a nice to have. It's useful for players that are starting out and they need it to grind, which is really awesome because it helps them grind. Along with all the other stuff they'll get from the battle pass.
Yeah, exactly.
That's basically it. I guess one more thing was just an add-on of what someone else said earlier about like working lights.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure about that, but it would be cool for the naval jets if they added it, working carrier landing. The carrier landing system, whatever it's called, but how it's right where your right where your reticle is, you have like the arrows and then the circle to tell you to go up, go down when you're landing on a carrier.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
it'd be cool if they added that, if they made that working so you can land on carriers easier. Though it would be kind of hard to tell when you're landing on a carrier.
Yeah, that'd be nice though.
That, and then in cockpit radar warning for Russian aircraft, because it works for American, but not the Russian one. Like it doesn't light up.
Oh, I see. That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be down for all that stuff working. Why not?
Yeah, this would be nice little like side things for updates. It's not the major point, but it's just like, oh, by the way, we did this. These lights work now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, man. Well, it was really nice having you on, chatting about these things.
Yeah, it's nice being on. Out of all the things I talked about, most thing I hope I get at is that prestige job. I think it really could be useful.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the idea. I think it would be lovely to see that.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. See you later, Juan. Have a good time. All right, and now we have Zamwaffle. Let's see what Zamwaffle wants to chat about. Let's see what is going on.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing all right, as one can be playing the Italian naval.
Yeah, it was a bad choice.
I mean, it was either that or start from rank 1 Japan.
Yeah. How far have
And I
you
was
got
like,
to?
I've gotten to 5-3, and I'm like, I'm gonna take a mental health break before I blow my fucking brains out.
Well, you've done pretty well. You're getting there already. Getting through all the
But no,
destroyers and stuff.
yeah, it's so funny because I'll get like fuck all for RP, but I'm just drowning in SL.
Oh, really?
Yeah, literally, cruisers is where it's at right now to make money in War Thunder.
Interesting.
I'm averaging like 70k to 120k per match, like anywhere in that bracket. And like I've noticed that if you
arcade?
realistic,
Nice.
but that's with premium time. So
Well, it's still
if you,
crazy good.
yeah. But I've noticed that if you really want to make some money, play the Helena or the event cruisers for America, because those dual purpose guns will just rack you up money. Like I'll play the Helena and I'll just go AFK for like the whole match, come back. Oh, the ship's on fire and sinking. Well, let's look at the end of the match results. Oh, 130k SL. Fair enough.
Not too shabby.
It's like, yeah, I may have lost, a cruiser, but I made like 3 times what I would make, playing the same BR in ground.
Yeah.
Just playing one vehicle and getting 4 kills. But yeah, it's funny. I still find it hilarious that the Scharnhorst only sits at 6.3.
You think it should be higher?
I mean, look at all the other 6.3 vehicles. Yes, it has slightly worse main guns, but it has one thing that all the other 6.3s don't have.
What's
AA.
that? Oh.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All the 6.3s and 6.7s have they have like the 75mm guns, but you can't fucking hit anything with those. They don't have enough elevation. Or, enough traverse speed. But, it's okay that they have to fight Arados.
Oh, yeah, the Arados.
As fuck naval, according to Gaijin.
Yeah, the first taste of jets in naval.
Like, yeah, the first taste of jets against boats that don't have anti-air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, yes. You want to talk about about power creep in fucking air and ground. Look at naval.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, yes, let's have World War I vehicles fighting late war World War II vehicles. Much fair imbalance.
Naval's always been out there when it comes to band stuff. It's
I know.
definitely...
And I don't even understand why they decided jets were going to be okay for fucking naval.
Dunno.
Like, I would have made it to where, jets would have been the cutoff, like, no jets for naval.
Yeah.
At least not until, we got to the more modern cruisers and destroyers.
Yeah, I don't know what the thinking was for that stuff. Ooh.
Because, I mean, those Arados, they either do one of two things. They either get pratted out of the sky by 3 Helenas just immediately focus firing them, or they'll kill, like, 4 battleships and then dive into the water. It never fails. It's always one of two things. And it's like, yes, let me just, tug along at a nice 12 kilometers per hour in my Russian battleship just to get fucking dunked on by an Arado.
Super fun.
Like, this must be how the Yamato felt. Oh, wait, the Yamato could actually fight back. But yeah, no, naval is just cringe. But,
you can make a lot of SL in it.
I was gonna say, the SL is worth it, especially when you're trying to buy, like, 80% of top tier ground for Russia and America, because that will drain your pockets pretty quick.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I
shit.
agree.
Like, before I found out how much you could make from naval, I was like dreading buying the T80U because I was like, that's gonna be like most of my money just crewing that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I was sitting on like, 7 mil at the time, and I was like, yeah, I really don't want to buy this because I'm worried that I'm gonna lose all of my money. And then I was like, oh yeah, naval. I wonder if they ever, brought it back to its original thing where it was just a money printer. Plays one game with the Helena, makes 120K. I think I found out.
Yeah, pretty much. I wish more people knew about it. Like Dog talked about in the past the idea of giving people a voucher for a free repair on a vehicle if you played a naval battle. And I mean, they've basically done that, but in a different way. By just giving them crazy RP modifier, SL modifiers.
You just play 4-7 for any nation. Those light cruisers. Switch to your AA guns if they have any, and then just turn your AI gunners on, and just let them print the money for you because they'll engage like 4 targets at once. So you're just gonna rack up. And it's not playing the game, but it's like, well, what the fuck else is going on in naval besides long range engagement?
Yeah, true.
It's like they're like, yeah, but you're not trying to actively cap the zones. It's like, when has anyone tried to actively cap the zones in naval?
If you want to do that, you go on a small boat.
Exactly, and then you just die to getting fucking long range sniped by a cruiser or battleship, anyways. But no, it's even funnier now because I'll see people like trying to shoot down friendly seaplanes to try and keep them from capping the cell.
Seriously?
It's like, yeah, because they want the matches to last as long as possible so they can earn a shit ton of SL and RP. Because you get fuck all for RP, so you want the game to last as long as possible.
That's silly.
And it's like damn, that's some toxic behavior. What else to expect from War Thunder Naval?
Do you have to pay repair costs on those things?
Oh yeah, but like naval repair costs, since no one fucking plays it, are so low.
No, I meant on the boats.
Oh, the AI planes? I mean the seaplanes?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't shot one down yet.
Oh, fair.
But I know that if you do shoot one down, you get like fuck all for shooting it down. If it's piloted by an enemy. Oh, hello?
Hello?
Okay, my computer just made a noise like it was about to like it was about to shut down. I was like, the fuck?
Well, hopefully it's okay.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Oh, it's because Twitch fucking started in the background. What the fuck?
Oh.
Fucking Twitch scares the shit out of me every time when it does that. It'll just on my computer for some reason. Twitch will just randomly open, and I don't know why it does that.
Do you have
Like,
ever auto open or some shit like that?
No, it just does it on its own.
That's weird.
I guess it's because I have it pinned to my taskbar, so that way whenever you're streaming, I can just turn it, immediately onto the stream and just let it play in the background.
Yeah.
Give tech a little bit more money.
Sweet, sweet ad revenue. Oh god.
But yeah, also speaking of
Sweet dreams, KV2.
revenue, your creator code isn't working for some Xbox players.
Isn't it?
No. My friend, he tried to use it the other day to buy some GE, and it wasn't. So it was giving him the discount, but it wasn't giving him your logo. Yeah.
It might be worth contacting support then.
Yeah, because I had the same thing happen when I tried to. You know when PewDiePie had that big pack thing?
Yeah.
I tried that and it didn't, and I had to contact support, and they were basically like, "Yeah, we can't credit you the liveries, but we can credit you the decal." And I'm like, "But why though?"
Yeah.
I'm like, how the fuck does that make sense? And they're like, "Here's decal. Goodbye."
That's just how
Like,
it
okay.
works, bro. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like-
super weird.
Also, I find it funny that we shall not name content creators, but certain content creators got upset that PewDiePie, one of the biggest YouTubers of all time, got a sponsorship deal with War Thunder.
They're annoyed with that.
Yeah, especially since he got like an entire pack themed around him. I'm not gonna name names because that's a very toxic thing to do. But I mean, all you have to do is just search for the video, and it's a.
There's nothing more sad than watching somebody else basically scream at somebody else because of their success. Like,
It's like
I don't know how else to say it.
How are you going to get mad at one of the biggest
it's just
YouTubers for
depressing.
promoting a game that you yourself are a content creator for? That just brings more attention to the game and your content.
Yeah, normally when I see those types of conversations, it goes, well, they should do this for us who normally play the game as well, right?
Yeah, and that was kind of the gist of the video, and it's like, well, you don't have the pull that PewDiePie does. PewDiePie was at the time like the biggest YouTuber on YouTube.
The other thing as well is you're also doing it for free, so why should they pay you to do it?
Yeah, and also with PewDiePie's thing, they chose PewDiePie because it was right when the Swedish Air Tree had just come out.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
So yes, of course they would get the biggest Swedish YouTuber, who happens to also be the biggest YouTuber on YouTube, to do a brand deal for the new Swedish update. It's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. That, they would have the biggest Swedish YouTuber to promote the Swedish stuff.
Oh yeah, but a lot of these,
that'd be like if Britain came out as an update and they got you to do it.
That'd be weird. As I said like many times, like I find it weird when people get annoyed at others for the success that they've had. It's just, I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah. That'd be like if I was mad at you because you're a successful YouTuber. Meanwhile, I'm, struggling to even upload videos because I don't have the motivation.
Motivation is very useful sometimes.
Well,
Not gonna
it's
lie.
also the fact that, I'm a perfectionist by heart, so I'm like, it's not good enough.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
That one's a rough
And
one.
also the fact that I don't think anyone wants to watch naval gameplay.
Am I prepared for Steiner's counterattack? What does that mean?
But yeah, the only other thing I wanted to talk about was so did you see the announcement? Well, I should ask, are you a big Star Wars fan? Or a Star Wars fan in general?
I am in general, yes.
Okay. Did you see the announcements that were done earlier this week?
No.
By EA? Oh, they confirmed that there's going to be some more Star Wars games coming out.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. A first-person shooter, a sequel to the Jedi Fallen Order game, which I was really
heard about
excited
that one
for.
actually.
Yeah, which I was really excited that got confirmed because that game is a lot of fun. If you ever played the Force Unleashed series, sorry for the noise, I had to let my dogs out of my room.
Oh, that's so good.
But yeah, if you ever played the Force Unleashed series, those games, it was very reminiscent of that, but like a bit more like toned down, so you're not like batshit retarded OP, but you're still clobbering poor stormtroopers. And then Lego Star Wars, we finally got a release date for, and it actually looks very promising.
What, they're doing another Lego Star Wars?
Yeah. The Skywalker saga. It got announced like I think 2 years ago or something.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, August 5th. Which
I hope they don't give them voice lines and they go back to the old stuff they used
So
to do.
they are, but they're allowing you to turn on mumble voices.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. So that's going to be one of the options in the menu that you can turn on.
Well, that's good.
So everyone was glad that they announced that because everyone's like, well, I don't want to hear Obi-Wan talking about the Clone Wars for the millionth time over. And it's like, me, who's an Obi-Wan fanatic, get the fuck out of here. How dare you talk about Space Jesus like that?
Isn't he getting his own show?
Yeah. You know, more Obi-Wan content is good content.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the meme potential. But, yeah. Have you seen the Book of Boba Fett yet? Or The Mandalorian yet?
I've seen The Mandalorian, yeah. I really enjoyed it. I don't think I'm going to do the Boba Fett one, though.
You need to. You need to watch it.
Sell me.
Danny Trejo.
That doesn't sell me. Daddy
Come on, man. You can't diss Machete like that.
Well, I'll do you a deal. If Machete in Space comes out, then I will watch the Book of Boba Fett.
Aww.
There you go.
All right.
Because
Well,
that's supposed to be happening at some point. Well, is it key to the stories of everything to watch it, or is it just like side gaff?
so yes and no. I mean, the most recent episode, kind of. Like, I'm trying to say it without spoiling anything.
It's on Disney Plus, right?
Yeah. So I mean, you can just watch it if you have a Disney Plus membership.
Yeah.
And it's only like 8 episodes, so it's not anything too long. Like, you could watch it in a day if you wanted, if you had like, because the episodes are about. Let me look right now. They're about 30 minutes average time length. So yeah, in an evening you could probably sit down and watch the whole thing.
Yeah, that one actually that hard.
And I like it. My dad, who's not as big of a Star Wars fan as he used to be, he will literally wake me up every Wednesday morning and he's like, "You want to watch the Book of Boba Fett?" I'm like, yes, fine. I was gonna wait till later.
So how many episodes are out now?
So it's 8 episodes out currently. And the next episode comes out next Wednesday.
And do you know how many they're doing?
I know they're doing 1 season for certain.
Right.
So with Disney, with their shows, that's usually like 12 episodes a season on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I
could be anywhere
I might
between.
wait until it all ends and then watch it all in one huff.
Yeah. I mean, I just like watching it because it's just something to watch.
Yeah, the shows I've been watching. So I watched Arcane.
Oh, my bad. It's not 8 episodes. It's 5 episodes.
Oh, okay. Fair.
Yeah. Oh wait, no. I think it's doing 8 episodes for the first season. I think is what it is.
Okay.
That's probably where I was getting that number 8 from.
Right. That's fair.
Yeah.
But no, I watched Arcane. That was pretty good. I like that.
Which one is that?
It's the League of Legends one. But
Oh.
It's not really about League of Legends. It's about the lore behind it.
I've seen that has caused a lot of spicy art on the internet.
I'm sure it has.
As League of Legends does.
Yeah.
As well as any game that has female players in it, characters in it does.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's
And
like-
then, go ahead.
It's like, yes, how can we get people to watch our show? We could put a girl with multicolored hair and very skimpy clothing that you're hired as as director.
Pretty much, yeah. At least it's not as bad as what it could have been when it comes to the game, because there's been some crazy over-sexualized stuff in the game.
Well, I mean, when 90% of your demographic is, people who don't leave their basement, you kind of have to.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, let's see.
Oh, and speaking of basement dwellers, did you hear about the fucking I'm sorry, I can't even say it with a straight face. The fucking Reddit nonsense that happened this week.
Yeah, I did, yeah. Rock was keeping me informed. That's just really funny.
Literally a Reddit moment.
Yeah, we
Oh
even
my
watched
God.
the video on stream. My God. Put the lantern inside.
That was
Oh.
something to wake up to. I was like, why the fuck is Reddit trending on Twitter? I'm like, that can never be good. Sure enough, I'm like, oh Lord, of course. I'm like, this week has just been a weird week. We got Tucker Carlson complaining because they're desexualizing the M&Ms. We got
What?
Yeah, they're changing the green M&M, and a lot of people, including Tucker Carlson, because Fox News is fucking retarded when it comes to shit like that, is like, they're making her plain and frumpy, blah 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 blah. It's like, dude, it's a fucking M&M.
Are we... What? They were going on about how... Wait.
So they're changing the design of the green M&M to where she's not wearing her go-go boots anymore.
Okay.
And like a lot of people are pissed about that for some ungodly reason.
Do we not have anything better to...
But
Do we not have
here's
anything better to worry
the
about
funny
in the
kicker.
world?
Here's the funny kicker to it. They just happen to be changing the M&M design when they're getting hit with a lawsuit for, violating child labor laws.
Oh, wonderful. God damn.
It's almost like they did this to intentionally draw attention away from the fact that they're getting hit with a lawsuit for violating child labor laws. You fucking retards, you fell right into their trap card.
Yeah, could have been. God,
But yeah, no,
weird
I
world.
just... yeah, heaven forbid we talk about the fact that, Mars, Nestle, and Hershey are all getting hit for, using child slave labor basically. But no, how dare they take the green M&M's go-go boots? How am I supposed to whack it to the M&M's now?
Definitely a weird one right now.
I know. That's the world we live in. Where, care more about a fictional M&M than you do, the poor kids who are getting exploited to make your M&Ms. Or, we're not going to talk about the fact that cocoa beans will be extinct potentially in the next 3 years.
What?
Yeah. Due to global warming and over-farming, cocoa beans could potentially go extinct in the next 3 years.
I highly doubt that. I would be amazed if that happened. But, say la vie, weirdest things have happened.
Because there's only, select few places in the world that they can grow.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you know this, but cocoa beans are very fucking temperamental about their environment.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Like, they are some of the hardest things to grow.
Yeah, I also... Go ahead.
Like, it's not like a fucking potato where you can just throw it in some dirt and it'll grow.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, you don't even have to throw it in some dirt. You just let it sit out and it'll start growing more potatoes.
I feel like we will save the cocoa bean and all of the other beans that have very odd conditions to grow in. But who
You would
knows?
hope so, but
Maybe no more cocoa.
Yep. I mean, environmentalists have been trying to bring attention to it for the last like 7 years, but they're
We'll
like,
just
yeah,
all
I mean,
change to white chocolate. It'll be fine.
yeah. Me, who's just fine with either or.
That would be a weird world if chocolate became expensive as fuck.
I mean, it'd basically just be back to the 1800s.
Yeah, true.
Where only the rich could afford chocolate, and us poor bastards can't afford anything.
All right, brother.
But you can.
It's been.
Oh
Go ahead,
yeah.
sorry. Yeah, we're
No, I
running
just
on.
realized. Yeah, we're getting close to time.
Yeah.
Just been ranting about nonsense. All right. Well, I guess I'll let you go. You have a good day, man.
I will do. Thanks for coming on, man. It's always a good chat.
All right. I'll see you next one.
See you then. Alright, we've done Mad Baron Sands already today, so what we'll do is we'll skip and go to Bareen. Let's see what Bareen wants to chat about, see what's going on. Bahrain, bean, Bahrain. Bahrain, 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 rain. Looks like he might be dead. Alright, let's bring on Mad Baron then, just for a second. Oh, never mind, there's Bareen.
Yeah, it just Discord took its time.
Oh, it's all good, don't worry about it. How are you?
Other than having my blood drawn, I'm fine.
What, right now?
No, not right now. It's like about half hour ago.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh god.
How
I
fun.
hit that age.
Oh,
Doctor wants to
fair,
know
fair.
what's your cholesterol like? Uh-oh.
Turns out everything is wrong and you're gonna die tomorrow. Unlucky.
Oh well, life's like that.
It's been a good run.
No kidding. Well, I'm really glad about that I'm out of the army now because what's been going on in the world, looking at it going, good thing I'm retired, I don't have to put up with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I
Jesus.
don't know, man. I hear about it every day, but I don't know how I actually feel about it.
I've actually started ignoring it. It's just like, you know what, if it happens, it happens. Just, who cares? We've had a good run. Bye, everybody.
Yeah,
Bye,
I'm
everybody.
pretty much at that as well. Like, it's like, oh, well, you can scare me all you want. Either it happens or it doesn't, and call me if it happens, you know? You know what I mean?
Pretty much,
Yeah.
yes. Oh, God. Yeah, but mostly pay attention to sports news, and it's just, that's more interesting.
Have you been following the NFL?
Oh, yeah, actually, Ben Roethlisberger actually has announced his retirement a few years ago.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, and Aaron Rodgers is pulling his will he or won't he stunt, although he's claiming he's not going to draw this out.
I think,
I'm like, really, what does that mean? You only wait 3 months instead of like the whole bloody off season?
When does his contract end?
I think they have to sign him to an extension or something if they want to keep him, something dumb like that.
Yeah, because I can definitely see him going to another team. I don't think
Me
he'll
too.
retire.
I think he's decided I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Well, considering that his offensive coordinator's now got a head coaching job, I think he went to Denver today, or yesterday, actually. He went to Denver. The Jacksonville head coaching job seems to be Jacksonville's a clown show. I'll stay rated. It's a clown show. I mean, the one guy they want to bring in, he won't come in unless they fire the general manager.
Okay.
Because he doesn't want to work with the guy. He's like, oh no, I ain't work with this asshole.
That's
I know, and I'm just sitting there going, wow. You can tell your gut. It's you want the who's like, what do I do? But this is like Jacksonville, so I don't know which way they're going to go.
It's amazing how something like that's out in the public as well. Like that's
Well,
not like a.
it's called social media, and all of them are all
true.
attached to it. It's
so
hilarious.
crazy.
Even the teams are on social media. That's what's
Oh my
killing me.
God.
They're all on social media, and it's like, okay, I can figure out what's going on just going to Twitter and following this one team. Okay, thank you. It's so dumb, really, really dumb. And the other issue, talking about, I know the whole One War Thunder discussion's long since over because I had to go get my blood drawn during it. So it's like, okay, well, whatever. But I have one idea for, I hate to say it for the US is, I know the B-17 has 3 different submodels or models of the plane, and B-24's only got the D. And I think they could add like the H, which has the nose turret to it. It's a later model.
Yeah.
But it's essentially B-24, but with a turret, with a nose turret, instead of just, standard what they got in the game now. But other than that, I'm thinking, it's not much of difference other than you just have a turret in the nose, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So I thought about it, and I thought about it when I was getting my blood drawn. I was like, no. And other than that, I know I keep harping maybe the B-26, but then again, I'm in confusion with the A-26 because I know in history that's been confused back and forth.
You mean the Marauder, right?
Yeah, the Marauder, yeah. The only reason why, because it'd be like either in between the B-25 and the B-17. You could flip them back and forth, really, because they're pretty interchangeable. The B-26 was known for being a bit hardier of a plane. They actually had a much better mission to loss record than the B-25. But you look at the B-25s; they were used everywhere, and B-26 is only used in Europe. So
yeah.
Again, pick your poison.
I'm amazed that the B-26 hasn't made it into the game.
Me either, but I could see the reasoning behind it. In a way, I know I heard one person in the forums asking for the CF-100 Canuck, and I'm thinking all they need to do is look at the F-89. That's the CF-100. There you go. They're interchangeable. They're the same idea.
Yeah.
Same performance, everything. So why put it in? It's like, okay, it's unique and blah blah blah, but what's added to the game? Nothing. Yeah. So I'm a little more scared when they start adding the 4th generation planes.
Why?
What they can do. It's insane. I've actually seen F-18s actually do bombing runs over in some of the test ranges. And let me say this. Their capabilities in real life is freaky. Yeah. They make the MiG-21s they got, everybody's complaining about, the F-18 will eat it for breakfast. It's a meal to it. It's like, yum, 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 bye, gone. They can carry radar-guided missiles on top of guided bombs. You can put pods on it for guided bombs. Just the 4th generation planes are so crazy in their capabilities. I'd rather not see them.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, I think the 3rd gen is about as far as we'll let it go. Okay. Even keep the MiG-25 out, even though it'll be useless because it's missile only. But even leave him out completely.
I feel like we're eventually going to get to them, but the way that they've been doing it is very different to how they did ground. So ground they seem to just they threw in a lot of the high-tier stuff, and over the last few years they've been kind of picking stuff around them, right? Yeah. Whereas I think in air they're gonna do way more of a gradual increase.
Yeah, that'd be a smart maneuver. If only to let people get used to. I mean, even the Japanese F4 EJ Kai, that one is nutty. And I know that the Germans with the F4F, they replaced the radar in it in the 1980s.
Right.
They put the F-18 radar in it. So they can carry AMRAAMs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and because I knew guys who were in the Air Force at the time, and they went up against the German Phantoms, and oh boy, they were scary with the AMRAAMs.
Yeah.
So it's just, as I'm saying, there has to be a point where you have to separate out, going, okay, where's the line that we can't cross? Because the aircraft technology is like a huge jump. You go from 1960s to 1980s, it's a massive jump. It's just crazy. And I also noticed that I know people are harping, well, we should bring in some of the more modern bombers. I'm thinking no.
No.
I'm thinking no. The bombers right now are not exactly very useful in higher tier, because they'll be blapped as soon as they pop up. I mean, it's like the radar guided missiles will just home in on them like nothing. It's just they're so big, and they're not very quick. They're not maneuverable at all. And you got a missile that can go Mach 4 that can turn a 20G. It's going to hit it, and it'll be dead. It's like, what's the point of having him? So I kind of like the idea of the way they're going with the F-105 is you kind of going for the U.S. line. It's like, and same with the British going with the Buccaneer, is you're going with smaller, more agile attackers than a standard strategic bomber.
Yeah.
That's fine. And for ground, you're right, because they kind of went high tier really rapid. It was like, ooh, that's a bit quick. But oh well, it is what it is. Helicopters, I think people that's another kettle of fish. Has anyone really? I haven't seen too many helicopters, but then again, I haven't really not high tier player, but I know some people have played, and the helicopters usually don't do well if there's actual fixed wing aircraft in the area.
No, there's only, at least like when it comes to top tier stuff, there's a real issue with them. But apart from that, they're completely they just get eaten alive.
Yeah,
because at top tier they obviously have all the defenses, and also they have the wonderful airfield AA to keep them alive.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I learned long ago, stay away from airfields.
Oh yeah.
If the guy's if he's like sitting on the airfield, it's like, meh, we'll wait for him to come back. And if he wants to just hang out there, it's like, okay, fine, we'll just blow stuff up on the ground, and eventually he'll either A, take off to take care of us because we're now smashing the stuff, and just getting the win that way.
Yeah.
Or sometimes I've noticed they'll J out. It's like if they're in a bomber, they just look around and well, what's the point? I'm the only guy alive. As soon as I take off, I'm a dead man.
Yeah.
So they J out. I've seen that happen. And I have been team killed a couple times, but only in air. And it was like right on takeoff. You take off and the buddy's right behind you and he just shoots me down. And I'm like, really? Why?
Yeah.
What's the point? And that's because I was flying a 0. Really?
People do some very weird things.
Oh, I know. There's some people out there who just love griefing, but mind you, he didn't survive very long. He tried to take out another 0, and he wound up because I reported him. Because that's all you can do is report the guy, and that's about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And suddenly, my team decided, you know what, we're better off without him, so they shot him down.
God damn.
They shot him down. It's like, yeah, you're dead. We're not going to let
Johnny.
you team kill. Because he tried to go after another guy, and he got team killed.
I do
so
have the
like,
beer from the
okay.
yeah.
And the other team was like, go doing the all chat going, wow. Okay. But you don't see team killing in this game very often.
No, not
often.
really. You used to see it quite a lot in ground until they removed the
when they
ability
removed
to kill each
that,
other.
because every once in a while I see it happen. I'm driving along and I see a guy, try to shoot me or shoot me in the back with a machine gun. I'm like, you're not doing anything to do. Why are you doing that? It's like, whatever. Give yourself away. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's just, again, I find that I can't really play very long because part of it is due to my age. Because for me, it's like I'm used to being a lot more physically active. So I can sit down, play a game for a couple hours, and then I have to walk away. It's like, okay, I'm done. I have to walk off and do other things. And unless it's a MMORPG, but then they got ways to keep you sucked in. Is they trap you and you can't leave. It's like I got you now, and you're like, no, let me go.
Yeah,
I
pretty
want to
much.
go out to do this, but nope, not allowed.
Sorry to pop up here with you, Maury, but I get that entirely. Before I came back to War Thunder, I used to play the Korean MMO Black Desert Online.
Oh, I
And,
feel sorry for you.
No.
Yeah, highly recommend for people looking for an MMO. Don't do that. It's just it's just single player with friends. That's it.
Really?
I don't recommend it at all.
No,
But
I
no,
mean, no.
yeah, on your other point of being team killed, I do get team killed from time to time whenever I'm playing my zero, but that's usually because I get 5 kills and somebody gets pissy that I'm performing as intended, and they can't turn tight enough, so they MG me down when they're playing as the US.
Yeah, what happened to me? The guy was flying a Spitfire, which is what? I mean, I was like was trying to spade up my A6M5 Otsu. I'm trying to get that one done. It's like, was it the Otsu or high? It's one of them.
It was one of them, but I know Japanese fighters get the same line of crap all the way up to the KI-84, and it purely makes me angry.
Well, there's a reason for that. I do know the reason behind it. One, until you get out of the only replacement for the Zero was the A7M, but here's a slight little issue with the A7M. They couldn't build it because the plant that was needed to build the engines got destroyed in a bombing run. So with no engines, you can't exactly build the plane. Also, the development time of it was so crazy; it was just took forever, and so the Zero had to soldier on. So you look at the actual, if you look at it historically, the Zero stayed in service for as long as it did because there was no replacement available for it. It was until it was way too late. By that time, they couldn't build it. You look at, say, the J2Ms and the N1K1 fighters. Those were built as interceptors because, Doolittle raid. So they went, we actually need proper interceptors to take care of any bombing attacks. And yeah, it's nuts. You look at the Axis development history of their aircraft, especially midway through the war. Oh, wow. It was hilarious. It's like the Germans tried replacing the ME-109 3 times. They tried to build the 209 twice, and then they came up with the 309. Neither made it past prototype stage. So that's what I'm saying is that there are aircraft out there that War Thunder could put in, but they were either one-offs or prototypes that didn't go anywhere. So it's kind of, do you really want to go that route?
And I also want to come back on and say to everybody in your Twitch chat here, thank you. You have enlightened me on how I should properly play Russia.
Really?
Yeah. Before I decided to listen in a little bit better, because I'll admit, even my Thunder skill page admits it, I'm a total idiot when it comes to War Thunder.
Well, so am I, but that's beside the point.
I started initially with Japan, and then I went and gone for Russia because I wanted to cover the basis of me having BR gaps. And it kind of went a little south for me because I'm trying to go from a line that purely likes sniping to something that could actually be aggressive. So, yeah. Very steep learning curve.
Yeah, when I started out, I was more of a shotgun effect. It was try all of them. I'm not kidding. I played all the nations. That's why I'm so all over the map. I'm trying to figure out, okay, which one should I prioritize? That's the only issue I've got, and it's like how many hours in a day I have, and what else is going on. It's just a lot for me to unpack, but it's at the same time. What makes why I like this game so much is that it's a nice casual way of playing either dogfighting and tank combat. It's basically a nice little casual thing. It's not hardcore where you have to have to read a 50-page manual just to fly your plane.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like a DCS.
Oh, I tried
Yeah.
playing that, and the tutorial alone is 2 hours. I'm looking at it going, what? Oh. And that's just to take off and fly a trainer that has no weapons, and that's just to learn how to fly that. And I'm like, wow.
In the case of me, like I am a big fan of getting my hands dirty, going in and just like left hook, right hook, get punched in the face 3 times in a row. Like I'm fine with going in and doing that, even though it's definitely not wise for the health of any tank I've played before now. But that just spurs from the fact that War Thunder has brought out a couple of things that I've actually liked about PvP combat. And I've tried putting some of the things I've learned in here into other games, and not smart.
No, because I will not touch. One person asked me why I don't do PvP in MMORPGs. I say I play War Thunder. I don't need to do that.
Yeah.
I get my PvP fun there because I don't have to learn several rotations just to survive.
Yeah, like in the case of course, I'm gonna beat a little bit of a dead horse here with BDO. PvP isn't opt-in. 9 times out of 10, when you try to defend yourself, you just get grabbed, thrown to the ground, and then get curb stomped in the next fucking month. In some cases, War Thunder do be like that sometimes. We've all experienced those moments at least once or twice.
Oh, a few times, yeah. Especially when you're lining up next thing you know, pilot snipe. You're like, really?
Oh,
I hate that. I hate that. It's like you got a guy lined up, get ready to fire a shot. Next thing you know, you see bullets, tracers coming by it. You're like, what? And then next thing pilot snipe. You're like, seriously?
Yeah, it's like you're lining up for a shot. Like I've had this happen all the time whenever I play the ITP. I'd line up to fire an HE round into the back of an aircraft, and then all of a sudden my plane just implodes. Also, Tech, you might want to be careful about that rear gun in the plane you're currently flying, because according to what people are saying in your chat, that gun is next to useless.
Oh, I know it is. It only shoots directly behind you.
It's only the stinger to keep the enemy planes from trying to get too close to behind you and try to shoot you. That's about it. It's just a discouraging thing. Another thing I found was actually during time I was playing around through YouTube. Somebody actually put out gun camera footage from the U.S. naval fighters and dive bombers during 1944-45. Some of that's like, whoa.
I'm sure that's insane to look at.
Oh, it is. And here's the thing is, these are actually raw footage. There's no sound because the gun cameras had no sound. It's just, you just look in and you just see tracers flying. And the craziest one I saw was when they're attacking I think it's an H-8K or whatever it is, the big Japanese flying boat. Yeah, and you see them attack it. And that thing was just like insane. You just watch them just attack, you see shots hitting it. But that thing kept going. It wasn't going down until finally it did, and it just a huge fireball in the water, and it's like, ooh, that's not good.
kind of makes me feel a little bit troubled on what would happen if something as overly massive and as heavy and bulky as like the BV-238 actually got pressed into service. That would have been scary.
It would have been, but it would have been fun. It would have been interesting to watch because you think about it, it would be very interesting. But at the same time, if you're flying that and all of a sudden you get jumped by about a whole bunch of Allied fighters, you're fighting for your life.
Yep.
Despite the guns on it, you're still fighting for your life, and all it takes is one good hit, and you're pretty much into the dirt.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy's trying to kill people on the way down, isn't he? I see that every once in a while. It's like, can't you die with dignity? Yeah, well, but some of the things I've seen, it's just in especially with that, and you look at it and you watch them shoot up. Everybody says, the Zero used to catch fire all the time. No, it didn't. They just shot it, and you see the usual smoke coming off the back end, and then plane going down. That's all you see.
No, 9 times out of 10, it actually wasn't the fuel tanks that were actually rupturing and catching fire. It was the fact that all the 50 cals would pass straight through the fuselage, straight through the pilot. Sometimes the pilot would miraculously make it after getting hit with a 50 BMG. I don't know how. And then the actual round would go through the engine block and a cylinder would explode. That's what caused the smoke and why that thing would just go.
Yeah, that's what it is. You're shooting the engine up. And a lot of them, that's all it was that the engine gets hit. You see smoke coming out of it because you either hit the cooling, you hit the oil tank or something, and the oil tank catches fire and it's burning, and that's what you see the flame coming out of. It's basically the oil. The oil's on fire, and the engine is pretty much it's cooked, and you see the black and white smoke. It means it's pretty much a dead duck. But there were cases on the wing because the unfortunate fact was the Japanese didn't put on their Zeros, didn't put self-seating fuel tanks.
No.
And they weren't armored. And so you hit that thing with a 50 BMG round, it's armor-piercing incendiary, you've got a fire on your hands. And that's where they're coming for the fires. It's coming right off the wing, and pretty much the plane's cartwheeling and getting ready to hit the dirt. Or in the water in most cases. And, yeah, okay. And the other thing that people were claiming, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but the Japanese pilots had no parachutes. I don't really know if that's true or not, but I've heard rumors that it was. But, it is what it is. But it was just crazy. You see these videos, you're looking at it going, whoa. Some of the stuff they did was insane. It was just, you see them go down, they're strafing airfields or going in, and you see them strafe airfields going in to attack them. And their fighters are going first, and what they're doing is they're hitting the actual AA gun sites. AA guns. They're shooting them up to knock them back or suppress them. So when the bombers came in, the bombers could do whatever. And there was some sort of tactic. It was when the fighters come in, they'll suppress the AA. The dive bars come in and they hit specific points. So the torpedo bombers come in and they would glide drop their bombs. And the last thing they always hit is always the fuel, the fuel or ammo dump, because it picks up a huge pall of smoke and it obscures the target. So that's always the last thing they hit. It's like, yeah, we're going to hit this last.
Like, this is one of the things that I really kind of hated about War Thunder, but at the same time, I honestly understand, is that it was common practice for air forces to target the AA so that the big old bombers that radar AA would actually hit and kill would be taken out first. They would either do that themselves or they would ask the Marines, or they'll ask a helicopter division to do it. Because if those are taken out, then you got the big boys, the big ugly fat fuckers, as they're always called, those B-52s, would then come in and do the bombing runs, because otherwise they would just be SOL.
Actually, about that, the suppression of Vietnam, what they did in the 1972, in the late 72, early 73, what they did was they they would come in, and they had what they call the wild weasels, and they would suppress the SAM sites. But at the same time, the Navy mined Haiphong Harbor to prevent more missiles from coming in. So what they did was they basically forced the Vietnamese to fire off these SA-2s until they ran out.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. They made them run out of missiles. And then the B-52s came in and just bombed everything to hell and gone. But again, it was that tactic of you suppress it, then the main bomber force comes through. Second World War, the Americans really didn't do that initially because they had no fighters to reach that far until the Mustangs arrived, and they could do it. But it was pretty much a insane situation. I mean, let's be honest. I don't think we'll ever see anything like that again, ever. That kind of insanity.
No, probably not.
The only time we'll see something like that is if we see a drone wing strike, and even then, those are few and far between.
Mm-hmm. Because they're all about hitting a precise target. That's all it is. They want to hit a precise target. They're not trying to carpet bomb anything. It's like, come in, hit a precise area, knock it back.
But I
Get out.
wouldn't exactly say that the era of like dropping unguided ordnance in massive swaths is over. You need that kind of stuff to go on ahead and take out like resource lines, going ahead and cripple enemy reinforcements and stuff like that. That's what you use that for. That still has a place, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing stratosphere bombers doing that instead of something like the B-52.
Actually, there is a use for those big heavy bombers, and it isn't for unless they're carrying cruise missiles. If they're going to drop unguided bombs, they use it over troop concentrations. That's what they did in the Gulf in 1991. Is the B-52s hit Republican Guard positions constantly. They just flew over top, dropped, carpet bombed them, and that's what they used them for. Was basically the first wave when they came over, they fired cruise missiles to hit precise targets in Iraq. Then they were used as
it's been a good day today.
Basically, as taking out troop positions. That's what they used it for, and knocking down artillery positions that the Iraqis had.
I'm glad your day is over and you got to relax.
That's how they used it. But then that war, I'm not sure about the second one because I was in Bosnia at the time and I was a bit busy. I wasn't paying attention. But I don't know. There's some tactics that are definitely out there, but the war that I always look at the big heavy bombers as they're the base busters. Then you use the smaller guys as hitting stuff like pillboxes, artillery sites.
We're doing the
tanks,
Fireside chat today.
Vehicles, that kind of thing. Because I use the SU-6 like that.
So
I just
where
fly
community
in,
members can come on and
I use the
chat about
37s to pick off, vehicles, or I drop bombs on them. That's how I use it. Low level hit and basically try to get out of there. 9 times out of 10, I usually do something dumb and hit a tree, and that ends that career. But yeah, actually, kind of as I say, a game like War Thunder is usually great if you just want a casual come in, have some fun, and I just like it. I just prefer its style over, like as I said, IL-2 Stormvik at DCS that requires hardcore. You gotta love doing this.
Yeah. You need some like heavy like setups just to pull off DCS. Like
I think the bare minimum for DCS is you need a HOTAS along with a head tracker.
Yeah, you do.
Because it's just insane. Because you need the head tracker because you can't use the POV hat because you're using the POV hat to try to control whatever's on the freaking control panel. And it was, oh wow, it's just so much. I don't think I can play this game. It's just too much stuff required.
We'll see, Rocker.
Even IL-2
I
requires
need
a
to
hit
work
tracker
out,
now.
so.
Because even you require it because you have to be able to have your head on a swivel. There's no indication of what's going on around you. But I know that sim battles in War Thunder, that's the same way, but that's a very small community compared to the others. But funnily enough, I decided to try to take off and land in a sim in sim mode, where you're just in the cockpit.
Yeah.
And I actually bought an Xbox One / PC HOTAS controls. It's free, it's cheap, and I decided, okay, I'm gonna try this out. For sim, it works because I took off and landed without crashing. I'm amazed with myself. I didn't crash.
I mean, I can understand how those control types work because I do play another game off and on. That was called Elite Dangerous.
Oh yes.
When you get into that, you need a HOTAS for that. But after learning how to control a ship on there, a spaceship without the use of a HOTAS, I kind of learned how to War Thunder sim without a HOTAS.
I'll have a look for you, Diomedes.
Yeah, it's the term sketch does not come close to what you kind of have to go through. Ooh, sweet kill there. Sorry about that. Just doing some IT1 things. Tech, your buddy Rocker wanted to ask if you wanted to talk after your Fireside stream.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I can read the chat too.
I'm trying to pay attention with it myself because I know some people are probably going to ask some questions related to probably us, not you. Because I think we're dragging you on a little bit.
No, I mean, it's nice just to hear you guys chat about stuff.
Well,
if there was any issues, I'd butt in. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not concerned either because it's fine either way. I'm kind of easy peasy when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yikes. Gonna have to go try hard mode here for a second. I am about to get rushed by 2 IFVs and an automagic. That's not gonna be fun.
Have fun.
I'm just in the 91, man. What do you expect me to do?
They don't expect you to do anything. They expect you to die. Sorry, I had to use that James Bond moment thing. That's just too good.
That's one. He didn't see me.
Well, that's his problem.
Still need to see
crap.
James Bond, actually.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the Daniel Craig ones.
Yeah. Casino Royale's not bad.
Might watch that one then.
Because
that's probably the only one they probably did that was actually serious. Because the only Casino Royale that I know of prior to that one was the freaking Woody Allen movie, and that one was like, what was I watching?
Was it supposed to be a movie or an acid trip? I get what you're coming from.
It's Woody Allen.
71 be added 2024.
He kept rewriting the script of David Niven and the others who were part of it, they were going crazy because they're used to, yes, there are rewrites on scripts, usually not every day. That's what they were going through, and it was driving them berserk. It was like, what is this? What are we doing?
Yeah, that's like, don't get me wrong. I am very much a proprietor.
Hey, Black Raven, nice to see you.
Of, when all else fails, just flip and wing it, because he ain't got anything better to do.
Oh yeah, a lot of them were like that. I mean, Peter Sellers, he just winged it. He just didn't pay attention to what he was doing because he went through one beforehand, and he went, "Yeah, I'm just gonna do my own thing because this guy doesn't know what he's doing, so I'm just gonna do my own thing."
I'll be back in a second. Keep going.
All right, because Peter Sellers was part of the Goons in Britain, and so because he was part of the Goons, he was used to working with Spike Milligan and Harold Seacombe and what was the other guy? Feldman, him. And so you get these guys. he's used to how they work, and he comes along, and here's Woody Allen. He's just changing the script, and he's changing it for the movie he was first on, and he was like, you know what? And his character that he played, he based it off of his own doctor, his own psychiatrist. That's how he played him. So that's what's up, Pussycat, or What's New, Pussycat, something like that. I think it was the movie with Peter O'Toole. So the reason I know these movies because my mom used to love watching those movies. So I grew up with them. So it is what it is.
Well, hey, I just got night vision finally for the IT-1 after blitzing a poor Dardo and an ADATS.
Yes. Which ADATs? There's two, apparently. The one for Britain is the poor M113 with the missiles on it. No gun. Then
Oh
there's
no,
the...
it was the Braidats. It's the American
okay.
one.
Oh, okay. The one that actually has the gun. not the poor M113 with just 8 missile tubes on it.
I feel
Its
so
whole
bad
purpose in life is just to be with the brigade headquarters. It's its only purpose in life. It was to be at the brigade HQ and protect the brigade HQ from air attack. That was it. It wasn't meant to follow the tanks. That wasn't its job.
With the British ADATs, I feel so bad that I usually just go on ahead and slowly crawl back and go to a new position just to slap them. Like, slap their buddies, and then I just leave them to go and take on aircraft at their own leisure because that thing's just pitiful sometimes.
It's an M113.
Yeah.
It's a battle taxi. It's only meant to drop troops off. It's not meant to get into a fight. The reason they put tows on it is because initially the Americans needed some anti-tank things, and tow missiles had a longer range than tank guns at the time. So it was like, yeah, we'll just put this here, put cannon over top, and hide it. The one I like is the Wally one because its whole purpose was it's supposed to hide behind a hill, pop it up, and shoot, and pop back down again. It wasn't supposed to be out in the open. It was supposed to be behind a hill, and it just pops up, it looks around, and then it sees an enemy and shoots its missile out, hits the target, and then drops it back down. Because if they see the actual turret, they'll shoot the turret, but doesn't kill the tank.
If you want to come on for 5 minutes, you can.
So it doesn't matter. The crew's still alive. They just run away. But it wasn't meant to be used as War Thunder. In War Thunder, it's kind of hard to use it because, well, one of the chances you get to hide behind a hill and be safe.
Well, it's none. Let's be honest. Especially if you're playing on that dreadful map, if you can't ban it without premium RLC.
Yeah, that's just it. It's not designed to be used in the way that we have to use it. And like the Chinese one with the tow, I'm looking at that going, whoever put that on there was very ambitious. But again, it's like, well, it's the way it is, right? Because I'm used to this because I've actually, as I said, I've worked with these vehicles. So I look at it going, yeah, this is barely able to stop a 223. What makes you think it'll survive against anything on the, that's in War Thunder? It's like, yeah, no.
All right.
Yeah, no.
I think the time is up. So.
Okay, no problem.
It was a lovely chat, though. I really liked listening to all the different stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But thank you guys for coming on.
Yeah, no problem. I would have
been
been
a
on
pleasure.
earlier if I didn't have to have my go-to medical appointment. But
it's all good. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah. I love them vampires, am I right?
Yeah, that's what I was visiting, was the vampires.
Well, hopefully we can have a chat next time about it.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Thank you, guys. See you later.
See ya.
See ya. Well.
All right. So we'll call this one to an end. We've been going for 7 hours 40 or something like that. And the next one that we do will not be next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after. If there's anybody who couldn't get on, I apologize, but I do need to stick to my workout schedule. So I've got to keep on top of it, and to be honest with you, I'm feeling quite tired right now, and I need to get some kind of sugar in the system. So, as always, thank you all